A journey.
Yeah, we've been in Nairobi for some time.
Okay.
We're from Channel One.
Okay.
Channel One Television.
Okay.
My name is Caleb Kuda.
Caleb.
I just got to some dry fish.
No,
nice.
Caleb, you can finish the food. It's not running away. I can see the way you are attacking it.
It's really good.
Yeah?
It's really, really good.
Okay.
I would like to. It's very good.
Yeah.
So beyond borders, what we do is we travel outside of Ghana.
Yes.
To talk to Ghanaians.
Yes.
Outside of Ghana.
Yes.
To find out from them how life is doing, how they're impacting their world.
Yeah.
And also let them, say hello to family back home.
Okay.
Reconnect with their family and let them know that they're also doing well.
Okay.
Share with us some of their joys and pain points and everything.
Yeah.
We just care about Ghanaians everywhere else.
Yeah.
Just as much as we care about those who are at home. So that's what brought me to Kenya. And I asked about food.
Yeah.
Because food is an important part of our
food is very important.
Very critical. And when I came here, I heard Ghana music in the background. I said I am home.
Yes.
So I've been very excited to be here.
Yeah, this was created as a home away from home. That's what it's about.
You know the owner here? You know who owns this place?
Yeah, I know the team of people who own.
Who's behind this place? Because it's a brilliant idea. I mean, to be away from home, find Ghana food to eat, hear Ghanaian music, this beautiful, serene atmosphere. Yeah, it's a blessing. It's a real blessing.
Yeah, good. Yeah, well, what can I say? Yeah, the whole idea is it's not actually a Ghanaian restaurant. It's more broader than that. West Africa in general.
Okay.
It's to ensure that West Africans, I guess you could say in the diaspora, this is a place they can come and they can find what they're used to.
Right.
The Kenyan food is a bit bland.
Oh, Charlie.
It doesn't have the spice.
Manyo, agbamalamo. Oh.
Yeah.
Ow.
So it's to give people a taste of a touch of West Africa.
Yeah, man.
A taste of West Africa.
Yeah. So I saw a bar in the menu. I saw a gushi. About nyanya fufu ako di mema na mo una pack walk blah fatrina china. Do they have a walk by the way?
Yes, of course.
Oh yeah,
of course.
How I might just spend a few more days here.
You're home. Basically, you're home.
I like. By the way, you said your name is Senanu.
Yes.
Wow. I think I read online that Chris Senanu, a certain Chris Senanu owns this place. I saw the other one. Oh, this one, you're bad.
I don't know much about ownership.
Okay.
Because I normally tell people I'm an investor.
Right.
So I have two partners in this business.
Right.
My method of investment, I always invest with other people. So there's actually a gentleman called Nana Boateng. He's normally the face of the business.
Nana Boateng.
But there are three of us who we've got a Nigerian partner, and another Ghanaian partner. I'm normally at the back end.
Yeah, because l'argent n'est pas le bruit.
Oui.
C'est comme PDD. Oh, it's a joy to talk to you, man.
Yes.
Really pleasant. Like I'm saying, hearing Ghanaian music away from Ghana, eating Ghanaian food away from Ghana, seeing Ghanaians do so well, it's such a joy and it's a real delight to tell your stories. What's the idea behind the name Mama Shanti?
That's a very good question. So, this brand was originally started in Uganda.
Oh.
So, my partner Nana was in Uganda. He had a thriving business. But he felt the market was small and he wanted to expand, or rather, he wanted himself to move to Kenya because Kenya tends to be a nicer place to settle.
Okay.
And so, when he called it, Nana is from Ashanti.
Okay.
Yeah, he's actually from the royal family also.
Right.
So, in Kenya and the Swahili-speaking parts of East Africa, what happens is that if you have a son called Kweku, you'll be called Baba Kweku, meaning the father of Kweku.
Right.
Because they are giving you that respect that
Mama
you're a father.
Ivy.
Mama Ivy,
Uncle.
Mama Efua.
Right.
Aha.
Okay.
So
my dad will be called Papa Caleb.
Exactly.
Oh, I see.
So Mama Shanti is more about him saying, I'm coming from the Ashanti region.
Okay.
And of course, food typically is the mothers who are producing
all the time
and ensuring that the stomach is fine.
Charlie.
So I think Mama Shanti is put together and say, well, first of all, it's because you look at the greater West Africa, the Ashanti tribe is one of the respected tribes and clans from there.
Very influential.
And of course, the motherly love. So that's where Mama Shanti comes from.
I like it. So 3 partners.
Yes, 3 partners.
Lovely. How long have you been into this business?
10 years.
It's been 10.
This last month was our 10th anniversary on the 11th of 10th of September.
Wow.
Yes.
But how long have you lived in Kenya?
That's a totally different story, my brother.
Tell me about it.
Nyama chigba.
Chigba. Mama baba. Chichioma godoma bonnet you for your jana fomo.
32 years.
What? You've been away for 32 years.
Yes.
What brought you here? What's keeping you here? 32.
I came on holiday. I'm still on holiday.
You came on holiday?
And I'm still on holiday.
You're still on holiday?
Yes.
Oh my God. When can I go on holiday? I still be on holiday. Oh, Jesus. I like it.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
So my dad was a lecturer.
Okay.
He finished, he was the vice for the chancellor, pro vice chancellor in Legon, and when he finished his tour of duty, he came to Kenya.
Okay. What's his name, by the way?
Professor Senanu.
Oh.
Yes.
Great.
K.E. Senanu.
K.E. Senanu.
Yeah. Right. So, when he finished that, he came over here as resource to the then president. President Moi was opening up his university, the Moi University.
Okay.
So he came to help them put the governance systems together, and also he was part of the team for the social sciences department. So when I finished A-levels in Presec,
Odadie.
Hey, Odadie. Real Odadie. I had to come here for holiday because
your dad
the family was here on my way to the US.
Right.
But let's just say I came here. I like the vibe.
You fell in love.
I fell in love. I decided, let me do my undergrad here.
Okay.
And then I'll go to the US for my master's.
Right.
Let's just say, I finished undergrad in 2.5 years, and I decided.
Mission aborted.
No. The masters, you can do it later in
all
life.
the time. All the time.
So, but I decided to settle.
All right.
Yeah. So I went into business. That was basically,
32 years ago, how was Kenya like when you came?
Kenya was very different, to be frank and honest. Kenya was very different. Kenya, under the Moi regime, let's just say you could not speak out. Today, we have the democratic freedom, specifically freedom of speech, like we do in Ghana. You know, Ghana, we are used to making noise about everything. So, but Kenya you couldn't say a lot.
Okay.
It was stifled, news specifically.
This is just like Rawlinson's era. 32
I
years
think Rawlinson's era was still better. I mean, we were worried because of the coups and the rest and the presence of armed people all over, but I think we still had more freedoms.
We're better than them.
Yes,
in that regard, in terms of freedom and all
in that regard. Yeah, but so it's been I've seen 3 presidents.
Wow,
actually 4. So Moi, Kibaki, Uhuru, and now Ruto. So I've lived through 4 major regime changes.
Wow.
Yeah.
So 32 years ago was, in terms of freedom, you think there was suppression, but in terms of development, when you left Ghana at the time and you came to Nairobi, what was different that made you fall in love with the place?
Well, I love the greenery. That's number 1. Number 2, the weather. Number 3, infrastructure was developed even then.
Better than ours.
Yes, definitely.
At the time.
Yes.
32 years ago.
Yes, definitely. Ooh. Yeah. They were behind in things like telecommunication because there were rules and regulations. So whilst we had mobile phones in Ghana, and even next door, Uganda had GSM. Kenya didn't have. They had the ATAC system. Quite behind when it came to that. Wow. But when they started, they leapfrogged. They went faster.
Don't say they've overtaken us.
In terms of pricing, in terms of network coverage, I would say there's much better network coverage here. I find over here, yes,
than Ghana.
Yes, and the competition may be skewed. You know, in Ghana, at least you had 3, 4, at some point 5 players. Yeah. I spent 25 years in the telecommunication industry.
Oh, big man.
No.
So you've been in the telecommunication industry as well.
Yes.
So this is like your side hustle.
Yes,
this is your investment hustle.
You can say that, but for me, actually, I look at it the other way around.
Okay.
I when I was in college, I started a business actually selling Ghanaian clothes, and the whole idea was actually when I finish college, I will do that.
Oh.
But when I finished college, I realized that for me to get business, it was easier to sell in the evenings and the weekends.
Okay.
Which means Monday to Friday, I was bored.
Right.
So the truth is I went into corporate as the side hustle.
True.
Yes.
Corporate album.
Yeah.
Yeah, side hustle.
Yeah.
So this is the main hustle.
Businesses, setting up businesses and investing in businesses was my main hustle.
Where did you get these genes from? This trait of doing business and all that? Making money.
Hunger.
Don't worry.
Hey. And the hustle factor.
No, but there's a province, son. What kind of hustle were you talking about?
Hey, my brother. So yes, from birth to the time I left Ghana, everybody next to me is a professor this, professor that, professor that.
Yeah.
But I think that upbringing also meant that you quickly learn a couple of concepts.
Right.
For me, I think I wanted financial independence very early.
Okay.
Those who were in pre-sec with me would tell you there was no weekend that we were not hustling for something.
Wow.
You know, the entrepreneurial spirit is in Ghanaians in general.
True.
I think for me, it was just, I always had this sense that I looked at it like I'm alone. So let me try and see how I can do what I can do to make sure I get that independence.
When you say you felt you were alone, what do you mean?
I think it's in when kids are younger, you call it separation anxiety.
Okay.
So I feel at a point, there's 5 years between me and my elder brother, and 6 years between me and my younger brother.
So I was the one professors, they are not prolific in that way.
Yes.
They waste too much time.
Exactly.
So they made you, they left you alone.
So yes, you can feel like a single child. Yes. You look to your left,
it's a big brother, too small.
Yeah.
I've got to be my own.
Yeah.
I see that.
So you kind of grow up independent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you had a desire for financial independence pretty early.
Very early. Yeah. And I knew financial independence doesn't necessarily come from a job.
Okay.
Yeah. It comes from business.
What's the difference?
Because when you depend on a paycheck, your boss can take that paycheck any day away from you.
Okay. But if you run your own business,
you write your own check.
Boss. I love that.
You write your own check.
I love that.
Yeah.
So let's come to 32 years ago. Young Senanu is in Nairobi.
Yes.
And you're visiting your dad for vacation.
Yes.
Tell us your story from there.
Okay, so the story is very interesting. I had been accepted to go to North Carolina, a college called Warren Wilson. North Carolina is very cold most of the year. Moore University is in Eldoret. Eldoret is 3,000 feet above sea level.
Wow.
And what we quickly discovered when I was there was that I don't do well with the cold.
Yeah.
So we figured that if I went to North Carolina,
it wouldn't help.
I wouldn't survive, and I'll probably quit.
Yeah.
So we decided it's better if I took some courses in one of the American universities in Kenya.
Okay.
Then I could transfer my credits in the summer.
Right.
And so the idea was by the summer of the next year, which was 93, I'd have gotten a college, let's say, in California.
Okay.
Because I wanted to go to California, not North Carolina.
Right.
And then I'd move. So I'll do 1 year here and then move. Or, well, 6 months was the agreement.
Right.
So I applied to the 3 American colleges here. And I got accepted by all 3.
Wow.
And I chose one called USIU, United States International University.
Oh.
I preferred that because it was non-religious.
Okay.
And I thought, yeah, they had a good international business course.
Okay.
When I got USIU, I'd use the word, unfortunately, I excelled. So my first term, I got 4.0 GPA.
Okay.
Second term, I got 4.0 GPA.
Good.
So, well, I was never like that very much in PSEC, but let's just say the American system, the teaching was different.
Okay.
And it
helped you excel.
It helped me.
How different was it?
Very different.
Okay.
Very, very different for me. And so I got offered a scholarship.
Right.
When your GPA is that high, you can go for what they call director's scholarship.
Okay.
So that would pay 75%. So anyway, I convinced my dad, since I have a scholarship, I was supposed to do 6 months. Why don't I finish the year?
Oh, okay.
When I finished the year, I got into student politics. So then I went to my dad. I said, let me do the second year. Then I'll go to the US and do the last 2 years.
Okay.
But the US system also, when you have a high GPA, you can take extra courses.
Okay.
So in the first calendar year, I finished 1.5 years of academic studies.
Wow. In one academic year?
In one calendar year, January to December.
Wow.
And by the second year, when I finished my term as student president, I'd finished another 1.5 academic years. So by the end of the second year...
And you were still student president?
Yes. So by the time I was end of the second year, I was left with only 6 months to finish.
Wow.
So then I went to him, I said, there's no need of going to the US for undergrad. Let me just finish the last 6 months. I finished undergrad, I'll go to the US for masters.
Wow.
So that's how I finished my undergrad.
Impressive.
Of course, when I finished my undergrad, I had no desire to go to the US for masters immediately.
All along you were here?
Yes, I was right over here. So, and at that point in time is when I decided, okay, I will do Kenya. So as I said, I came on holiday. I'm still on holiday.
When is holiday over?
I don't know.
Oh my God, this man. Wow, such a fascinating story. Chris Sedano is the man we are hanging out with on Beyond Borders on Channel 1 television now. He's been telling us how he joined his dad in 1992 here in Kenya. He was Pro-Vice Chancellor, helping put up the Moi University. He told us how his journey through his undergraduate, how he excelled as a student leader, and then also his very acute acumen for business at the time. So what did that instinct, that acumen lead to? We'll find out more after this very quick break. Don't go nowhere.
Welcome. It's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese.
Play to aid every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel One TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to Aid game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
Welcome from that break. I had to use the opportunity to go wash my hands because all along my hand was in lice soup. And listen, the temperatures have just dropped and I'm like, wow, I'm feeling cold already. But this is Beyond Borders on Channel One Television. I'm Caleb Kuda. We are hanging out with Uncle Chris Sedanu. He's a major investor in the Mama Shanti brand here in Kenya. And as an angel investor, he has a lot of businesses under his portfolio. So we'll continue the conversation, look at business and all of that in this other part of the conversation. But I was warned that Kenya is very cold. Unfortunately, at the time I was told, I had packed up already and I was on my way. So throughout my time here, I've been wondering, but what's the cold? And just when we took the break, the temperatures have just dropped like that. Yes. What has just happened?
So it's around this time, October, it's very warm during the day.
Right.
But then in the evening, the temperature can drop. And when
Just
it drops,
like that?
it drops very suddenly. Yes, very suddenly. Yeah. Very suddenly.
But it's one of the attractions for you. You love the weather.
Yes, it's good to have the contrast that it's not too hot all the time throughout the year.
Yeah.
But yeah, the cold weather, for me, I ran away from it. But
at least it's a balance.
It's a balance.
So you love it that way.
Yes.
I also think I can manage this.
Yeah.
So please find me a place.
Very soon. Very quickly.
I love the sound of that. Sometimes you have been threatened. I'm leaving. Anyway, I was just joking. So now let's talk about business, right?
Yes.
Your business interest. I mean, where did all your business acumen from all the way Presec lead you to?
I think for me, some of it comes actually more from my thoughts about what used to be called Pan-Africanism.
Okay.
But I look at it, I tell myself an Afro-catalyst.
Afro-catalyst.
Yes.
I love it. What's
Somebody, an African who wants to catalyze business, development, and progress in Africa.
that? Wow.
So in most of what I do, I try to see how can I add value, specifically in the space of entrepreneurship and business.
Okay.
So very early on, I recognized the fact that I could help people. I come from a sales and communication mentality, or those are my skill set.
Okay.
And ultimately, most small businesses, if you ask the entrepreneurs, what's the single thing that can help me grow, they'll say it's money.
Right.
In my opinion, the best cash a business can receive is the cash that comes from customers. Because if customers are buying your product, then you have cash flow coming in.
Right.
So because I come from a sales background, I was able to help quite a number of businesses grow very fast.
Right.
And I believe at the core of Africa's problem is the fact that people are sent to school to learn to go get jobs.
Okay.
As opposed to set up businesses.
Right.
So I've always supported people who've come up with business ideas.
Right.
supported them with my network, supported them with my access, and supported them with my money.
Right.
And by doing that, I believe I'm going to create enough jobs for the youth in Africa. So that's where it comes from. Help people to set up jobs. Those jobs create employment, and that employment creates financial sustainability for people.
And you have about 17 businesses in your portfolio.
We don't talk about numbers.
Sorry.
I have a couple.
Yeah, you have to make it modest. I have a couple. I love the sound of that. Wow, this is beautiful. So then, of all these, of the couple you have, which is your favorite? Which one would you like to talk about the most?
Ashanti is one of my favorites. And I'll tell you why.
Okay, but before that, what's happening here?
Oh,
that's hibiscus.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
So what's happening?
This is hibiscus tea.
And then that's hibiscus flower.
Yes. It's part of the ensemble for the tea. It makes the tea go down better.
That's it. That's it.
That's
hey, Charlie, bring me some. Let me try it. I have to tell my mothers how this one tastes like, But it has some nice flavor.
Yes, it does.
Like the dawa.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Dawa has ginger, honey, and lemon.
Yes.
So it's same with hibiscus.
So hibiscus has also some ginger in it.
Okay.
The idea is when it's cold, when it gets cold like this, then this is a good. You have the option of tea, you have the dawa, you have hibiscus.
Then let's talk about more deeply about the Mama Shanti, right? It speaks to our culture. It speaks to our way of life. We are what we eat, right? And so when you bring people together like that, what usually is the feeling amongst the people when you observe them? They come together, they're happy. How does that make you feel, and what the kind of feedback you get from these people?
So first and foremost, food in itself, when people are sharing food, which is what we do in Africa, we share food, we share a meal together. It brings a level of connection that you cannot get when you go to a fast food place and take a takeaway.
It's so quick.
I think what we've been able to do over here is bring people together for meaningful conversations, bring people together to bond, be it families, business associates, or just friends.
Right.
I had the other day some Chinese and Swedish. They had been in West Africa a very short period, and they had relocated to East Africa. They came here. When they saw the clay pots, they got so excited. Hey,
are you one?
Yes. They got very excited, and so and you could see, the Swedish guy, the Chinese guy, they were all eating from the same pot, So it's food brings people together. And when you're sharing a meal from the same plate, I need to trust you to be able to allow you to put your fingers in my bowl.
Correct.
Literally,
Correct.
So that brings me joy. Right. That brings me joy. Yeah.
Right. In 10 years, what are some of the things you would say Mama Shanti has done that makes you feel proud, like we've done it?
Wow. We've hosted a lot of celebrities here.
Okay.
We don't have a wall of fame because we like to keep people's privacy.
That's correct.
But both Mahama and Kufuor have eaten from here.
They've been here.
Kufuor has been here.
Wow.
Actually, my wife has a picture with him.
Oh, wow.
But they have most of the time they get food from here. So when they come, it's taken to the hotels and the rest. So I'm very proud of that. That anytime a visiting president is here, and even from Gambia and Sierra Leone also, we've served them.
Wow.
We've had the pleasure when there's Independence Day also for Ghana, serving at the High Commission.
Right.
So from a Ghanaian community point of view, West African community point of view, but also we've been able to promote West African culture and specifically Ghanaian culture in Kenya.
Right.
Very soon, we are looking at even Ghanaian clothes. As you notice, we have a small shop.
I think I saw
over
something on
there.
saying.
Yes, Sentosai's
Wow,
shop. So
Sentosai,
that deals with mostly fabric from Ghana.
Wow.
So promoting the music, promoting the culture, promoting the food, bringing in the people, making the people of Ghana feel more at home.
I love it.
Yeah. So that those will be things I've been proud for, and of course, giving employment to Kenyans, teaching Kenyans
How to make Ghanaian food.
how to make Ghanaian food,
Yes.
and more importantly, giving a taste of Ghana and West Africa
the
to
rest of
East
the world.
Africans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, this is good. And as we are doing this, I'm hearing Ghanaian music in the background.
Yes.
So we are exporting everything.
Oh
Ghana.
yes. Oh yes. It has to be. It's an experience. So the food, the music, the culture. In fact, our next step is to teach some of the waiters how to greet in Ghanaian language, because and other West African languages like Yoruba and the rest, Hausa and the rest. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's nice. Well, Ajagbagwa. Awele Doji.
Maladoma.
Hello, Doji. Hello, Papa. You've done so well. We are really proud of you. What's next for Asante Sana? What's next for Uncle Chris Senani?
Same. Just probably investing in other businesses more on the other side, west for now. I'm looking for a couple of good entrepreneurs, very passionate about their spaces, to invest in West. And myself, I'm in a period of impact, so I'm doing quite some work. One of the organizations I'm working with is GEPA that I mentioned.
Right.
We've established a trade house.
Wait, what do you do there? Maybe I should ask you more specifically. Great. So GEPA, right? You've been doing stuff with GEPA.
Yes. So Ghana, we decided that it was important to consolidate products from Ghana. And so one of my companies, Starmark, is working in conjunction with GEPA.
Okay.
Has been able to open up this trade house. In fact, tomorrow, I'll invite you to come to the trade house, because we actually have our 1 year anniversary.
Okay.
The trade house is full of all Ghanaian products.
Wow.
We're getting Ghanaian manufacturers to bring their products to Kenya. Yes, right here in Kenya.
Wow.
So that our chocolate, our shea butter, our cosmetics, even the clothes. Yeah. So you'll be able to see that tomorrow.
I love that.
Yes.
East Africans, they love our food too. How do they like it?
They love the food.
Because I think I've heard some of them say they are big on our shea butter.
Yes, very. Shea butter is one of the top sellers. Cocoa products, the chocolate and the powder also. And yes, so I'm helping basically Ghanaian manufacturers get market for their produce over here. Yes.
Wow. And the food too?
Yes. So we have the spices, the dry ones. We also have shito.
Oh, nice.
Yes. So no, that's for tomorrow.
I look forward
I'll
to
show
it.
you.
I look forward to it. I look forward to it. But how did you find this space? It's so beautiful. And I was doing business in Kenya, like.
Well, doing business in Kenya, just like any African country, can be challenging.
Right.
But I feel so far as you respect the people and you give them also opportunity, they let you be. And so far as you're doing everything above board, it's just like doing business in any other country. We have a very great landlord. Like I said, this is our 10th anniversary here.
Wow.
When we came, the lawn wasn't there. We grew it.
Wow.
So this has been over time. It's been organic growth. And we're happy. We're happy. We even during COVID, we were able to maintain all our staff. We didn't lay anybody off. We didn't make profits, but at least we kept it intact. We have quite a lot of people who do takeout. About 30% of our business is from takeout. And so that helped us during the COVID period.
Wow. Yeah. That's really nice.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm overwhelmed a bit to find such great a story here. You're doing really well.
We're trying.
You're doing really well.
We're trying.
And back home, what we've been doing at City FM and Channel One TV is to also promote a lot of consumption of Ghanaian produce, because over time there's been a huge infiltration of foreign products of the market. And you know, our taste has been calibrated. And people always feel that if it's foreign, then it's certainly better.
Yes.
But from where you sit and how you are connecting Ghanaian products to the rest of the world, I'd like you to speak to Ghanaians back home on how and why it's important that we own our stuff, whatever we have, and enjoy it and celebrate and push it and also make money from it.
100%. So again, as an Afro catalyst, I believe that Africa's growth is going to come from Africans promoting Africa. It's going to come from Africa's funding businesses which are African. It's going to come from us raising funds in Africa for African businesses. It's going to come from us raising the skill sets of African entrepreneurs. And so I've always been pro-African products. As Ghanaians, we must believe in ourselves. We must believe in our quality. We have to consume our products. If not, we're always going to be putting pressure on our currency because we are importing.
Right.
And if we don't consume our products, then let's consume the products from our neighbors.
Right.
And if we don't decide to consume from our neighbors, then let's consume from the continent.
I love
but
it.
Until we've not found an alternative in our neighbors or in our continent, we should not be bringing things from out. We should produce, and if not, then let's bring people from outside with the technical capability to help us produce within our borders so that we can export to our neighbors. You know, that's the way we're going to solve the
because the opportunities are many.
The opportunities are many. You know, we cannot be importing tomatoes, toothpicks, salt, and toilet bowls.
Oh,
we can't. We have to produce. We have to produce.
Toothpick
you know, so we have to stop those
but I've
bad
also
habits.
been intrigued. I like that. I have to stop those bad habits.
Those are bad habits.
But I've also been intrigued, lending myself to the innovation and creativity of Ghanaian entrepreneurs to see the quality of their produce, the finish, the packaging, and even the efficiency.
Tomorrow, come to the trade house. Just go through. I'll introduce you to my staff there. They are all Kenyans. We have taught them the Ghanaian products, and they are the ones in the shop who are pushing Ghanaian products.
Wow.
Yes.
No, you are the Afro catalyst.
Yes, that's what we do.
I love it.
That's what we do.
On the continent, I see that political leaders are also trying their best to do the after AFCFTA so that we do more trade amongst ourselves and all. When I speak to business people like you, one of the things they tell me is mobility on the African continent still remains a bit of a challenge.
So I was in Rwanda when the AFCTA was signed. And the reason I went there as a private individual. And because for me, it was a historic moment for Africa. One of the things that we also have to remember, I cannot trade with you if I don't know you. I can do small business, one deal. But for us to do big business, I need to be able to first movement of people, then movement of ideas, and then movement of goods.
Movement of people, movement of ideas, and movement of goods
and services. So for us to trade at a hyper level, we need to open the borders, allow movement. Because when I go to Rwanda and I meet people and I know how Rwandese think, how their ways of working, how their trust or non-trust, their honesty or non-honesty, I know I can do this type of business with the Rwandese. I can do this with the Ugandan. I can do this with the Cameroonian. I can do this with the Congolese. So we need to travel. We need to meet people, we need to bond, and then we are able to do business.
That's very interesting because I spoke to a gentleman, back in Ghana, Gold Coast, Tokota. I almost said Kotoka.
Tokota.
You know, Tokota. And he talks about the fact that he makes slippers and sandals and all of that. But then traveling out, he then realizes that because other climates are colder, then people would prefer his shoes.
Yes.
So in traveling, meeting people, he exchanges ideas, and then business begins to grow from there. Movement of people, ideas and the business and services. Wow, that's impressive. So what do we need to do critically firstly to make movement of people, ideas, and business services easier?
People is the issue of the passports. One of the things I was doing in Rwanda was advocating for the African passport.
Right.
Because we're saying it's 54 countries. But do I then need to get up to, let's say, 30 visas if I'm to move around? So how can we bring down these barriers to ensure that Africans can move?
Right.
There was a time I was in Accra. I came for a conference called ALN, Africa Leadership Network.
Right.
And the Mauritian Prime Minister flew into Accra. At the airport, he saw these banners up for ALN. He's like, what is ALN? I want to know. He came to the moving pick. He met us. When he got to know what ALN was, which was a consolidation of African young entrepreneurs and professionals who were meeting, over 250 of them from all countries in Africa, in Accra. He said, I want this conference in Mauritius. What can I do to get it in Mauritius?
Wow.
We told him, bring down the visa requirements.
Right.
And that's the year Mauritius made
visa
free for Africa.
Wow.
And we took the conference to Mauritius 2 years in a row.
Wow.
Yes. So more African presidents, prime ministers, we need to think, once they open that up, you have a lot of Africans going to Mauritius for business and for tourism. So we need to open up the borders.
And the continent is so beautiful, by the way.
Fantastic. It's very serene. So that's one. It's the issue of the passport. The second thing is work permits.
Work permits.
Because you have to remember that first I visit, I look around, I meet people, I check how it is. Then I go back, I think about it. Then I come back with an idea. Most often than not, I need to find a local to work with.
Right.
So the second bit is work permits and business permits.
Right.
Yeah. Then the third bit is what is the incentive for an African investor? You have to give me. You don't have to, but it will be good if I know that if I'm going to compete with a British investor for something, I'll get a 10-point advantage.
Yeah, some advantage.
Give me some
native. So we're taking incentives, right?
Yes, definitely incentives. Tax holidays could work. It could be a concession of land.
Right.
If I'm coming to build
as a university, for example, in manufacturing.
Yes. In fact, in Mauritius, after that, you would have heard of Africa Leadership University.
Oh, really?
The land was donated by the Mauritian government.
Oh, so it was after this initiative?
Yes, it was after this initiative.
Wow.
So now they have Africa Leadership University there. And in Rwanda.
It's headquartered in Mauritius. And I've been to their campus in Rwanda. In fact, it's the same arrangement where Paul Kagame donated the land. And then they built the university. And they are running it.
Exactly. So those type of incentives is what you want. If I'm going to bring value addition to, let's say, cocoa in Ghana, or value addition to cassava, or value addition to even corn or whatever, give me the land, under we have your one district, one factory project. Give me the land in the district, and let me put up the manufacturing consent, and give me a tax holiday for 10 years. You get it? And then connect me to a local training college where I can get my trained resources, my skilled resources from, or let me bring in the machine to train them how the skill. But wherever it is put, don't charge me rent for that, because I'm not going to charge the people to upskill them. Exactly.
When they don't have the skill I need to do the kind of work I want.
Exactly. And when I train excess than what I need, it can be deployed in adjacent industries. Yes.
Uncle Chris Serrano. Wow, we are hanging out with Uncle Chris Serrano here in Nairobi, in Kenya. So many ideas. There's one point he made that really touched me. He says he is in his impact years and he's willing and ready to help nascent entrepreneurs, budding entrepreneurs, hold your hands, show you some of the pitfalls, help you generally avoid some of the mistakes probably he made. And then also, if you prove to be serious, there's some investments that can come your way. Of course, we've talked about the big conversation at the governmental level where we are calling on the government. He's calling on government to look at African governments, look at making the African market borderless. If I can rephrase that, borderless, so that movement of people will be easier to be followed by ideas and then goods and services. And then we should give African entrepreneurs the incentive to invest in Africa, and a lot of things that we've spoken about. One thing I can assure you after this conversation is a lot of Ghanaians will get in touch with me and say they want to see Uncle Senano because he says he's in Impact. Yes. So you're putting me in trouble, and this is good trouble. I love
Your
it.
phone will be ringing.
I'm telling you, it'll be buzzing at midnight and all.
Yes.
So how do young people tap into your resource?
A lot of it is online.
Right.
And a lot of it is in group sessions. Obviously, I can't have time to meet everybody. I spent 4 years on what we call the Lions Den.
The Lions Den?
Yes. That's a program in Kenya where people come and pitch their ideas. And if the idea is good, then we invest in it.
Oh, this is like the Shark Tank.
Yes.
This is the Lions Den.
Yes, we call it.
My God.
You know, Kenya, we have lions. So
a lot of lions.
we call it Lions
Now you are
Den.
saying we have.
Yes,
hey,
we do.
Hey, Father.
Machigba.
Right.
So I still do those pitching where people come and they pitch.
Right.
In fact, normally on Saturdays, you'll see me in Ashanti in meetings because people come and pitch to me ideas.
Right.
But then I also have, especially for giving back,
Right.
sometimes I do some training sessions online
Right.
where just making people understand what are the critical factors for success
Right.
for an SME,
Right.
or how do you set up a board, the governance systems for a small business.
Uncle Chris, I really want to dig deeper to find out what else has kept you here.
I thought I've said everything.
No. I think there is more to this whole story because something must keep a man. So I want to come home.
No problem.
I want to come home and find out what has kept you this long.
No problem.
So we have a deal.
We have a deal.
Thank you.
We definitely have a deal.
I'm entering the Lions.
The Lions Den.
I thank you so much for talking to us.
Yes.
Great. And so that was a very, very captivating conversation with Uncle Chris Senano here in Nairobi, Kenya. We've been coming to you from Mama Shanti. Anytime you are in Kenya, come to Mama Shanti. I've had some fufu with dry fish. I was trying to explain Yemwadia to the richest one. I said, Pastor Gomo, I said, stomach something, Yemwadia, she cough. But it's been a fascinating time. Not only have we eaten food, we have had food for thought and a lot of inspiration as well. I'm looking forward to part 2 with Uncle Chris. I'm sure you are too. Thank you for watching Beyond Borders on Channel One Television. My name is Caleb Kuda. Until then, keep watching Channel One TV.
Now it's time for the Friends and Family Show, and you're welcome. Tonight we're coming to you at our studios at Channel One TV, located at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane in Tesano. My name is Noyo Kwote. We're about to talk about something that needs to be spoken about. It's something that's in the air, something that is trending, and we need to get on it. You can be part of the show and send me a message via WhatsApp on the number 020-444-7033. Don't forget to add your name and location so that we can vibe together. Well, this evening, I've got 3 wonderful guests. We're about to talk about social media addiction. You know what I'm talking about. Probably you're hooked on a particular app. It might be WhatsApp, it might be Facebook, it's TikTok. I don't know if that's what's trending, but we're going to talk all about it. Are you addicted or you just love to be on social media? We'll take a break. When we're back, we'll go right into it.
Mido, Ghana Biana. I'm going to do a baby soon. Every time I can say, baby, shit. My gosh.
Junior! I'm saying so enough for me, you know.
Sister Cospa, it's a winning gas.
I'm using the why. My wife.
Down Yankanawa.
Ah, Sister Cos. Use gas. Gas ye fast, ye easy, ye convenient. Wow.
LPG, let me see your hand.
Calling all farmers, agribusinesses, and innovators, this is your chance to shine. Channel One TV invites you to exhibit at AgriFair 2025, one of Ghana's largest agriculture exhibitions. From Friday 20th to Sunday the 22nd of June, the A4 Sutherland Children's Park in Accra will come alive with the very best from Ghana's agribusiness sector. Are you a farmer with fresh produce of any kind? Be it crops, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture, or you're a supplier of agro inputs and processing machinery? This is your platform to connect with the world. AgriFair 2025 is more than an exhibition. Showcase your fresh produce, share your expertise and experience, and grow your business. So, to all farmers with fresh produce, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture products, come, sell, network, and expand your business. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. Register now to secure your spot. Call us on 0205 973 973. Come one, come all. Enjoy the freshest farm produce at unbeatable prices. And treat yourself to sizzling kebabs made from beef, mutton, pork, chicken, and more. Great taste, great value. Don't miss out. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel One TV with support from 97.3 CDFM and is proudly sponsored by Exim Bank, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, and Development Bank Ghana.
All right, so you're welcome back to the Friends and Family Show live on Channel One TV. My name is Oyo Quarte, and you can find me on Instagram at na_Oyo_Quarte. And when you do find me, don't forget to hit the like and the follow button. So this evening, we're about to have a conversation, and yeah, I told you that we're talking about the social media addiction. I've got three wonderful guests in the studio, and to my right, I have Yao Selom, who is a strictly social, what's it called?
Africa.
Social Africa. What's that about? I'll ask you about it. And then right next to him, there's Candy Bell Cancer, okay, who is also an education, health, and AI policy enthusiast. We have Cecil Kwashi. Hi, Cecil.
Hi.
Who's also strictly social Africa.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome to the studio tonight. And what we're talking about is quite interesting because I want to use all the, the buzzing words now. That's what's trending, or that's what slaps, or that's not what you say. Yeah.
I think that's
Are you a millennial?
Yeah.
Are you a millennial?
I want to be.
You want to be a millennial, but you're Gen Z.
I think so.
Hey, you don't know where you stand.
I do, but I prefer
You can't
He
be fake.
identifies as a millennial.
Oh, you identify as a millennial. That's nice.
So I'm like the oldest group of the Gen Zs, but
okay.
I lean more towards
I think
millennial.
that's what we're all for, honestly.
I don't understand.
That's what we're all for.
So you don't
we
say
feel
all
like
the...
millennials.
Oh, I want to grab one word now. I want to grab one word now.
The most recent Twitter trend is Kacham, that thing.
Okay, what's trending on Twitter? What's like a trending word?
So they say something.
Phrase?
That's just Chakam.
Kacham.
Something like Chakam.
Chakam.
What does it mean?
So more like just
a
capture.
screenshot.
Oh, screenshot.
The sound the camera makes.
Correct.
Something like that, but they make it Chakam instead.
Hey, why are you making things too complicated?
It's not complicated. These are the people.
What is a kacham or chapat?
Chakam.
Hey, no, that's another thing. I think there are other words that are actually anyway.
Like cooking. So there's cooking too. Like if
There's
someone
what?
is being cooked.
When someone is being cooked.
Yeah, being roasted for doing or saying something wrong on.
So let's
social
say
media.
they are blasting somebody
Something
on
like that.
and now it's cooking.
Yes.
Oh, gosh. Okay, what's another word?
Cooking can be used
Also
in a
in
positive
another,
sense
yes.
if you are doing something very well as well. If you are killing it.
Oh,
you
you're
say you are
killing
cooking.
it.
Oh, she's
So that means
cooking.
Oh, she's cooking. Yeah. Anyway, I want more words.
They will come as we move.
Yes,
They'll come.
I'm really interested. Anyway, so let's talk about this. Like the whole social media addiction. You know, I want to ask you this first. There's always that one thing. I don't know if it happens to everybody, but you're about to take a bath and then you go like, oh, let me just sit on the loo for 5 minutes, you know, and then you end up. What happens to me a lot? I go, so let me sit on the loo and then go to my phone and see what's happening. So that's the only window you have to, like, you know, catch up because you're trying to get ready for probably work or school or something. Oh Lord, we are late. Does it happen to you?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, so it's not me alone.
It's that.
Because I go like, oh, I have free 5 minutes. So like, I'm just responding to all my, you know, my DMs or let me see what's happening in town. Then I look at this, I was like, Charlie, 30 minutes. And then you have like just 2 minutes to bath, you know,
Get
do
ready.
something. Why would you always put yourself in this fix? Why? Is it an addiction? Or you think that you just feel like you need to catch on with what's happening?
There's just so much to do, honestly.
There's
There's so much to do on the internet. So there's so much to watch. And right now, most of the content is meant to grab your attention. So I think that's the main thing. It holds your attention. So you might watch something that you are interested in. And these days, the algorithm is such that it feeds you what exactly you want. So you watch one thing, maybe I'm into comedy. I watch one stand-up comedy, then it gives me another one, then it gives me another one. Then I move from having just 5 minutes to being late by 20 minutes. Then that's what happens.
You as well?
Yeah. Mine has to be Twitter.
I've
the way it
never
just
been
keeps
able
on
to
refreshing and giving you like what exactly you need, and you're just hooked. And by the time you realize, for me, I have a white wallpaper, so I sometimes don't even see the time at the top.
Because it's matched with.
By the time you
Did you do
realize,
it on purpose?
No. So it's a picture I have.
It's worrying you change it.
I like the picture. So
what with the pictures for the color background coming?
I like it that
Who
way.
is on the picture?
So that one is your business. Who's
Who's on the picture?
He's asking.
That is not making you want to change it.
Let's see it.
That's myself.
Oh, you
Shame
must
on
really
you.
like
Let me see,
yourself.
so that I know how you
Self-love.
I see.
Keep it small and let
Shame
the
on
blue
you.
part come out.
I'll try and see.
Hey, this one is self-inflicted because you should be able to check the time as well. Anyway, so you're talking about Twitter. There's something about Twitter. Oh, now it's now X. No?
Yes.
Oh, you see, I'm catching on.
Twitter now X.
It's now X. It's something that I haven't been able to catch on. I don't know what it means to retweet. I don't know what it means, but I'm not gonna lie, legit.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
So it's a reason why I have an account, but I don't do anything on it because I don't know. Then it said retweet. Then you go and press wrong. Sometimes you go and press something, it's like
And it quotes.
I don't know. You get like you're clicking on something. I'm not gonna try it. And moreover, for the fact that you know, over the years, it's been like that's the place that people can roast you. When I say roast, you know, come to my level now. Roast now.
You're getting it.
So, you know, that's when people roast you, and then that thing will touch your heart. I'm like, if people are savage on Twitter, then forget it. There's no way I'm going to be there. But how come you're on Twitter? You're saying that's your favorite?
Yes, that's my favorite. I really think it depends on what you do there.
Okay.
Not everyone is there to roast, and it also depends on the people that you follow, for example. So when I wake up in the morning, I like to catch up with the news. So the Twitter is the first
Also, there's
place.
the news as well. You can find the news on Twitter.
Like Twitter is like the immediate place to get like news on the go as compared to TV nowadays. So for me, it's an easier platform to catch up with news and lifestyle actually. But yes, when it's time to roast people, like yesterday there was a whole banter on Twitter. I don't want to go into it.
Between who and who?
Kalija and Kojo Sheldon. And
I
Shatawale had to come in.
I thought the other one was Shatawale and
he had to come in. It was crazy.
So now I catch him.
Oh yeah,
so that's because somebody screenshotted and brought to the Facebook.
I had a Twitter full.
Your Facebook is my
Facebook.
no. Your Twitter is my Facebook.
Yes.
I do not understand Facebook for the life of it. At all.
Which part?
At all.
Which part of it don't you understand?
Wherever you struggle.
It's cancelled.
There is
I think when we were younger, we loved Facebook.
So we're gonna go there
just
now.
go there and post. But
what's
now,
your first memory of social media? What's the first app you got on?
Facebook.
Facebook.
Facebook was your first?
Yes.
Yes, that was my first.
I was not a fan of Facebook. My brother was. Yeah, my brother actually falls into this. My first brother falls into this. He was too much into Facebook, so it's kind of puts me off.
Oh, it looks like I'm
literally lived there.
That's your first.
Yes.
Was Facebook.
Yeah.
Facebook.
When I hooked on from MySpace, moved to High Five.
Yeah, it was there.
Yeah, there was
MySpace was.
Was that before the Blueberry payment thing came?
It was just around that time.
Oh, okay.
But then there was MySpace, and then we moved on to High Five.
Yes.
I love High
about
Five because
I do.
you know about High Five.
Wow.
You don't know about.
Not very familiar. Just for.
I feel like you won.
High Five. You never had it. So that's your first memory for social media, Facebook. Well, I started from MySpace, and I moved to High Five. I loved High Five because you could put music on your background. So people, when they open your profile, they're listening to the music that you have chosen for your background. I loved it.
Oh, it sounds interesting.
Yes, I loved it. Because it was a time that I used to sample music. So I add people on so I can listen to music on that background. You know, it was around that time that I think the iPod had come, the smaller version of it.
The iPod.
The iPod.
Yes.
So if you don't have the iPod, then you could get to listen to music on High Five.
Interesting.
You know,
that's
so everybody's
interesting.
got like a particular song. So you get to change the song, whatever mood you're in. You know, whatever mood you're in, your profile has got, you know,
Makes sense.
you don't know that.
No.
You don't know
You can
that. So that's the
hardly
time that you actually don't have internet at home, so you have to go to a
Internet cafe.
internet cafe.
That we all did.
That we all did.
No, that you.
That was
also
like
use
open my
as a
Facebook account in an
Same
internet
here.
cafe.
Yes, I still remember.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
So what was the experience like when you got on Facebook? Did you like look out for people you already know who are on
Yes, exactly. I think then it was my primary schoolmates or JHS
your
mates.
classmates.
I don't just like find out what they are doing and people that I'd read about just to see like what's up with them and stuff. But I think it was just like, let's see what's happening here, and then we left it.
Do you get some of your memories? I've been getting some of my memories and it makes me
Yes.
so embarrassed.
My
I can't
friends-
Embarrassed only? Did you say embarrassed?
And I tried to delete some. I don't even know how to.
How to?
Embarrassed is not the same memory.
Yeah.
I get some of my memories. I'm like, I'm not the same person. Please.
Exactly. I'm like, who is this girl? Like,
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
even
not
know
the
you.
I had a brief period where I was using Facebook for a while, around 2016, 2017, and I uploaded pictures, unfortunately, and some way, somehow, some of my friends keep finding them. I have tried to delete them, but I can't figure out Facebook, so I don't know how to get them off. I don't know how to get them off. I really
Every birthday I get someone goes to find one. I don't know how, but someone gives me a picture of
And are you
myself.
proud of your, the captions are,
Yeah.
the captions I used to use those. I don't even know how I came up
Yeah.
with those words and the type.
I think the lingo has changed over time. So what we used to say back then, which was cool, is not cool
It's
now.
no more cool.
You can't say
Some of
on
the-
fleek these days.
And then some of the spellings of the words.
Exactly.
Like was, and you put a Z instead of the S.
Yeah.
That's
And
true.
you
Another
like
thing that
your
puts
G.
me off about Facebook is how people spell their names on
Yeah.
it.
Yes.
Abena and the ARHB.
It's still there.
It's still there.
I'm not connecting with you.
That's
if
why
you
I
use that
don't
name.
go to Facebook.
You know, like Facebook has become
Come
so
on, you can't do
complicated
that.
now.
I won't, even if a friend requests that name, I'll mind you. That's me.
Okay, so the first time you got on social media, was it because you're curious? Was it due to pressure? Like because everybody's getting on Facebook? Because I know I got on Facebook because my cousin was always talking about it. It's like, are you on Facebook? You can ask you 10 times in a day.
That's true.
Like, if you ask me in the morning, why are you asking me in the afternoon? Because I said no in the morning, you know?
Yeah.
So why are you asking me in the afternoon? So the pressure of like, you know, you're still not on Facebook. Like, I'm supposed to do it like now. So I was like, okay, help me do this. And then that's how I got on. So was it for pressure, like due to pressure, or was, you know, fun, or you're curious? You just want to know. Now,
I think it's curious for me. Because I think I was exposed to mobile phone quite early. Okay. I think class 5, class 6. So I've always been handy when it comes to tech. So it wasn't peer pressure. It was more of being curious, see what's happening. And after I see people like your cousin. Oh, I think I posted a picture. Go and like it. Go and comment. So, okay, what's really happening? So because you go from like the newspaper age, and now we have to go and read everything on Facebook. So I think it was more of the curious side of things for me mainly.
Okay. Yeah.
For me, it was because my friends were going on Facebook.
So we say pressure?
Yes, mainly peer pressure. And I always wanted to know, and I think a little bit of curiosity, because there were some conversations that moved from Facebook into the classroom, like in the mornings when you're just hanging out. And then you're wondering, oh, someone said, they posted this picture, and you're so lost. So you need to be on Facebook, like you had to be there, so that I don't miss out on it. I think it was also the fear of missing out. Mainly that's curiosity, and then just doing what my friends were doing.
Right.
I mean,
I can relate to everything.
You can relate to everything.
Everything she
so
said.
you're on for the pressure, you're on for the, you know, curiosity.
Exactly that.
Nice. Okay. So how did you feel when you got your first like? You know, you posted a picture and then somebody that really doesn't know you, but then likes your photo. How did you feel?
You feel seen.
You feel silly?
You feel seen.
Seen.
Yes.
Okay.
That you're not the only person who likes what you put put out there.
Well, I was always checking my likes.
That's true.
At that point, like, oh, one more.
At the start, that's how it is.
You used to collect like coins.
Yes, yeah, one more.
I think you really have a target in your mind that I'd like to hit about 50 likes in this
And then you check your friends, how many likes they are getting. Like,
so
why am I not getting these likes?
That's what if you don't like it and I see you in class.
Right?
No, but did you ever get to the point where you're actually sitting right next to someone, you go like, oh, checking my page and liking my photo? Did you ever?
We used to do that in class. And we didn't have phones, so yeah. Oh, like when you go to the cafe, oh, like my pictures.
No,
yeah,
that wasn't me.
You never did.
I did.
You never did.
I don't know. Probably guy.
It would be so much guy.
I was just less about my life.
If you like, fine. I've seen you've liked it. We ended there. But I don't think I'll pressure anyone to go and like my pictures or anything. Yeah.
Anyway, social media itself has come to, like, you know, stay. That's what I think. Although it's like, you know, it keeps evolving. It's I don't know if I should put it like it keeps getting better, or is moving to a, you know, a much higher, you know, I don't know where to put it, but it is moving. And then it looks like every time there's an add-on, because if you look at the features of the apps that you have, there's always, you know, a little bit of, you know, improvement or some tweaks, some, even on WhatsApp. Now you can put a music thing.
The background.
To the pictures. It wasn't like that. I think it was just for status for Facebook and the rest. But now, I don't know if it's the same person that's handling it. That's why they're bringing it.
It's actually the same company now.
The features are becoming. Right. So, what's the longest time you've been on a particular app? You say Twitter. You said Twitter as well.
Same.
I think yours is Facebook, no?
Oh no, now mine it was Instagram. I actually took like a social media cleanse in time, so we'll talk about that. But I think it's mainly Instagram. And my longest time I've stayed on Instagram, like, it used to be very bad. So that's what made me decide to I even uninstalled the app from my phone along with other apps. Because I had exam going. I'm in my final year in law school now too, so it was just wild. And I just told myself I need to get up. Because I could stay for like 5 hours straight, and I'm not even joking.
Because that's just photos.
Just scrolling. I could stay on someone's reel, and just as you mentioned earlier, yes, the algorithm is such that it studies you, and then it's feeding on whatever data you're providing. So it checks, okay, how long is she staying on this particular post? If it's 5 minutes, then they recommend something similar. If I see the next person I just scrolled, they know that, oh, she's not into maybe dogs or cats, so I don't get recommended dog.
Isn't that scary?
It is.
Yeah.
It's very scary.
You might be talking about something, and the next time you're on your phone, and that's what's there. That's it. Yeah. So it's so scary. Like, are they listening?
That's true.
Like, it's something. So it's like,
someone
should
is
I
always
put my phone
listening.
away? So that I talk. Because if I have my phone around and we're talking about something, like probably talking about a shirt, The next time you go on and all the ads are about shirts.
Yes.
It's so scary.
It is.
Yes. So I actually watched a documentary called The Social Dilemma.
Yeah.
And you've also seen it.
He and I discussed it.
That's so cool. So I this is like my third time watching it because I wanted to really study whatever they're talking about. And I realized that everything, most of these social media apps, they literally use our data.
Yeah.
Like our data is like gold to them.
It's a currency.
Exactly, it's a currency. And so what they do is to get more of our attention, and they are selling our attention to companies and people who produce like products. That's why we get advertised to with things we are interested in. And so it's really scary. It's almost as if someone is always listening to you. But it's based on the kind of data we give to them. And most of these apps also do this thing called, I think it's internet scraping or data scraping. So they scrape parts of like data you leave on every website you go to. So it's kind of scary.
So how long have you been on a particular app?
I think because of my work lately, it's been LinkedIn. That's mainly for
We
work.
didn't mention LinkedIn.
For my work, it's mainly LinkedIn.
That.
So I could spend like.
Is that the app where almost everybody's a CEO?
Yes.
Yes.
How does that work?
It's Instagram, but for jobs.
Yes, it's not a professional networking.
It's a place to
platform.
just,
So why is everybody a CEO? Why is
Not-
everybody an MD?
Not everyone
You
is a
need to look
CEO.
into that.
It's just that people describe themselves more professionally and sometimes over.
Salom, don't lie, they exaggerate
Exactly,
it.
they exaggerate.
Exactly, that's the word,
It's
exaggerate.
like you.
This is my issue with people.
Okay,
and
put
LinkedIn.
yourself in that professional way and give me an intro.
I'll give you an intro. So
Yeah,
if you
for
go to my
yourself.
bio right
Your
now,
bio.
you would
See
see
it.
employer partner strategist.
He's wrong.
That-
He's a headhunter.
I like you.
He's a headhunter, that's what he
Is
is.
that what?
He's a headhunter.
My JD says employer partner strategist. That's what I do. Then I add, okay, I'm a development enthusiast, and I just add exactly what I do, trying to connect businesses to data analysts and data scientists. It's just that I think the problem is that most people don't understand the terms that happens in people's individual professional spaces. So they think this is like something extra. He's into insurance.
I'll not take it.
If I go and see underwriting, I don't know what the hell it means.
Yeah, you won't
But-
understand it, but
But
I wouldn't
the
go and
little ones that you put
exaggerate it.
Yeah, LinkedIn is so powerful.
It's
At
not-
worst, I'll tell you it's
LinkedIn
technical.
It's
At
not-
worst, I'll tell you it's technical. However,
It's
I won't
not
go and say
exaggerating.
things that are not.
I have a different view to
So
that.
how many hours do you stay on LinkedIn? Is it like you're probably looking for like jobs, you're looking
Companies,
for positive
yeah.
prospect? Okay.
So I prospect for companies, prospect for people, for events and all of those things. So I spend at least 5 hours a day on LinkedIn.
You don't eat because what has happened?
From 9 a.m.
It's
to
part
4,
of your work,
5
isn't
it's,
it?
it's
It's
my
part of
work,
his work too.
literally.
I
It's half of
wouldn't
your work, so like
necessarily
9 to
count
5.
it.
It's 9 to
So
5.
half of 9 to
Exactly.
5 hours
At
on
least.
LinkedIn,
At least.
like fixated,
Yes.
or you look away small income,
No, like I know exactly what I'm doing when I'm there. So,
so you're there.
Wow.
yes.
You don't look away.
But with music, usually.
It's the same burger. Hey, 5 hours
No, at least, yeah.
screen time.
Yes.
So you can do that on the laptop or on your phone.
Laptop, mainly.
How? Mom 5. Hey, 5 hours.
It's purely for work. That's why I do it.
But LinkedIn is.
I think it's
I feel like
different.
everyone
It's
lies on
different.
LinkedIn. Like
It's different if it's for
lifestyle
work.
life.
Because it's for
Yeah,
work.
everyone's
Like
It's different if it's for work.
you don't get any source of entertainment whilst you're there.
No.
The
LinkedIn is
No.
entertainment, the music. I don't think
LinkedIn
so.
is boring to me.
It'll be
LinkedIn is
boring.
about
boring to me.
Yeah, I
entertainment.
already have it on my
I
phone.
mean, it's boring and
I think you
intimidating
should.
sometimes.
Right?
Eh?
Right?
I think you should. You should try it. Just
I
try
can't
it.
bless you.
Just create an account.
Oh, you
Just share.
find
Just share what you
interesting
do.
people. You find
share.
19-year-olds who have like 3 masters and they've done 3 PhDs.
For real.
Some
For
of
real.
them do have.
For real. For real.
So they kind of scare me.
Don't scare you.
I'm sorry.
It's a bit
How
intimidating.
long have you been on that?
Yes.
About 3 hours. Actually, longer than that. Longer than I'm proud of, actually. Let's say 4 hours on Twitter. 4 hours on
Wow.
Twitter.
Doing what
Twitter,
exactly?
just scrolling. There's so much going on Twitter.
What is there so much?
People have conversations on
What kind of
various things.
conversations?
Very silly things, honestly.
So you
It
stay
could
on
be-
And
silly
serious things
for
like
hours.
yesterday's speech.
Oh yeah, there are serious things sometimes, most times. Twitter is actually
So what will make you stay on Twitter? Silly things.
everything
serious
actually. Both.
Everything is
Both,
fine.
because my interests now are on both serious and for entertainment purposes, you
So
understand?
what happened yesterday?
Yesterday
the
there was
constitutional review.
Yeah, the constitutional review committee
they met,
held a space.
And you want to whine me?
No. This was actually serious. So this was actually serious. So it was interesting to listen to. We just tuned in to listen to how the process is like, and
so
people.
The committee was hosting a space there.
Yes. Through Kali J, and they discussed how the process, some of the things they were considering, and then they opened the floor for people to make suggestions on what they'd like to see in the committee. People made certain. I think after the space, I came to discuss with you something profound. Someone said. Someone said political appointees should not be allowed to leave the country for medical care. He agreed with them, but I did not. And we discussed why. They want to put that in the constitution.
So the way you think social media helps you as well.
Yes, so it's helpful on
confirmation.
Exactly that.
Yes, I think one big thing yesterday was that everyone wants the committee to reach everyone, but they can't reach every single person.
Okay.
So now the space is Twitter. I remember the chairman said something like, if it was 10 years ago, when they did the initial review, there was no way they could have reached people via social media. But now they have thousands of young people that they can reach out to, and they are doing it to reflect the future of young people. And the best place to get them is Twitter, and the most popular person on Twitter is Kali J. So that is the platform for you to.
What does he do?
He's a Twitter influencer. Yes, the biggest on Twitter.
That's over a million.
What are you using to measure to say that he's the biggest?
So his followership, his engagement range, how he's able to influence trends. And all. So
he's got a lot of people following.
Yes.
So he can get a lot of people's attention.
Yes, he's a big deal.
Not just attention, he can get a lot of people to do stuff.
Yes.
Exactly. So even Fix the Country was through him.
I'm sorry?
He was the reason why we have Fix the Country, the demonstration.
Okay.
It was because of his advocacy on Twitter, and that's why we had a demonstration.
Right. I do know.
So some of the positive sides of having Twitter. Okay. And then there's the entertainment side where you get comedian people put on their skits.
They're trying to drag businesses spending time on Twitter.
You should.
You're being good.
Everybody uses us actually for almost anything that's happening. So even City TV would have a Twitter account where they post.
Oh, we do.
Yes, important things that goes on. If I don't have time to buy a newspaper like my grandfather or anybody above, I don't want to mention a particular age, will come for me. Then you just go on Twitter.
See, that's a big camp for me. Twitter camp for you. Right. So I'm going to come back to ask you how many apps you have on your phone and which one you're really, really using. But we're going to take a break. We're still talking about social media addictions. We'll get into the addictions, but I want you to know what everybody is doing, what they like to do, and all of that. So when we're back, we get into how many apps all of us are keeping on our phones, if some of them we really do use or we do not use, or if some of them need to go. And then we'll get into the addiction part. You're still on the Friends and Family Show on Channel 1. I'll be right back.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talent, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
Welcome back, and we're still talking about the social media addictions, and I'm gonna go to my guests and ask how many apps they have on their phones. And I bet that you're also checking your phone to see how many social media apps, because there are other apps, like, so you've got the Bible, you've got is it Notebook?
I love that you mentioned the Bible.
Yeah. You love that version because I like my Bible's number one there.
The new version.
Yeah.
Tell them don't lie. Same here.
You too?
Yeah, same
It's
here.
a lie.
Tell them don't lie.
So we have the Bible, we have other things. But I'm talking about the social media apps. So talking about Twitter or now it's X.
Yes.
We have to get used to. So okay, before I get into you asking and telling me how many you've got. Now, how do we say it? Since we moved from Twitter to X, you say tweet or X?
X, formerly Twitter.
Yeah.
That's how people say
it.
X, but we still say tweet.
Yeah.
We still say tweet.
So what do you say? Now that it's X, we have to ask
Elon Musk to help us. I still prefer Twitter. I don't think I'll call it X.
Okay, so now that's X. You don't say I X you, I tweet you.
No, that's
that was so funny.
That's so awkward.
It's still tweet.
X to you. X to your post.
I want to know.
It's still tweet.
So people say tweet.
Yes.
Right. So how many apps you got?
Social media?
Yeah.
7.
Is it?
7.
Okay. How many? 7.
Yes, 7.
Can you just line up for me?
Twitter, X, LinkedIn, WhatsApp. I had Telegram. I used Telegram like 2 weeks ago.
Telegram. Okay.
YouTube, which I love. I love YouTube as well.
Okay.
There's WhatsApp.
Okay.
And there's Snapchat, my least favorite.
Okay. So LinkedIn is not an app.
It's an app.
Yeah,
Did you mention?
Oh, it's part of the
social media. So I think it makes up 7.
So it's an app.
Yes, it's
so
an
you
app.
have to download LinkedIn and then you follow the process. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. How many do you have?
I have 6, I believe.
6.
Yes, so I have X, I have Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Threads, which is from Instagram.
Oh,
you
mean
know about
Threads?
Yes.
Yeah, Threads, right.
And then I have Telegram as well. Yeah. I don't have YouTube on my phone. I do like the web. Because my storage is always, I take too many pictures.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Understand.
Break it.
Now I feel bad. 7 or 8.
Don't say 8.
So
6 to 1.
It's 8.
It's 8.
It's 8.
Okay, so it's WhatsApp, Telegram, YouTube, Pinterest.
Oh, I love Pinterest.
Yeah.
I have Pinterest too.
Liar boy.
It's a social media app.
It is. You can actually comment.
At least you get to create
Yes.
your own profile and
You
stuff.
can even share like your
Yeah.
stuff from other social media.
You can
platforms
share
there.
what you found on Pinterest with somebody who's friends with you.
Yeah.
Or is that not it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I have Pinterest as well. I love Pinterest for
I
one
do.
reason.
I love it too.
Exactly.
Fashion and trends.
Inspiration.
Exactly. So home decor, painting,
Pinterest is great.
clothes, you know, ideas, party ideas, and all of that.
It's really
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
So that's good. Wow, but 7, 8 is a lot.
I'm not
so which
even
ones
that
are you
about it.
addicted to?
I'm sure we even left some
I'm
out.
using the
I've
word
actually left
We
some
left
out.
WhatsApp out.
WhatsApp.
I mentioned that.
WhatsApp, we
I've
have
not
2
mentioned
or 3.
LinkedIn, Reddit.
The business
the
and
regular
ones.
business.
I just use the
Some
normal
other
one.
You just use the normal one. There's another one that doesn't show if you're online.
GB
or
WhatsApp.
something. What's it
Oh,
called?
the fake
No,
one.
with the extra.
It's a fake one.
It has extra
It's not from
features.
Facebook
Yeah.
directly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm going to use the word. Which of them are you addicted to?
Twitter.
You're addicted to Twitter.
Addicted is a strong
Yeah,
word.
I think
Yeah,
it's
but that's
honestly.
why I used the word, so you know what is true to your heart.
I wouldn't say that.
No, I don't think I'm
None of you
addicted
mentioned
to.
TikTok.
You're not. Everybody says I don't think I'm addicted
I don't
to.
have
They take you
TikTok
to
on my
rehab.
phone though.
That's safe.
We didn't mention TikTok.
It's true.
I think we need to do like
If
a
you actually
tally
take our
over-
time,
Yeah, I think we need to
You could
check
hit
the
10.
We
phone.
definitely have up
Count
to
your
10
apps,
on
so
our
taking
phones.
things out.
Let me see. Let me check.
We definitely have up to
In my head, I'm at
10.
9 now.
Yeah,
Ish.
You say ish. Walk us shoko.
I think that
Okay, so you have
might
TikTok?
Yeah, well, I do have
But
TikTok.
TikTok is trending now.
Yes.
It is.
It
Or
is.
it's been in there for a while
Yes.
since COVID.
And
Yes.
even if we can't relate, most people would say they are addicted to TikTok.
Yeah.
Yes.
TikTok has this rush.
That's the craziest
it gives
algorithm.
people.
That's crazy.
So yeah,
I think people are more addicted to TikTok
than any other app.
Yes.
Because that's what's
It's
that's
just
what's in
content
now.
back to back. Yes.
But it's been around for a while.
Yeah,
It's
I
beyond
think
it
people
being
are
new.
in COVID.
That I think even Elon posted that their software is the most valuable in the world.
Okay.
Like it's been done in a way that it's so effective, and I think it sort of combines your feed from every single platform and has the features from all other platforms. So you can, first you couldn't chat there,
Yeah,
but now you
now
can
you
chat
can.
there, you can create content there, you can react to people's
You can
content.
edit now there too.
Yeah, edit. So it's more like a
Yes.
yeah. So it's more like you have everything at one place for you,
Video
and there's
everything.
Yeah.
the how it's going to do the recommendations.
It's great, like it's
That's
superb.
crazy.
People use it like the way they use Google now.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I'll be talking to my friends and they're like, oh, and what's the shape of your face? Oval. You know, you should just go on TikTok and check for oval, like face shape, what kind of hairstyles will look good on you. People even go there to check how to prepare banku and stuff like that.
And you find the content.
And you'd find the content, yes. So TikTok is quite
it's like
reliable.
It's slowly coming on like YouTube.
It's
because
everything
Yes.
to everyone.
Funny enough,
recommend.
TikTok is the reason why we have YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels.
What's YouTube Shorts?
That's
Yeah.
less than 1 minute videos on
YouTube.
on YouTube,
Okay.
and then Reels on Instagram, less than 1 minute videos.
Right.
So the reason is because of TikTok. They are capturing a large part of the younger population. So, and you know, we are in an age where we have a short attention span. So everyone was trying to catch up.
Do
TikTok
things
is like
that
the
hold
I
their
think
attention.
All right.
Okay.
So have you ever downloaded an app, deleted it, downloaded it back?
Oh yeah,
Snapchat.
me.
Snapchat.
I
Do
haven't.
you have?
Yeah, I don't have it now.
You
But
don't
I
have
used
it,
to
but
have
you-
it.
you used
Now
to
I'll
have
have it again
Yeah.
soon.
Snapchat.
Do you still have Snapchat?
Yes, and now
Why
I'm
you
back.
didn't say it?
I think it's my least favorite.
I told you. Yeah,
It's your
he
least
mentioned
It's
it.
my least favorite. Yeah.
Okay. But I love Snapchat.
I haven't.
Yeah. I think
I
it's
see
fun,
why.
right?
I understand why.
I love
Women,
Snapchat.
most women love Snapchat.
Yeah.
For the photos, basically.
Yeah.
I'm not a
Not
fan.
necessarily,
I'm not a fan.
you know, being on it for anything. It's just for the photos. Okay, so social media. Do you feel pressured to post, to feel like you belong? People are doing, so I have to be there. Do you feel pressured to post something? So on Twitter, how many posts do you tweet a day or retweet?
Some of us are followers.
You're just followers.
We like what we like and then we go.
Okay.
But I think where I do post often should be Instagram and LinkedIn.
Okay.
That's where I do post.
So do you feel
quite
pressured to
often.
post? Like today, I need to put something there.
No, for me, I just feel like once I have friends that do like these monthly things, monthly
Dumps.
dumps. I just once I just go. I think I just go to my photos. Okay, these are nice pictures. Let me just put them there. But for LinkedIn, I have a structure, so I have to post like once.
Professional.
CEO, President General.
That's my wife.
Of the nations.
So just like post once a month on LinkedIn. So that's a structure that I've adapted to. But for Instagram, it's just like as and when I feel like posting. I'm not pressured.
So do you feel pressured to post? Like I haven't posted in a while.
So remember I mentioned I took some time off Instagram. So for me, it became so bad that it felt as if I don't post about it, never happened. Okay. So it's like once I didn't share it with the world, it didn't even happen. If let's say I won an award or I got like a good grade in school and I didn't share it, it sort of like lost its value to me. That was how bad it was.
Wow.
So I don't think I was like addicted to the apps, but then I was addicted to showing, like proving to people. It's like every day I'll come and say, oh, this is what I got. Are you pleased with it? So that was how I was literally living my life to a
It's
point.
like you're getting validation.
Exactly. And I don't think that's any way that anyone should like really live their life. So I
I've
just
heard
had to
people
take a time
say,
off.
"Hey, my shot I no be human."
Exactly.
My shot hey,
That's how I was
You know?
using social media
Oh,
until I
right.
took a time.
That's bad.
That's very bad. So I haven't posted since like last week in February on Instagram or anywhere, but I've been lurking. Yeah, but I'll be back when I finish. I'll be
I'll be back.
Back with so much vim.
I think it's law school that's
right.
Yeah.
Yes, I finished my exam on 31st May. So as soon as I finish
that's
1st June, I'm going to be back. So.
I'll go for you.
Oh,
How
yeah,
about
thank
you,
you.
sir?
I used to feel pressure to post, but
Doesn't
I
like
don't
posting.
feel like that
He doesn't
anymore.
like posting.
He doesn't like
I
posting.
do have content to post, but then I'm just not moved to do it, especially on Instagram. So the last time I posted was 2023 or early 2024.
And he has nice pictures too.
I do, but then
I don't know what's his problem.
I'm just not moved
You're
by
like
it
me.
anymore. I'm just not moved by it
Sometimes I
anymore.
forget.
I used to be moved by it, but then not anymore.
I just forget. Like, you know, to keep
But
up.
Salom has been convincing me I might
so
I might get
yeah.
back
I think
into the game.
Instagram is easier to like navigate.
No, what actually deters me from doing all of this is the caption. I can post the photo, right? If you want me to post it, but I'm not going to think it, what I want to tell you.
That's
Why?
why I shine to
Why?
You can just put anything
You can come to
there.
me, I'll help you with the caption.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'll take a number from you.
Great.
Me too, please.
No problem.
Because
I'm coming back.
If I think of, so what do I have to write on this photo?
Your mood,
So you can't see
basically.
me.
What is true to you? Your mood. how do you feel about this
And
picture
people
you're
use
posting?
ChatGPT now to generate captions.
Yeah.
They are
So when you
generic,
create
they are
like an
generic.
account, they can upload your picture and just say, oh, like maybe I went here, blah blah blah.
It's the same
feeling
thing. So
this
if
way,
you're
tell
able to
me
put
about
in there ChatGPT, that you went to write it breakaway.
But some people want it to
ChatGPT
sound
can
deeper
word it a
and
certain way for you.
like it sounds so deep.
You watch certain reels and they go like, oh, for you to get like people on your thing, you need to get solid captions. I don't get time for that. Because it's because of that. I will not. I'll post it. If you can't ask me where I went, I'll tell you. But I won't write it today. I can't write it today.
Well, you can use location as well.
After a long day, I'm not having to tell you
true.
places.
You can just use
And I can use
location
location.
too.
So if I'm here and I take a picture, I can just, without the caption, location, channel 1 TV, that's all.
Yeah.
So then everyone will say, okay, you watch
Yes.
it.
Or living the good life.
What's happened there? What if I was passing? I just took a location.
And that's social media. Some people do those things
You
there.
mentioned something about
Okay,
people
now
posting.
this is what I want us to get into.
Let's proceed.
Are we addicted or we're just bored? Are you addicted? Listen carefully. Are you addicted to social media or you're just bored? Probably you don't have anything to do. That's why you're on it. But I will rule out not having anything to do because there's times that you're at work and your phone is on. If you hear ping, you take. Someone your phone vibrates once. Wow. They say, oh, they say something has happened. You go and check your phone. Is that an addiction or you're just, because I don't think we're bored. I'm going to answer the question before I throw it up. I don't think that we're bored. I think that you're addicted. I think you're addicted to it rather than being bored. Because if you're bored, you definitely find something to do. But this is you cooking, and you still have your phone. You're sewing, you still have your phone. And what would down? Your Joanne's phone is right next to you. You're trying to catch up.
Yeah.
I think we're addicted. I say that's a strong word, but I think we're addicted.
Yeah.
I think for me, after I finished watching The Social Dilemma as well, I put all my notifications off.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, it's
all my notifications
something
are off.
Most.
So I would react to, once again, to a LinkedIn message as compared to an iMessage or a WhatsApp message. Because
that's mainly business.
Yes, so I'll react to that as compared to the other ones. But when I'm home and I'm not talking to people, I'll just go on YouTube or Twitter. So I think that would be boredom because I don't have anyone to talk to at a point.
So what
in
about
time.
this scenario? The first thing you do when you open your eyes
is to pick up.
You've been sleeping the whole time. The first thing you do.
No.
And then the most funny look you will
Most people are
see
like that.
is for iPhone users because they sleep their eye. But you still need to use your face to open the phone. So it's just like, but you're sleepy as well.
Yeah.
It's an addiction.
I think that at a point in time, you have to make a conscious effort not to wake up and go straight to the phone. Yes, there'll be a point in our lives where we grew up that way, but there'll be a point also where you realize that you can't always. When I was in uni and I didn't have early morning class, I would go on the phone, but now I have to go to work. There's no way I'm going to wake up and say, okay, let me scroll through Twitter. I'll get to work late.
Yes.
So I think it depends on the stage at which you want then and then now, that you know what to do.
Underline addiction.
Addiction, yeah. I think
because
it's
you,
then,
like you said early on, even going to pee for 2 minutes, let me just check my phone. You stay there for 10 minutes or 1 hour. That's an addiction. You don't know when to draw the line.
It's true. The mere fact that you have to even carry your phone from your
to the
bedroom into the bathroom.
You can't go
How
to
long are you
without
staying in the
having
bathroom?
It's company, music.
Company.
See,
Back
it's
then
an
when there was no
addiction.
phone, what were you using to go
It's
and
an
do?
addiction.
I was on
company.
Do you know I used to do graphics? Like, I promise you guys. I used to
I would prefer books because in my bathroom
Like you
shelf,
take
I've got
graphics
books.
to the bathroom.
So is it maybe I think it's an issue of preference
I know.
that you prefer books and prefers mobile
Because
phone.
we're talking about companionship, like you
Yeah.
just need something to keep you company while you're doing number 2, right? So why don't you stock up books? So if you don't get to read during the day or anything, stock up books. It's
In
the
the
same
washroom?
way. Well, it used to take lots of my time before we moved to the whole phones thing. I'll take a storybook to the loo, and rather than getting up early, by the time I realized I read the whole book.
In my generation's defense, the book, I can find it on my phone.
Your phone. You got on your phone.
Yes, I can find it on my phone.
That's
Yes.
no screen time. We need to go back to like flipping the pages,
That's a problem.
Using
I
a
need to
book.
solve.
There's something special about flipping the pages. Every book lover will say that. I know she loves books so much.
Literally, I buy like hard copy books now. I don't want to read something.
I love like
I buy like hard copy books.
Yes,
just the feel of
that's
it.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's an addiction.
It's definitely an addiction.
There's an element of boredom in there too, because we are satisfied by the content we are being fed with.
Yes.
So it also cures the boredom, and people
I know
can't
you put your phone
get
away
enough
for some time. You find other things to have.
You would miss it a little.
Anyway, so we got some messages. Let's read them and probably talk about. Hello, now I'm Adjoa from Kingsby. My screen time hit 10 hours this week, and I said it's for research. What exactly am I researching, please? Nothing. True. What are you researching? That's your screen time 10 hours this week. 10 hours is cool.
A week is okay.
A week is
But
cool.
like that's her average, I think.
Okay, but
it means
10
that I
hours.
went around that. Hey, but that's
like
a lot.
They said the whole
2 hours.
iPhone actually gives you that
Yes,
pump.
the health
I don't know if the
feature.
other phones
on
do.
Saturdays.
It gives you that, yeah. So 1 week and then it gives you for the whole week.
Yeah.
Some people hit 300 and something hours.
Oh yes. Actually, I want to get to
300.
data.
Yeah. Or how long?
300 hours in a week.
No, like screen
No, she
time, like
means
just
like
put the time,
yeah.
shared time or something. It goes over and over. Quite a huge
Yeah,
number.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's true.
Quite a huge number.
I think mine is the data. Sometimes iPhone just pops pops up.
Yeah, the
You've
data
used
you've used.
2 gig
Sometimes
over
it's
the
wild. I
past.
wonder where it went from.
Where is the
Who paid
data
for that
going?
data?
Anyway, so let's read some more. And this one is social media makes me feel like everyone's life is moving faster than mine. Sometimes I forget it's all curated. True. Social media helped me find community when I was at my loneliest. But now it's also the reason I avoid real life conversations, and that's where you need to draw the line, because that's bad.
That's really
Because there are people, you're sitting in the room and everybody's on their phones.
Yes.
People are sitting
Maybe texting each other on our
exactly.
phones when we are
People
here.
go out to dinner. So I've invited everybody to come out to dinner and everybody's on their phones. Why are you there? Yeah, I would have asked that you buy your food at home, buy your food, and let's do a video
And
call.
then, yes, we FaceTime each other.
But if I want to spend time with you, I invite you out to dinner. Why are you on your phone? I almost got upset there. Why are you on your phone?
That's true.
I think we are in a hurry to like show. So the moment we get to even a venue, instead of asking, how are you doing? How was your week? Everyone is taking pictures of the venue. Everyone is taking pictures of the food. It's like the camera needs to eat before we do.
Yeah.
And it's like we are so much in a hurry to just show.
Even
than
after
to
that,
even live it. Yeah.
even at home. I think that it's gotten to a point where we don't have the family meetings anymore.
No.
We don't have the
True.
sense of like, bonding at home.
Yeah.
Now
that's
I'm
true.
getting serious. You don't have that sense of bonding anymore because
Yeah.
people sit on the table and they're on their phone. You're there with mommy, daddy, brother, sister, and everybody is.
It's fixated on
You're
their
eating,
phones.
but you're not eating.
Some people can't even
you know what I'm
eat without
saying?
watching like something on their
Yeah.
phone. Like they need to.
They need to put the tablets, on
Yes.
one
And then there's
side
the
whilst they're
food,
eating.
and they're
But the
eating and they're
reason for the
watching.
dining table, I always say in my home, is for us to bond. Is for us to be together. You know, before my dad passed, oh, may God bless his soul. On the table, you don't touch the food till everybody sits on the table, because we're going to have family time. The TV is off. There's no distraction. So it's on the table that probably you have some news to share and everybody gets to know. Something is coming up, we talk about it. But again, that's wrong table manners.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be eating and not talking.
Yeah.
But now you don't find that. There's someone sitting in the hall, someone is in their room.
Yes.
When food is ready, you grab your stick to your room.
Yeah.
You grab your stick to the room. Someone's watching TV. Nobody wants to watch that with that person because that's not my show. So I'm not sitting in the living room with you. I think that we're losing it.
We are, and I think that's also one of the reasons why we have a lot of like young people in our present dispensation having a lot of mental health issues.
Yeah.
Like we can't take away from the fact that we feel more lonely because it's almost as if, okay, because you're on social media, we're connected to the whole world, but then there's so much disconnect. Even your siblings will be going through things and you don't even know about it. It's all because we are so fixated on social media. We are focused on like the bonds, the followers, the likes, and we forget.
You think people want to tell their problems to social media?
Exactly, than to even tell people from their homes.
The addiction is bad, eh?
The time is steals from family time. Right now, we have family groups now where if we are going to visit Auntie Dede or Uncle Konimo somewhere, Mommy puts us in a group and we all go when it's time, rather than actually meeting and talking it out. That this is why we are going, and we are just missing that physical feel.
Exactly. So we got more messages. I'd like to take them. Now, I have 3 social media apps. Usually ask my friend for their phone to check things on their app. Once a friend forcibly downloaded TikTok and I opened it once a month. Hi, now I'm Henry from Sunyane. I was addicted and didn't even know. So I was coming to that. That's why I asked if we're addicted or we're just bored. You know?
Yeah.
I used to scroll to avoid dealing with my emotions. I want to understand this one.
Yeah. You don't understand?
No.
To some extent, social media gives you a break from your reality.
Yeah.
If I'm being fed content that makes me happy, or I'm watching maybe music videos, or I'm seeing the most recent thing Shatawale did, it distracts me from my problems, from work, from real life. For how long? For as long as I'm on their phone. That's why they can't leave their phone, because it's their escape from that reality.
Yeah. And you know, someone actually spoke about, there was this neuroscientist or something I chanced on, and he spoke about how social media gives some people like dopamine. So the same feeling you get from using drugs is the same feeling some people get from using social media. Like the moment they go for their phones, let's say they've had a very bad day and then they go for their phones and they see something they are interested in, it immediately gives them dopamine. And you know, drugs have the effect of causing people to be addicted.
Right.
And that's the same thing that happens to using social media. So that's how I understood it. So truly, there's the addiction, and some of us don't even know we are addicted, but we are, like you mentioned.
Because the minute you wake up in the morning and you go grabbing your phone, I think that's an addiction.
It is. It definitely is.
More evidence was when we had that internet cut for that period last year around March.
Yes, I remember.
Everybody
it was wild.
You can't connect.
The whole lockdown thing actually puts us here.
To some extent,
it's sort of like pivoted everything and made things escalate.
Yes.
Right.
With TikTok especially.
Okay, so we have one more message. It says, hi, I'm Ike. Hi, Ike. I was just shocked you nearly missed TikTok. Do you know how you can watch a full movie on TikTok? Not just watch, but watching someone. This Gen Zs have a full movie on their page. Is it true?
It's true. It's
true.
No, do you mean that people actually put their lives together? So it's like you're watching a movie or you can watch a
series.
Okay.
No, like their own lives, and then they have like part 1, part 2, part 3.
Shoot
part
me!
4.
So they have like travel series. Get ready with me.
Get ready
series.
with me.
Yeah.
Is that a lie?
A day in my life.
Then
Maybe I'm showing you 30 days of my life.
Exactly.
So every day.
Of the day. Like,
and then they leave something, so they start something and then they leave you hanging. So you're like, oh, let me see the rest
like
of the next one. Yeah.
Yes.
So you always want to be
like a very good
content.
suspense.
Intentional content.
Wow. But do you think that that's just content creating, or do you think that's addiction?
It adds to it, I think. So it's all adds to it, because at the end of the day, just as when we started, we spoke about attention, right? At the end of the day, if you are a content creator, I'm a content creator, he's a content creator. We're all looking for her attention. We are looking for everyone else's attention. And so it all adds up to that. So when I'm creating my content, I'm thinking, even my captions, I'm like, what can I do to make people immediately tap on this video if there are 30 other videos on their phones? And so it all adds up to that, because at the end of the day, they're all looking for one thing, the attention.
Right.
But I think I do think on the other side, that's in this age, you have people being social media influencers as a job.
Yeah, that's like
a as a job. So to someone, it could also be a job and not an addiction. That's just their way of life. And it'd be the same way, like you wake up in the morning and go to work. And someone won't call it an addiction.
Yeah,
so the same way people live online and make money, or to connect with people online.
Okay, so what can we actually do to curb this? So probably just put it away, the whole addiction thing. But I don't think. It
depends on the people involved.
Yes.
It depends on the people involved. One thing you learned from the documentary she mentioned, The Social Dilemma, was that notification. Everyone should see that documentary. It opens your eyes to a lot of things. Notifications are one thing that keep bringing you back to your phone all the time. Every time you see it, you are like, what was that? What was that? Who is texting me? Or what is? That's why I think TikTok no notification for Twitter. I had to put notification off for about a year or two before I got out of my addiction of Twitter. You understand? So that's one way to look at it. Notifications off and making an intentional effort to not be on your phone at certain times. There's something called time boxing. At this point in time, I give myself permission to be on my phone, do this, that.
I think that should work.
And other times, especially when I meet my friends, there's no phone at all.
Yeah,
you go out on dates, put your phone down. My problem is when
you're being invited to dinner, do not go along with. You can put your phone in your bag.
Just put your phone down. And it helps if you go, for instance, I go out with Salom, we go to a restaurant or something. I put my phone down, upside down on the table so that nothing distracts.
Good.
And it helps.
Do you have anything you think that's going to help?
Yes. So like you mentioned, turning off your notification, something I do. So I like to compartmentalize a lot. So if I'm in class, you hardly see me on my phone. Like, my phone is in my bag. I don't care what's happening in the world because I'm in class. And then when I'm studying at home, I could be studying on my phone, but because my notifications are off, you don't see me on WhatsApp. And so you see me on my phone. Maybe I'll send something to someone on WhatsApp from like my gallery, but then that is it. So the first thing, like you mentioned, put off your notifications. Also check your productivity. I think that we are young people. We have all this time on our hands. There are so many things we can do to build our lives. You really wouldn't want to spend all of your life on social media, unless, like you mentioned, you are working there or maybe you are doing some research, like one of the messages you receive. Unless you are doing research for something that's going to add value to yourself. But if not, like, you need to compartmentalize. Don't fall into the trend of, we are all addicted to social media, and it's not fine. Yeah.
You have anything to add?
I think I would say we should let people experience doing away with the phones and social media for a while. Yeah. Because I don't think it's all about telling them not to be on social media. Let them have the experience of not being with the phone and see how it feels, and they can compare that with the social media lifestyle. I think that should do, and that's something we do very well in SSA. So when we have hangouts, we take the phones.
Yeah, we actually see his phones.
People get that bond real life. And you see that it's more productive and having meaningful conversation. So I think experience should help people as well.
Okay. So I'll take one final message so that we go away. Okay. And honestly, I enjoy every show. I enjoy your every show. My name is Steve, and it's sad to say that my cell phone is now my best friend because people are no more reliable. Well,
that's
heal.
Steve, you need to heal.
Thank you so much for coming through, Cyril, Candy, and then Salom. Yes. Thank you very much. I enjoyed having you in the studio. But that's how far we can go. But before I go, I need to let you know that social media addiction is real. And I think that social media should actually be a reward at the end of the day for you. Since you check your productivity and it's going down, you realize that you're spending more time on unnecessary things than doing something that's going to bring you a lot of, like production or make you productive. So this is one way I am thinking that you should stay away from social media, or probably use that as a reward at the end of the day. So for me, I would say I will stay off social media from morning till I am done with work. And then I can reward myself with what's happening in town. For probably 30 minutes, I just binge. And then I get all the juice. So probably you can try that. Give yourself that bracket where there's no social media, and then you can use that as a reward at the end of the day. Thank you very much for being a part of the show. It has been the Friends and Family Show. And my name is Noyo Kwoche. Thank you for being part, sending us messages. We'll be back tomorrow, same time. Enjoy yourself.
Sold I to the merchant ships. From the bottomless pit, oh, my head was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We fought in this generation triumphantly. Oh, hello there. What's cooking? You're welcome to What's Cooking right here on Channel One TV. My name is Apioko. I'm just getting in the zone, you know, when you have a chef, and a brilliant chef at that, coming into your kitchen, all of a sudden you feel very bougie and very uplifted in your soul and your spirit. So that is why I'm excited this morning, and I'll introduce my guest soon. But today we're making something extremely special. Can you guess what it is? We've got chicken, we have some flour, we have some green bell peppers, red onions, tomatoes, vegetable oil, oregano, as the Italians will say, and of course, Tasty Tom is represented, as is Kivo Pepper. Can you guess what we're making? Don't bite your tongue doing it. Don't rack your brains too hard. Let's go for a break. But before we go, I did mention my precious sponsors, and I'd like to acknowledge them properly. Kivo Pepper, they're doing the Lord's work on the market and in kitchens all over Ghana and in the sub-region of West Africa. And I hope around the world, Ghanaians and Africans are going to push the brand, because look, the pepper is potent. If you like spice, then you know that Kivo hot pepper is for you. But they have interesting things too. There's a rosemary powder, which I think is very revolutionary. I keep saying it, so you don't have to be chewing rosemary sticks in your food, but you still have the wonderful flavor of that spice, of that herb. And then there's what I call the triple threat. 3-in-1, garlic, ginger, onion, all in a nice little pouch for you. And then there's a stew mix, lots of brilliant things there. Then we come to Tasty Tom. Ufa kakra, na ye bebre. A little does a lot. In English, that's the translation. Those who want to flex, I'm going to say it. We've got the jollof mix. Oh my goodness, I can't stop raving about this thing. If you are a jollof lover, but you don't have time to go through the whole process, and you know jollof, you can easily get it wrong. The consistency of the sauce, if it's bad, then your rice goes terribly, terribly, terribly awry. The jollof mix, Tasty Tom jollof mix, it sorts all those problems out. And then you add a bit of the spices. So now there's a jollof spice from Tasty Tom. There's a stew spice, kicks it up a bit, zhuzhes it up a bit. You have a shrimp spice, you have beef, you have chicken, and the one that we've known and loved from the Tasty Tom stables, the enriched tomato mix, the tomato paste. So that's still there, hasn't gone anywhere, but now the family of Tasty Tom is bigger. So let's go for a break, and when we come back, I'll introduce my guest. He's very special. He's very brilliant. He knows his way around the kitchen like nobody's business, and then we get cooking. What's Cooking right here on Channel One TV. My name is Apioko. Now, it's time for me to introduce my guest. He's a very interesting individual, for many reasons, because he's one of those people, you meet him and he's very unassuming. He's quiet, he's got a vibe about him. So there's something special, but when he tells you what he does and where he's coming from, then your mind is blown. And when he gets down in the kitchen, there's no way you can forget the experience of his food, of his handiwork. So Chef Steve is here. Round of applause for Chef Steve. Welcome. And so Chef Steve is a pastry chef, and I'll let him explain what that means. There are a lot of different kinds of chefs. We've had several of them on the show, but just for education purposes, it's always good to know so that those who want to be chefs, you know the kind of chef that you will be or that you'd like to be. Chef Steve is a pastry chef. He's also the CEO of Stedner School of Baking, not just in Ghana, but they have an outfit in Liberia as well. So he's taking it continental. I told you, mind-blowing.
gentleman. So we're going to speak to him, and then we also do some cooking. Hi, Chef Steve.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm okay, yourself?
Good, good. I'm well. I like your hair. I like the vibe.
Thank you.
Good, good, good. It's good to have you here. Now, Chef, you are a pastry chef.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Okay, so when you say I'm a pastry chef, I'm more into baking stuff.
Okay.
So we have bakery that consists of bread, making varieties of bread. We have pastries, that varieties of pastries like the croissant, the pizza, and the rest. Then we have cakes.
Okay.
Then we have cream cakes and anniversary cakes. That's mostly like birthday cakes.
Okay.
Then we have chocolate, how to temper chocolate and mold your own chocolate, and then into desserts as well.
See, he's given us all the, look, so it's a range of things. And Chef, I have an apron for you.
All right, thank you very much.
Chef, I think a lot of people, when they think of chefs, they only think of frying and steaming. So for you to talk about the things that a pastry chef does, very interesting.
Yeah.
Because we can use a lot of pastry techniques,
Exactly.
even for our normal everyday meals. It doesn't just have to be the desserts or the cakes, but other things that we eat as well. Okay, so today what are we making?
Okay, today we are making pizza.
Okay.
Quesadilla pizza.
Quesadilla, one of my favorites. Okay, so that's why we have the flour, and then that means chicken is going, we're going to use chicken as well.
Chicken breast, yeah.
Chicken breast, okay. Then I'm ready for you. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah. So Chef, tell me, so I have 2 questions for you, and we can start. We'll just talk while we're going along.
Okay.
But my first question is, what made you interested in cooking, or in the culinary arts, to the extent that you went the pastry way?
Yeah.
You didn't stop at the rice and the jollof, but you've gone all the way to become a pastry chef. What made you interested in
So I think I grew up with my mom, growing up with my mom. My mom used to send me to Mokola to get the stuffs for cooking, mostly in the weekends. So it all started from there.
Okay.
Then after school, probably I wasn't getting a job. So I applied for a job at the supermarket, and they put me at the bakery. So that's how it all started.
Interesting, interesting. So it's a clear case of taking advantage of the opportunity that you saw. Very interesting. Okay.
Right,
so where do we begin?
So we start with the flour, making of the flour.
Okay.
Okay, so I hope I can give the recipes.
Yes.
Okay, so the flour, this is about 1 kilo of flour.
Okay. So this would be, if we're using 1 kilo of flour, that will, how many people can the pizza feed?
So we can get like 30 people.
30 people?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Then today the crew has, it's bronia for them. There are a lot of interesting women and men behind the camera, behind the scenes, who are always praying that either I won't like the food or the food will not get finished so that they can eat some. So today there's plenty for them. Okay.
All right, so we have yeast, let's say about 50 grams of yeast.
Okay. So
50 grams,
yeast.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeast.
Is there a specific kind of yeast or?
Instant yeast.
Instant yeast,
yeah.
Okay.
Then we have our salt here. So let's say about 10 grams of salt.
Okay. See, this is how you know you're working with the chef. He's giving you the measurements. So far we have about 1 kilo of flour. And is it pastry flour, soft flour?
Hard flour.
Hard flour,
yeah.
Because we are doing bread.
Yeah. So in Ghana we have only 2.
Yeah.
We have the soft and the hard.
Yeah. Okay, so this is hard flour. 1 kilo of hard flour. And then we've done, it was 50 grams
of yeast.
Instant yeast. And then
salt, 10 grams.
10 grams of salt.
Okay. Then we have oil. So oil is going to be 50 grams.
50 grams. This is normal vegetable oil?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there another oil that someone can use? Or
any other oil.
Any other oil.
We can use olive oil, can use sunflower oil.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Okay. Maybe water.
And then we need some water.
Yeah.
Okay. So how much water?
So water is going to be 600 grams.
600 grams.
Yeah.
Okay. The measurement sounds, is it because you do it often?
Yeah, it's because I'm doing it often.
Okay.
All the time.
So now we're just mixing everything together. Yeah. So just a reminder, we have flour in there, we have instant yeast, we have some salt, we have some vegetable oil and some water as well. And you can look at the measurements on your screen, take notes of them, because when it comes to bread and pizza crusts and all of that, the measurements are very important. Or chef, is that what?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you have a stone in your plate. or it just won't rise. You need to be precise with some of the measurements. Okay. So is there a certain way that you have to mix it, or you just have to combine all the ingredients?
So this particular one, you just have to combine all the ingredients together.
Okay. So, Chef, I said I had a second question for you at the initial stages. You're Ghanaian.
I'm a Ghanaian.
You have the Stedner School of Baking in Ghana. Where is it located?
It's in Osu.
In Osu.
Yeah.
Okay. How did you get into Liberia?
So I have a friend, like a brother friend,
okay.
like we are in Ghana here.
Okay.
So he was transferred to Liberia. So he started telling me that over here, I think when you come here, when you set up the school here, we can do a lot of things here because they don't have anything of that sort in Liberia. Okay, so I went there for a survey. That was 2 years ago. And one difficult thing about Liberia is they transact business in USD.
Of course.
So that
changing the cities to USD.
So that was the headache. But along the way, my friend kept pushing. We have to start. So last year, we rented a place and we started. And God being so good, it's been amazing.
It's been amazing. Thank God for that. So you see, ladies and gentlemen, choose your friends wisely. His friend, first of all, got there, saw an opportunity, didn't keep the idea to himself, reached out to him, Chef Steve back in Ghana, and said, look, you need to do this here. Even when he was discouraged, he kept pushing him. And now they're doing amazing things and putting Ghana on the West African map. So I'm sure the next one will come soon.
Yeah, we are trying to establish another one in Gambia.
Gambia. Yeah. Interesting. So you're putting flour on the surface?
Yeah, just have to dust the surface.
Okay. Yeah. But why would you prefer to do it on the counter?
Because of the marble stone.
The marble stone. It's better for the kneading.
Better,
Okay. What's the difference between doing it on the marble and say on the wood?
So this one, the wood takes more time because the surface is wood.
Okay.
The marble is very firm and the surface is also cold as well. So it helps you to knead very fast.
Okay, interesting. I've learned something today. So it says using the marble is cold, so that helps you to knead fast because it doesn't, you've got oil in there, it doesn't disintegrate it.
Yeah.
Yes, almost like melt it, for lack of a better word. It doesn't do that. And then it's smooth.
Very smooth.
So that also allows you to really get your kneading done properly, as opposed to using wood or bamboo or any of the others. Okay. So when you are kneading, what's the end game? What's the goal of kneading?
Okay, so the dough has to be very smooth and fine.
Okay.
Okay. But this particular one, it's not a bread texture that you are looking for. It's a pizza. So we have like 10 minutes for us to knead.
Okay.
Then we rest the dough for an hour.
Okay.
So if this was to be on a chopping board, it would have been sticky.
It would have been sticky.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So this have to sit for 1 hour.
For 1 hour, okay. And then nice. So this has to proof for 1 hour. Okay, Chef. So while we're waiting for that, what do we need to prepare?
Okay, so you have to get our pizza sauce.
Okay, we get our pizza sauce ready.
So you have to start cutting the vegetables.
Okay. Okay, so we should go ahead with that. Where do we begin?
So we have to wash the tomatoes.
Okay. So we're going to use the chicken as a topping for the pizza.
Yeah.
Okay. So these are chicken breasts.
Yeah, chicken
right?
breasts, yeah.
Okay. Is there a reason why we're using the chicken breast and not any other parts of the chicken?
Anyway, you can use any other chicken of your choice, but chicken breast make the work so easier.
Okay. Is it because it doesn't have bones?
The boneless part of the chicken.
Okay, so you just cut it and you're good to go. Okay. Chef, I noticed that you're not cutting them small from the beginning. What's the reason?
Like right after spicing them on fire or boiling them a bit, they are going to shrink.
Okay.
So probably if you don't cut it this size, it's going to be much more smaller, and you have difficulties when you're flexing them.
Okay. So I hope you paid attention to that. If you cut the chicken breast too small, and that doesn't just go for this pizza or quesadilla recipe, when you're working with chicken breast, you cut it too small. Once it goes on fire, it starts being steamed or boiled, it shrinks. You cut it too small, you lose the chicken. So just keep that in mind.
Now, what are some of the spices you have here that you're going to spice?
Oh, I mean, what kind of flavor do you want? From Tasty Tom, we have the chicken spice.
Oh, the chicken spice.
Yes, we got the beef, we have shrimp. And then from Kivo, we have the, if you want the spicy, Ghanaian spicy kick, they have the Kivo hot pepper. We also have the 3-in-1, ginger, garlic, and onion. Then there's rosemary powder as well. That's also here.
So I want ginger.
Okay, so
ginger and garlic.
Okay, ginger, garlic, and onion. I'm gonna take that for you. Yes. Okay. Any other?
Then the chicken.
The chicken spice. Tasty Tom chicken. Okay. So my friends at home, if you really want to taste the authentic way that we're doing it in the kitchen today, then go and look for your Kivo triple threat, as I like to call it, garlic, ginger, and onion 3-in-1, and then Tasty Tom chicken spice as well, so that you can really experience what I am experiencing here today.
So you can set it on fire?
Yes, we can. Front, back. This one. Okay.
A bit of water.
Okay. So we're adding water to this.
Yeah.
Okay. Just a little or
Just
a lot?
little.
Just a little bit of water. Okay. So we are steaming the chicken.
Yes.
Right, so chef, you're cutting the tomatoes, but you're cutting them very precisely in a certain size and shape. Why are we doing this? What are we using these for?
We're going to use them for the sauce.
Okay.
So I just want them to be in this size.
Okay. Okay. But we're going to blend some?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the tomato sauce that when we are eating pizza, we see on top of the dough. Okay.
So pour everything here. So
this is blended tomatoes and onions, just for those who are just joining us, the latecomers.
So we add tomato puree.
Okay.
Tasty Tom.
Tasty Tom. Original Tasty Tom. Okay, let me use this one.
Do we have anything like hot pepper here?
The hot pepper. Kivo has hot pepper.
Okay.
Okay, so let me get the hot pepper for you. Well, this is interesting. I've never seen it done this way before.
Oh, okay.
Usually it's on fire before we would add the tomato paste.
So with this particular recipe, you have to add everything, all ingredients together before you put it on fire.
What's the reason?
That is how it's supposed to be.
Okay.
This one is like a pizza sauce that we are making. It's not like
a stew that you're eating with rice.
Yeah.
Okay. The pepper is very hot, so.
Okay.
Of all the things we've added, we've done blended tomatoes and onions. That's in there. And then we also added some Tasty Tom enriched tomato mix, tomato paste. And we just took kakra and then, you know, very important. And then we used some of our Kivo hot pepper as well, original Kivo hot pepper, for that Ghanaian kick. You know, we like our pepper. Very important. And then we added about 100 grams of vegetable oil. And chef is saying that when you're making a pizza sauce, it's not like doing stew that you eat with your rice or with your yam. You need to put all the ingredients together while they are cold in the pot, everything mixed, and then it goes on fire. So let's go for a break. This is still What's Cooking on Channel One TV. We're making a quesadilla pizza today with Chef Steve. We'll be right back.
After this fufu and pepper soup, I go score goals like them the dash points.
Kivo 100% natural hot pepper. Good for your jollof, stew, soup, shito, spaghetti, and noodles. Kivo hot pepper. Moko show.
I'm a match winner, but the real champion is Kivo 100% natural hot pepper. Champion taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
Once upon a time, in the heart of Accra, a man in his fancy car sought directions. But oh, the Ghanaian way.
Hello, bro. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please show me where the Presby Church is?
Oh, sure. Go straight. Turn left at the big mango tree with the broken branches with most of the mangoes falling. Right after that tree, there is a watches cellar. If you reach, ask there. Anybody will show you.
When the Black Stars take to the field, every Ghanaian becomes a coach. Why Fatika want to be dribble? The coach must go. The sacred cue for our beloved Gobe. As we wait patiently, rehearsing the perfect vibe.
Mami Gobe nubi, the kokono. One Garino.
These, my dear ones, are some few moments that makes our Ghana truly special.
And as we share these stories, let us also remember a plate of lele rice, connecting our hearts through the flavors of our culture. Lele rice, ye nimno fritete. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. We're having a fantastic time here on What's Cooking today. My name is Apioko and I'm here with Chef Steve. He's the CEO of Stedna Baking School, School of Baking. They're in Ghana, they're in Liberia, and they're doing some very Pan-African things, and we love to see it. Africa without borders. We're just claiming spaces. And it started from Ghana. So that's a great Ghanaian story, putting Ghana on the map, and Ghana is going to the world. Now, Chef Steve today is teaching us how to make a quesadilla pizza. Right, so we have a simple pizza that you can do at home. We've done our dough. We left it to rise or to proof. You can choose your term for about 1 hour or so. So it's ready, and you'll see how it's grown. It's just become this really big pillow that maybe you could put on your bed if you wanted to. And then we're having our tomato sauce go through the process of getting ready. Looks like it's pretty much done, actually.
It's ready, yeah.
And that's going to go on our pizza. You know when you eat a pizza, you see tomato sauce on it, that's there. And then our steamed chicken, which will also form one of our key toppings, is ready too. So we're going to continue with the process. But before we get into it, I would like to introduce you to my sponsors if you do not know them already. Kivo Hot Pepper is, look, they're really holding us down. They become a family member here on What's Cooking and Channel One TV, and this is what they have in their range. The Kivo Hot Pepper itself, so it's powdered red pepper, really potent, really spicy, really gives you a kick if you're looking for one in your meal, regardless of whether it's a stew, a soup, just a coating. You can have that with Kivo Hot Pepper. Then we've got the rosemary powder, which I love for many, many reasons, but try it. It's great, it's flavorful, and it gives you the quintessential rosemary taste without having all the little sticks getting stuck in your teeth. Then we've got what I call the triple threat, garlic, onion, and ginger powder. We have that as well, and then a range of other things. And then we come to the home of Tasty Tom. We've got our traditional old-time sake enriched tomato mix, which we've grown to love. It's actually a tomato paste. You can use that. Your stews, your soups, it will do the trick, do the magic. Then there's a range of spices. There's jollof, there's stew, there's shrimp, there's beef, there's chicken. You name it, you've got it. And the jollof mix. Tasty Tom jollof mix. Look, I won't even start, because when I start, I go on and on and on, and that will take up all the time we're supposed to be cooking. But all I have to say is, if you're a lover of jollof, or if your jollof has not been jollofing, the Tasty Tom jollof mix will solve all your problems. Say amen. Amen. Now, Chef, where do we go from
So
here?
we have to start chopping our vegetables.
Okay. How long did it take you to master the pizza making?
Within the week.
Hey, then you're a Shako. In the culinary world, you're the reigning
I've had
champion.
about 13 years experience baking.
Okay, so learning it wasn't difficult. It's amazing.
And whilst learning I was practicing as well.
Okay, so our vegetables are nicely chopped according to the book of precision by Chef Steve. Love it. Our green peppers, our red onions, and then we're putting on our gloves because we're going to shred the chicken. Okay. All right, so we finished shredding the chicken, Chef. Looks brilliant. So this we're going to put aside so when we roll out our dough for the pizza.
So it's going to be the topping for the pizza.
Okay, great. Now we have cheese.
Mozzarella cheese.
Mozzarella cheese, to be precise. Why is it that we use mozzarella cheese for pizza? I mean, apart from the fact that that's the recipe, from what you know about cheese and food and the way this particular cheese behaves, why do you think that's what they would use
So
for?
this is the best option. You know we have a lot of cheese. We can use cheddar in the rest. Okay. But this is the best option for pizza when you're doing pizza.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to prepare our pizza so that it can go into the oven. And we've preset our oven. Very important to take note of this. The temperature that we're looking at is between, Chef, 150 and 160 degrees Celsius. So you have a convectional oven, which is the case here, which uses either a fan or a fan and heat or just the heat, you know, whatever it is. But 150 or 160 degrees Celsius, okay? Pay attention to that. And then the setting, you know, when you are setting your oven, there are different icons, different symbols around the knob. That's, you know, the setting knob, it's there, okay? So you are looking for the one that will give you the heat both on the top and the heat on the bottom, right, Chef? Heat on the top, heat on the bottom. So you look at the icon, it has two straight lines, one at the top, one at the bottom, in a box. That's the one we are going for, all right? So, our pizza, what are we doing?
So our dough is ready now.
Okay, and we're not making a round pizza.
No.
Interesting. Everybody expects pizza to be
You just
round.
have to dust the surface
Okay. Still with our hard flour.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that dough. Wow. Like the cheeks of somebody I know. I won't mention names. So each one is a pizza.
Yeah, each one is just a portion that we can roll and use it at any time.
Okay. Why do you throw it from the side and not sprinkle it on top?
So I want it to spread all over.
Okay, so when you throw from that angle,
Yeah.
it spreads. And for this part of the process, we need a rolling pin. So that's what Chef is using. For those who are not familiar with kitchen terms, this is a rolling pin. So like I said, our pizza is not going to be round. So I have vegetable oil here. I also have a basting brush, and I'm just going to, it's a very thin, very light coating, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not pouring the oil inside.
So our dough is ready.
Okay, our pan is ready. So what happens next?
So I have to put
Okay,
it
so we need the pan. So what are we doing now?
I'm trimming the edges so that it will fit in the pan.
Okay, so it has to fit exactly.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's a square, but we also have a rectangle.
Okay.
I realize that as we lay it out and time passes by, it's rising again.
Rise again, yeah.
And that's what it should be.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be.
Interesting.
That's how it's not supposed to be very thick.
Okay.
Otherwise, the base of the pizza is going to be like a bread.
Like bread. Okay, understood. So you just have a normal tablespoon?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can even use your spatula if you don't have a tablespoon.
Okay. So it's not supposed to be a lot of sauce?
Not really.
Not really. Yeah. Oh, so the vegetables go before the cheese?
Yeah. Cheese is actually the last but one.
Okay.
In some cases, you can add a bit of cheese before spreading the vegetables. Okay. So if you're a fan of carrots, you can add carrots as well.
Okay. And these are vegetables you can easily find.
Yeah.
Green pepper, carrots, onions, they are everywhere. Okay. Okay.
So from here, we add our protein.
Okay.
Chicken breasts, minced meat, tuna flakes.
So the goal is to cover the surface.
Yeah, every part of it.
Okay. Now I understand why you need the tomato sauce to go everywhere. So that's like the glue.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So this is what is going to hold the protein, everything together. That's the mozzarella cheese.
Okay, mozzarella cheese. Okay. Please let this one be very cheesy because I like cheese.
Yeah.
Some people are giving me evil eyes from behind the camera. So usually when I order pizza, then I ask for extra cheese. Sometimes extra.
Right, so we are done. So the last thing we're supposed to add is the oregano.
Oregano. It's right next to the rolling pin. Yes. Okay. It's a fresh bottle. Oregano. So oregano or oregano or oregano. Whatever you want to call it. It's an Italian herb. So just as we have basil, we have thyme, we have rosemary, we have parsley, all those beautiful, flavorful herbs. Oregano is one of those ones. And it's one of my favorites. So I'm happy that it's making it onto this pizza.
So it's ready for the
So that's it?
Yeah,
so I can put it right into the oven?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's going into the oven. There you go. Okay, chef. Pan number 2.
So let's do this together.
So now it's my moment of reckoning.
Yeah. So you bring this one.
So I should bring the other
to go together.
Is this one ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can go together. Okay. How's it looking?
That's okay.
Perfect. Yay! Chef says mine is perfect. All the people are giving me eyes. They should go away. So now I can start with the... The green peppers we are spreading is all over.
All over.
All over. All over. This is a fun class. So if you have children, it's something that they can easily do. Chef, how am I doing? Chicken time. So just spread it.
All over again.
All over again. Are you sure I'm doing well? Me, I don't want you. I want to do straight. I should go this way. So the last thing is the cheese.
The cheese.
Okay.
Last but one.
Last but one. So now cheese. So the rest of the cheese is for me. I mean, not for me to eat, but for the pizza. This one too, all over. How's the first one doing?
Doing well.
So far, so good. Time to go in the oven. All right, so I put my oregano on my pizza. I almost forgot. Perfect save. But now it's time for us to go for a break. And when we come back, we'll sit, we'll eat, and we'll have more conversations with our chef for the day, Chef Steve. We'll be right back.
Tasty Tom tomato mix. Ofa kakra. Na ye bebre. Fa kakra yan kwan stew dodo a ope.
Tasty Tom dear. It will surely give you value for money. Steak and little is enough to get our desired quantity of stew and soup, and it doesn't color your meat or chicken.
Tasty Tom tomato mix into. Me handwriting and sada. Senande dene dia sanete. Into customers bar never.
I don't compromise on the quality of my food. Use Tasty Tom enriched tomato mix. This advert is FDA approved.
We're still having a glorious time here on What's Cooking on Channel One TV. My name is Apioko, and my guest today has been Chef Steve. He's the CEO of a very interesting outfit. We'll talk a little bit more about that, about how he's carried what he's doing in Ghana, has an outfit in Liberia, and his dream is to spread it across West Africa. Just evangelizing through food, really. I want us to thank our sponsors, Tasty Tom Ufa Kakra na Aye Bebre, and by now you should be familiar with the range of things that Tasty Tom has to offer. The enriched tomato mix, the classic tomato paste is still there, up for grabs, but we also have a range of interesting spices, the chicken spice, the stew spice, the jollof spice, and the Tasty Tom jollof mix. Can't get enough of it. And thank you to Kivo Hot Pepper. They've got the Kivo Hot Pepper there as well, the quintessential pepper that we need to add a little bit of spice to our meals, but also the triple threat, as I like to call it. 3-in-1 onion, garlic, and ginger, and rosemary powder as well. Chef, our pizza is ready.
Yeah.
All right, and this is a finger food, right? So we're just going to eat with our hands.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we need to pick it up in a certain way, or no? No. Just be cool about it. Okay. Oh, it's still hot. It's nice and hot. So you just pick it. Yeah. Very good. Okay. So chef, tell me, there's a lot going on your side of town. The things that you're doing. What kind of students come to you when it comes to pastry chefing, baking? When they come to learn, what are they learning from you?
So they come around to learn how to bake. Some choose the pastry, some also choose the bakery aspect, but mostly always goes with the cakes. Yeah, we have students right after school, tertiary coming, and some also, a few of them right from SHS, but mostly workers like bankers, nurses. I mean, every aspect of.
That's interesting. So you have those who are coming to learn a trade, those who are coming to follow their passion, and then those who just want to learn. Okay, so those who are just doing it at home, it's not on a commercial basis. Interesting. So what times do you run the class? Like, do people come after work? How does it work?
Okay, so we have short classes that we run, like 5 days classes. That one is for workers that they don't have time to come for the regular class. So we select days, mostly ending of the month, and then a bit of the things that we do, probably cake, pastries, bread, desserts. We mix all together, about, let's say, 16 or 10 of the things together, and we advertise for them to sign up, and they do. Then we have a regular classes that you choose pastries, probably sign up for pastries classes. It's Monday to Thursdays, and the time is 10 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah, each day.
Okay, so then that's usually those who are learning it as a trade, as a profession. They will usually come around that time. What's it like teaching people? Do you have people who come and they've never worked with anything pastry before or baking?
We've had a lot of them.
What's it like?
A lot. The initial stages is always a bit difficult because you have to explain to them, this is hard flour. In Ghana we have only two. We have the hard and the soft flour. You have to explain to them and the scientific aspect of the whole baking thing. Over there we use digital scale to measure the ingredients. We don't use the analog. So that's where we find a bit difficult with them. But I think a day or two, they get used to that and they are able to maneuver.
What's cooking?
Yes.
Hi. No, I can smell this nice aroma.
You can smell
it? And I know it's pizza. Man. Chef. Charlie.
Why are you a pizza chef?
Even before I taste it, you are good.
But why are you ignoring my questions? Why don't you want to look me in the eye?
Okay, that's your question.
It's so rude. Chef, this is my neighbor.
Yes.
He calls himself the Taster General, so I'm not even going to fight you today. I just don't have the energy.
No, you don't have to have any energy. Let me grab me a plate. Let me pick the tea.
Hey, so no, please, no.
Hello, please.
Why, God, why me? Of all people, why?
Chef, these days scoring marks is not easy,
Yeah,
so you have to be serious about it. What's the name of your restaurant?
About what?
About grading. I have to do full circle. I don't want to disturb anybody.
Your GPS didn't tell you that it wasn't a circle that we baked the pizza.
No.
Your GPS doesn't know shapes.
No. And I didn't come snooping around too. So, chef.
So you admit that you snoop?
No, Snoop Dogg.
Please. So, chef.
Can I get some drink? Because this one is light.
My goodness. My goodness.
Yes.
Over to you.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else to say before I continue my conversation?
You're welcome.
Yes.
You are welcome. Ish.
Mm.
Chef, let me come back to you. So,
drink something.
In Liberia, what's it like there? You know, how do people react to you knowing that your team? Do you have Liberians who also work in the school there?
Yeah, we have a Ghanaian there together with my friend I told you about.
Yes.
Like he's the one managing the whole school.
Okay.
And we have a senior chef there that came from Ghana. Then the rest they are all Liberians.
Oh, that's amazing. So how do people react to the fact that this big school that has come to Liberia is owned by a Ghanaian?
And I think the fact that we are Ghanaian is also sealed the whole aspect of the school. Once they see that you are a Ghanaian, they trust. In fact, they love Ghanaians. So once you are coming from Ghana, you are a good guy. So they always come. Even there are some of them that when they come to Ghana, they always want to visit the branch we have here to see us and have a conversation with us.
And I'm sure
so far I think they are enjoying.
During their crisis, we welcome them here.
Of course, they love us. We have a great
because they have so much love for Ghanaians there.
It's amazing.
So all the Ghanaians companies that I've seen there, they are doing so well.
But why do you want to go to Gambia?
So it's the same thing. My friend, the mother came from Gambia. So he grew up in Gambia for about, I think, about 10 years. And so he has a families there as well. So we are trying to go, by next year I think we should start operating there as well.
Interesting. How is it?
Is this all season? Or which one is this?
There's chicken on, can't you taste the chicken? There's chicken on it.
I see the chicken, yeah.
Quesadilla, chicken quesadilla pizza.
Quesadilla?
Yeah.
Oh, mi casa es su casa. Makes my Italiano.
No. Which Italiano? You alone. You are Italian, you are Danish. Which one again? Scottish?
My neighbors.
British?
No, any
ish.
Ish.
Chef, I just have one for people who want to learn how to be pastry chefs. What's one piece of advice that you would give them? Because like we're saying, there are different kinds of chefs. And unfortunately, even with the pastry chef profession, a lot of people are focusing on the cakes and the pies. What's one piece of advice that you give to someone who says, I want to be a pastry chef?
So it takes a lot. I think when you start learning, you have to be practicing. That's what is making the whole thing complete for you. Because if you learn today and you don't practice, you are waiting for a particular time, there's not like a good time for you to start baking. So once you start learning, you have to practice and accept your errors. Try and get a mentor that will always tell you that, okay, you had this wrong, you had this right. So going forward, I think you should do this more. And it's about being consistent as well.
Consistent. No, because it's very technical.
Yeah.
And like you said, very scientific.
Yeah.
Like what we did with the dough, if you don't get the measurements right, you have a problem. If you don't put let the dough sit for a certain amount of time, you have a problem. It's very interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
Chef Steve, thank you so much for joining us today.
You're
How
welcome.
can we reach you?
So 05042123338.
Slowly.
Okay, so I have a website, chefsteveghana.com. You can reach me there. Probably if you want to sign up for a one-on-one class, one-on-one can come to your home and come and train you.
Okay.
And also you can call me on 05042123338.
Okay, wonderful. ChefSteveGhana.com.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Chef Steve, for joining us today. It's been an honor, it's been a pleasure, and it's been fun. Taster General, what is your verdict?
Numero uno, Chef Steve.
Hey, this one too is from where?
Yes,
I'm not even going to. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. This has been What's Cooking. Once again, a very big thank you to Kivo Hot Pepper and Tasty Tom Uvakakra Naye Bebre for holding us down here on the show. My name is Apioko. We'll see you next time.
Serving all farmers, agribusinesses, and innovators, this is your chance to shine. Channel One TV invites you to exhibit at AgriFair 2025, one of Ghana's largest agriculture exhibitions. From Friday 20th to Sunday the 22nd of June, the A4 Sutherland Children's Park in Accra will come alive with the very best from Ghana's agribusiness sector. Are you a farmer with fresh produce of any kind? Be it crops, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture, or you're a supplier of agro inputs and processing machinery? This is your platform to connect with the world. AgriFair 2025 is more than an exhibition. Showcase your fresh produce, share your expertise and experience, and grow your business. So, to all farmers with fresh produce, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture products, come, sell, network, and expand your business. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. Register now to secure your spot. Call us on 0205 973 973. Come one, come all. Enjoy the freshest farm produce at unbeatable prices. And treat yourself to sizzling kebabs made from beef, mutton, pork, chicken, and more. Great taste, great value. Don't miss out. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel One TV with support from 97.3 CDFM and is proudly sponsored by Exim Bank, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, and Development Bank Ghana.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talents, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
Hello and welcome to the Channel One newsroom from our studios at number 5 Owula Hansen Lane at Tesano. I'm Frema Edunyame. Coming up, Accra Metropolitan Assembly AMHE vows to sustain decongestion drive until goals are met as it leads crackdown in Accra CBD as part of 24-hour economy preparations.
This exercise is not a 9-day wonder. We are on the streets, so we make sure that the roads are clear.
Former Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund GIIF CEO Solomon Asamoah remains in custody over SkyTrain case. Winneba Technical Institute investigates viral video of students brandishing weapons, vows disciplinary action against those found responsible.
Fortunately, we were able to unravel some of the students who were involved in the acts. And after the interrogation, we realized that they were doing something unknowingly. So having spoken to them, we finally concluded that we have to invite the parents of the children. Come Thursday, we'll meet the parents of the students and then also tell them.
Also coming up, Menshat District Hospital struggles with infrastructure deficit amid growing patient demand.
Mother and baby units is a very crowded environment. This was not there. This place was supposed to be the office of the maternity in charge.
In Channel One Business, President John Mahama attributes local currency gains to $1.7 billion surge in foreign reserves and deliberate economic interventions. And in Channel One Sports, Manchester City battled Bournemouth with Champions League hopes on the line.
the 22nd of June 2025 at the Afua Sutherland Children's Park here in Accra, where we are assembling industry experts, innovators, farmers, and all players along their great value chain to bring you some fresh farm produce, exhibit their livestock, exhibit their veggies, exhibit their crops, you name it, the cereals, the legumes, just name it. We're putting all together at one venue for you to see and to also purchase. All right, so the Agri Fair is not only an exhibition, it's also a sale. And so you get to patronize some of these fresh farm produce, okay? And then, of course, you get to experience some of the technology being employed or deployed by these farmers or players along their great value chain to arrive at what you and I consume finally in our homes. So it's happening at the Afua Sutherland Children's Park from the 20th to the 22nd of June 2025. It's 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. For the meat lovers, there will be some barbecue or some grills ongoing, so come prepared for that as well. And then, of course, the Agri Fair is brought to you by Channel One Television with support from 97.3 City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by the Ghana Exim Bank, the Legacy Crop Improvement Center, and the Development Bank Ghana, DBG. I want to say thank you to our sponsors. Once again, the Ghana Exim Bank, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, LCIC, and the Development Bank Ghana, DBG, for supporting us or sponsoring us to be able to put together this groundbreaking event that is sure, to change how we appreciate the production and, of course, the consumption of farm produce. Now that fuel prices are dropping, CD is appreciating. Hopefully, we'll have some appreciable prices or moderate prices. And so show up at the Agri Fair 2025, Afua Sutherland Children's Park, June 20 to 22nd. 3 days from Friday, Saturday till Sunday. Come prepared, come shop for your fresh farm produce, and you won't regret it. We hope to see you there. All right. Now, also in the month of June, we're bringing you the City Business Festival, the CBF, City Business Festival. And so throughout the entire month, we're going to have activities, outdoor events, and of course, on-air sessions or activities or programming, both on Channel One Television and on your favorite relevant radio station, 97.3 City FM. You're going to have our on-air series that will make available relevant information for business growth, business innovation, startups, what have you. All right, so you would want to stay tuned to 97.3 City FM as well as Channel One Television for the City Business Festival, which is the entire month of June from the 1st to the 30th of June. I want to say thank you to our sponsors, Absa Bank, and of course MTN Business for holding us down regarding the City Business Festival. Thank you so much, Absa. Thank you so much, MTN Business. So remember that the City Business Festival is from the 1st of June to the 30th of June, and throughout the entire month we're going to have on-air activities, on-air programming. We're going to have outdoor events as well. And so you do your best to patronize either of these so that together we can help grow businesses, small, medium, micro enterprises, as well as even established businesses, indigenous Ghanaian businesses, local businesses. There's so much to learn within the month of June. We're going to assemble some industry players, some experts in specific sectors, and they're all going to share their knowledge with us so that we can all grow our businesses from small, micro, or medium enterprises to, competitive businesses, if you like, conglomerates, if you like, established businesses that can compete with the multinationals as well as on the international stage. So it's from the 1st of June to the 30th of June, the City Business Festival. Okay, once again, thank you to Absa Bank, thank you to MTN Business for sponsoring the City Business Festival, brought to you by Channel One TV with support from 97.3 City FM. Alrighty, let's now bring you highlights of what's in the news today. We'll run through the front pages of the various newspapers real quick, real snappy. I'll start with the Daily Graphic newspaper, which says, nation risk more revenue losses, tech-led tax systems key. Experts at national dialogue. And it comes with a picture of Abdallah Ali Nachia, who's an associate professor at the University of Ghana School of Law. And the story says, nations risk more revenue losses, tech-led tax systems key. Experts at national dialogue. Break short-term development planning cycle. President charges NDPC. Break short-term development planning cycle. This is President Mahama speaking to the National Development and Planning Commission. Okay. Ghana Card blocks prison graduates from national service. Ghana Card blocks prison graduates from national service. Inmates appeal to Parliament to intervene. Ghana Card blocks prison graduates from national service. Inmates appeal to Parliament to intervene. Local government minister cautions public against Boko conflict commentaries. Local government minister cautions public against Boko conflict commentaries. And then when you go to the back page, it captures the decongestion exercise by the AMA and the COCMA. And it says AMA COCMA begin decongestion exercise in Accra. AMA COCMA begin decongestion exercise in Accra. You can get some pictures there as well as the details of the story on the back page of the Daily Graphic newspaper. Let's get into the Ghanaian Times. Front page of the Ghanaian Times says, getting rid of street beggars, uphold children's right and dignity. This is Child Rights International, comes with a picture of its executive secretary, Bright Appiah, and it says, getting rid of street beggars, uphold children's rights and dignity. Ghana committed to reformed business environment. That's President Mahama speaking. He says Ghana is committed to reformed business and business environment. Now, Venture Capital Trust Fund invests 359.6 million Ghana cedis in 20 years. Venture Capital Trust Fund invests 359.6 million Ghana cedis in 20 years. And then when you go to the back page, there's a conversation about sustainable aviation fuels. And you have the cholera outbreak in Gambaga story also there. It says the Ghana Health Service is partnering with the media to fight the outbreak of cholera in Gambaga. The News Center newspaper is also here. Major story says Gold Board driving CD surge by deepening reserves. That's Dr. Ato Forsen, the finance minister, speaking. He says Gold Board is driving the CD surge by deepening reserves. You have Baumia's apology wins hearts. Baumia's apology wins hearts. Ex-NIB director sues head of surveillance for 10 million Ghana cedis. Ex-NIB director sues head of surveillance for 10 million Ghana cedis. Women's rights groups alarmed by CJ's suspension. Women's rights groups alarmed by CJ's suspension. 80% of NLA's revenue comes from KGL. That's Chris Bellamy Dugan speaking there. He says 80% of the NLA's revenue comes from KGL. Chris Bellamy Dugan, he's the head of corporate affairs for the National Lottery Authority. And then you have MTN expands home internet access with fiber push. This is attributed to the CEO, Mr. Seven Blewett, MTN Ghana CEO, saying that the company is expanding home internet access with fiber push. Let's go to the Daily Guide. What's the Daily Guide saying this morning? Bawumia Mahama clash over CD stabilization. Bawumia Mahama clash over CD stabilization. SkyTrain trial. Professor Amiao Akumfi rushed to hospital again. SkyTrain trial. Professor Amiao Akumfi rushed to hospital again. UTAG UG, that's the University Teachers Association of Ghana, the University of Ghana branch or chapter, is demanding the Auditor General's resignation. UTAG UG demands Auditor General's resignation. We'll be looking at that story and bringing you some perspectives to it. Lands Ministry partners Asantehene for high-level mining summit. Lands Ministry partners Asantehene for high-level mining summit. That's the Daily Guide newspaper. The Chronicle is here. Chronicle says, okay, it also has the Lands Minister here. And this time around, he's speaking to the Lands Commission. And it says, Lands Minister to Lands Commission, decentralize operations within 2 weeks. Decentralize operations within 2 weeks. And there's another story here that says, Empress Gifty sues Agrada for 200 billion Ghana cedis. Oi! Empress Gifty sues Agrada for 200 billion Ghana cedis. Oh! Let me reserve my comments. The scripture for the day is taken from the book of James, the chapter number 3, the verse number 6. The tongue also is a fire, a world of evil among the parts of the body. It corrupts the whole body, sets the whole course of one's life on fire, and is itself set on fire by hell. James 3:6. The tongue also is a fire, a world of evil among the parts of the body. It corrupts the whole body, sets the whole course of one's life on fire, and is itself set on fire by hell. May the Lord add his blessings to the reading of his word. The Herald newspaper. What's the Herald saying? Claims of conspiracy meeting by Kulendi, Sori, and others against Tokonu collapsed as ex-Council of State member breaks silence, demands police and national security probe. Claims of conspiracy meeting by Kulendi, Sori, and others against Tokonu collapsed as ex-Council of State member breaks silence, demands police and national security probe. Sam George refutes claims of Lexus car gift from businessman, threatens court action. Sam George refutes claims of Lexus car gift from businessman, threatens court action. Appeals court halts Amewu's parliamentary benefits. His lawyers blame EC for legal challenges. Luxury robber eating his own excreta. Court orders psychiatric test. Luxury robber, in quote, eating his own excreta. Court orders psychiatric test. NIB detains ex-customs boss Isaac Crenshaw over role in SML deal. NIB detains ex-customs boss Isaac Crenshaw over role in SML deal. That's the Herald newspaper. Let's get into the Ghanaian publisher. CRI blast GIS over ruthless beggar soup. CRI, that's Child Rights International, blast GIS, the Ghana Immigration Service, over ruthless beggar soup. Atoforsen charges Gold Board to anchor economic transformation. Atoforsen charges Gold Board to anchor economic transformation. Dinner with petitioner's lawyer. Citizen demands dissolution of CJ committee, but Sori rubbishes claim. Ayariga condemns gruesome murder of NHIA director. Ayariga condemns gruesome murder of NHIA director. That's the Ghanaian publisher. Let me take you now to the New Publisher. The New Publisher says, New Magic pushing strong CD is Gold Board. New Magic pushing strong CD is Gold Board. That's the finance minister. And he's assuring of stability, sustenance. Okay? More dangerous rains coming, Meteorological Agency warns. More dangerous rains coming, Meteorological Agency warns. I am very sick, but I'll be in court on Monday. 80-year-old Amiawe Kumfi pleads. I am very sick, but I'll be in court Monday. 80-year-old Amiawe Kumfi pleads. This regarding the $2 million botched SkyTrain deal and the ongoing case. The Informer newspaper is here. Apology over NPP's 2024 electoral defeat. Bawumia demonstrates maturity. It's attributed to an MP, which I suspect is the MP for Efia, the Honorable Isaac Boama. He was here on the show yesterday. Very well, as I said. Yes, is Isaac Boama Nyako there. And he's saying Dr. Bawumia has demonstrated maturity for apologizing for the party's defeat. Now the major story. Accra Flats, NADMO tough on demolition as Matthew warns of more rains. Accra Flats, NADMO tough on demolition as Matthew warns of more rains. Value addition panacea for Ghana's development. Value addition panacea for Ghana's development. NIB detains former customs commissioner over SML deal. Apologize to our leader, Guta demands of G-Tech. As GPRTU responds to fuel price drop, spare parts dealers reject reduction. That's the Informer newspaper. The Inquisitor is here. Defense militants at work. Araba enjoys PR blow job. Okay. NIB detains former customs commissioner Isaac Crenshaw over role in SML deal. Then you have TCDA engages stakeholders on unprocessed rubber exports. And Deputy Finance Minister inaugurates NLA Governing Board. The Custodian newspaper is also here. Custodian says Gold Board to promote economic growth, and that's attributed to the Finance Minister. Gold Board to promote economic growth. Minority mocks NDC. Mahama's 24-hour economy, now 24-hour doomsday. Kufo calls for unity against tax leakages. Petitioner alleges conspiracy to axe Tokonu, but Thaddeus Sori denies meeting CJ Probe Committee judges. Prudential Bank CIO advocates African-centric AI development. Prudential Bank CIO advocates African-centric AI development. All right, let's go online and see what's happening. Channel1news.com, there was an interview on the face-to-face with the former CEO of the VRA, Engineer Kek Kofi. A number of stories from that interview. This one says, support VRA's expansion of base load generation, Kek Kofi to government. Then you have Doomso, current power crisis, not Mahama's fault. Former VRA boss. NADMO identifies 78 NADMO identifies 78 flood-prone areas in Bunu region. Wow, 78 flood-prone areas in Bunu region. Distribution of free solar panels not sustainable. Former VRA CEO. CD Surge, we should be excited but cautious. That's the Sanarugu Member of Parliament, Ata Issa. He was speaking on the Channel 1 newsroom last night. Bawumia CD claims disingenuous. That's Professor Khalid. He's an economic advisor at the Office of the Vice President. Infrastructure deficit severely affecting Menchia Hospital operations. Go to our YouTube, Channel 1 TV. You get the details of that story there. UTAG UG threatens petition to presidency over Auditor General's unethical audit report. Channel1news.com. Let's quickly go to citynewsroom.com. No one can be blamed for Akosombo Dam spillage. Former VRA CEO, Engineer Kek Kofi speaking there. No one can be blamed for Akosombo Dam spillage. Former VRA CEO. Then when you come to Accra, says decongestion. Seized goods will be donated to prison service. Seized goods will be donated to prisons service. That's the Accra mayor speaking there. Build Palugu Dam to boost energy and curb floods. That's the former VRA boss speaking. CD Rise, NPP only takes credits when things go well. Ata Issa Sanarugu MP speaking there. GIS, 925 undocumented migrants repatriated. 925 undocumented migrants repatriated. UTAG UG threatens to petition presidency if Auditor General fails to resign. So when you go online, citynewsroom.com, you get some more stories there, as well as channel1news.com. Remember that the show is interactive. We'd like to hear from you. Send us your comments, your thoughts, and your contributions via our socials and, of course, on WhatsApp. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel One Television. We'll take a break. When we come back, the news review segment goes underway.
Calling all farmers, agribusinesses, and innovators, this is your chance to shine. Channel One TV invites you to exhibit at AgriFair 2025, one of Ghana's largest agriculture exhibitions. From Friday 20th to Sunday the 22nd of June, the A4 Sutherland Children's Park in Accra will come alive with the very best from Ghana's agribusiness sector. Are you a farmer with fresh produce of any kind? Be it crops, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture, or you're a supplier of agro inputs and processing machinery, this is your platform to connect with the world. AgriFair 2025 is more than an exhibition. Showcase your fresh produce, share your expertise and experience, and grow your business. So, to all farmers with fresh produce, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture products, come, sell, network, and expand your business. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. Register now to secure your spot. Call us on 0205 973 973. Come one, come all. Enjoy the freshest farm produce at unbeatable prices. And treat yourself to sizzling kebabs made from beef, mutton, pork, chicken, and more. Great taste, great value. Don't miss out. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel One TV with support from 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by Exim Bank, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, and Development Bank Ghana.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. Yeah. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebal. How Zebal there? Zebal won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me. Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Amen. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
Hello there, this is Breakfast Daily here on Channel One Television. Time now for the news review segment, where we get to have a conversation regarding some selected topics out of the many that are making the rounds within the news cycle. The show is interactive. We'd like to hear from you, So send us your thoughts, your comments, and your contributions via our socials. We're live on YouTube, and of course, you can tweet at us on X, and you can drop a comment on Facebook as well. However, the WhatsApp line is available to you there on your screen. Send us your thoughts, your comments, and your contributions to the show. Let me say good morning to the gentleman in the studio. Hamza Suhini, a member of the NDC's communications team, is here. Good morning, Hamza.
Good morning, Anna.
Good to see you. Michael Kosidede is an engineer. He's also joined us. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Nana.
Good to have you. And Dennis Miracles Abuaje is joining us. We see him. Dennis, please join us. He likes to make an entrance. So, yeah.
Because of cousin. I want you to see me come.
Right. That is good morning. Good to have you.
No comment.
Right. So, Hamza, last time you were here, you made a passionate appeal to the authorities to deal with the issue of these beggars on the streets. The GIS has responded, whether directly to your call or they had their own plans. We are not too sure. But out of the over 2,000 plus that were picked up, we understand 925 of them have been repatriated so far. I'll start off with you. This must be good news for you.
Absolutely. Good morning to our cherished viewers out there, and of course to my colleagues in the studio, and to my brother Dennis. I can understand why he had to work in late. I'm sure he. I'm sure he was out there trying to put out a strong case for Dr. Mahmoud Obami against Kennedy Ajapong, so I can understand. But having said that, my brother, I think that this is something that we all must not take lightly. And I think that it is in order to commend the Ghana Immigration Service for this bold initiative. Like I said last week, this issue is likely to have national security implications in the future. We simply cannot afford to leave our borders ajar and allow any other person under the guise of free movement, under the ECOWAS protocols, to engage in all kinds of activities that we consider improper on our streets.
Right.
Because, like I indicated, it has serious implications on our international commitments when it comes to child safety and the UN goals in particular. And for me, this is heartwarming. For the first time, I get the sense that we are dealing with a government that is willing to allow state institutions to work and give the necessary direction for these state institutions to actually do what they are mandated under our laws to do. I just hope that they will do so in conjunction with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because I know that many of these embassies will begin to make strong cases for their citizens. And on my way here, on another sister station, of course, I think your station, City FM, I heard them make the point that indeed at the site, they have also made arrangements, the GIS for that matter, they have made arrangements for health screening, and in case of any medical emergency, there's a standby medical team to handle that. This is clearly in line with our international protocols when it comes to how you deal with foreign nationals in your country. And so this is commendable. We must commend the Ghana Immigration Service, and this must not be a one-day wonder. It must be continued. We must see that commitment to clearing our streets. We must see that commitment on the part of African governments to protecting the future of our young children. For me, that is the crux of the matter. We must show them another way of livelihood. It doesn't have to be begging on our streets. Let us demonstrate that commitment starting from today. And I cannot help but admire the industry of the Minister of National Security and Interior Minister, Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, because he played an instrumental role in this particular initiative, and he needs to be commended. Such swift intervention is what we need from many of our state institutions, and they must take a cue from it.
Very well. Thank you, Hamza. Engineer, let me come to you. This is not the first time this type of soup or cleanup is happening. It's happened before. But these persons move through our borders into our country and into our cities. Ironically, it's the same Ghana Immigration Service that is supposed to scrutinize their entry and everything. So how do we deal with this holistically stop it at the entry point, even before they get into the cities?
Yeah, borders are very difficult to control at 100%. So we can understand some of those challenges very clearly. But beyond that, when they come into the cities, they stay in certain places and we see them on a regular basis. Now, when they have come into the city, sometimes it's not easy to tell whether the person is a Ghanaian or a non-Ghanaian. But there are clearly rules that our district assemblies need to enforce. The question is, are the district assemblies doing that? Because we shouldn't have said they are Nigerians before the Ghana immigration response, or we say they are Nigerians. No. The issue is that people should not be allowed to loiter on the streets, especially children. But our assemblies look on as though there are no rules by which we work in this country. And for me, those are some of the things that our assemblies themselves need to look at. Borders, we can do our best to improve border security and checks, but it is not, you cannot have 100% border security, especially if you look at the history of our nations, where we were split arbitrarily by other people and decide that you must stay here, you are this, you are called Ghana, you are called Niger, you are called Togo and all that. Because clearly, if you go to certain parts of all these countries, you realize that there are people on the borders who have families right across. So it is difficult to really say that, hey, these are Nigerians, these are Ghanaians sometimes. I mean, we are dealing with a very fine line because of this colonial experience of ours. So yes, we must treat them humanely, but at the end of the day, in terms of enforcing laws in this country, our district assemblies need to set up and ensure that they don't leave our streets and then everybody sits down and decides to become a beggar or anything like that. It's not just about the Nigerians or Nigerians, but also Ghanaians who are on the streets begging and using children and all that. So those are the things that
actually a beggars industry.
Exactly. There's an industry that is growing that we need to check. So I think that the assemblies themselves need to set up. It is not just a GIS problem, it is an assembly problem. Where we have allowed people to just come and live on the streets, people get up, like a lot of your newsmen always say, people are bathing on the streets, all manner of things every morning and every day. So for me, the assemblies need to set up.
Right, Dennis, let me come to you and then maybe we can look at employing our diplomatic relations to help address some of these issues.
I'm not so sure if, I mean, I stand on all the protocols, but I'm not so sure if diplomacy has anything to do with this. It's about the economic situations. I think it's about survival. Even if you are best of friends with the country and their people feel that it's Ghana that they can run to, and you know the situation in the Sahelian is a major cause of this. I mean, some of the people are not just fleeing economic situations, they're also fleeing for safety. You know, and if you look at the statistics, I was listening to this one by Bernard Nko. Out of the numbers arrested, over 2,000 are Nigerians. 2,000. And then I think a few hundreds Nigerians and all of that. And like engineer and council have said, it's a complicated matter. I think that the GIS should just keep up with it and see if it can begin to serve as some deterrence to the people. I mean, it's okay even if you found yourself, it's not okay, but if you found yourself illegally in a country, you should look out for proper economic ventures than to be on the street and become a nuisance. And the most difficult aspect is even where you see the mothers using the children as baits. And I understand some of them are really making money, you know, off the kids. Because, you know, they throw these, and usually I think they are twins. They wear Barcelona jerseys, you know, and then they knock on your windows and you give them money and then they run and give it to their parents and come back on the streets.
But I'm also told there's another way of trafficking. They actually have ringleaders.
Yes, and then
so
bring them.
The jerseys they wear is actually to identify them as belonging to a certain woman or ring.
You know, and they sit under, and usually the parents are there. A lot of times the mothers are somewhere actually watching them. You know, so I think that the immigration service should keep up with this. For the district assemblies, before we can get the engineer, then we need to, as a country, look at the structures first. Because the assemblies don't have the capacity. They don't. Even our own, you know, citizens who go through distress with domestic violence and domestic issues, we don't even have shelters and places to keep them. I remember when I was an MC, it was always a dilemma that you you have a situation in the middle of the night, and you have nowhere to take them. We don't have structures as a country, you know. So it's about resource, it's about structures, it's about ensuring that these systems are in place first. Then the local government system can support. But for now, I don't think they can support that. Maybe with GIS keeping up, it would serve as a deterrent and not be a motivation. Because if you listen to the Niger story, it's like Ghana is the America or the UK to them. You know, once they are coming down south, let's go to Ghana, because it's the place where you can walk freely and nobody, you know, does anything to you. Finding the Nigerians is not so difficult. The Nigerians are the most difficult part, because they are almost like us. They are almost, until you speak to some of them, you would never know or think that they are not Ghanaians. And so it's a worry. The burden, and then even security-wise, a lot of them are also involved in a lot of the crime you are seeing around. So, kudos to the Ghana Immigration Service and the Interior Ministry.
Councillor, I'm coming to you on legal matters in this. There's a Beggars and Destitutes Act. So, I mean, enforcement will make the enterprise unattractive. Because this act criminalizes begging in the country.
It does. But you see, Nana, like my brother indicated, we are not just dealing with citizens of the Republic of Ghana. We are dealing with people who have had to run here largely because of the conflict situations in their respective countries. And Ghana owes some duties or responsibilities when it comes to certain protocols, either under ECOWAS or even the African Union, and to a very large extent, even the United Nations. So you simply cannot be seen applying these kind of punitive measures based on your own internal laws on people who are running away from conflict-prone zones. And quite clearly, the statistics are clear. A chunk of them are coming from Niger, and we know the situation in Niger. So that is the reason why I called for a collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so at least they can engage with authorities who are present. For instance, the embassies from these countries. They can have meaningful engagements as to how to deal with this issue. We should not just be focusing on the punitive measures. In any case, they are Africans, and we owe some responsibilities towards each other. But it doesn't mean that they should also take advantage of our laws and break them at will. So if there are cases that are peculiar, that we feel that there's the need for them to be subjected through the laws of the country, the punitive laws, so be it. But until we make an effective collaboration and begin to understand and appreciate the numbers and the reasons why they are on the streets, it will be improper for us to start using punitive measures as a deterrent, because it would have a blowback. We have some of our citizens too in these countries. It can lead to retaliation. So there's the need for us to respect that diplomatic relationship that we have established in the name of Africa and see what we can do as an important country within that bloc. You see, Dennis is right. Ghana is an attraction point not only for people suffering from conflict prone. We are the gateway to Africa. Even Nigerians have started relocating to Ghana because they feel safe and they feel comfortable here. And that brings us to an important admission, especially I'm making reference here to my senior comrade, that irrespective of how we have come, as far as our democratic journey is concerned, sometimes we need to be easy on ourselves. We have done so well, irrespective of the political parties we belong to. And so sometimes we must begin to see the cup as being half full rather than being half empty. Because we have done so well if you compare us to most of African countries in terms of the kind of stability that we have been able to engender as far as our democracy is concerned. Let us stab ourselves in the back and know that indeed this is a journey that we are on, and hopefully in the future we'll be able to get every other thing right. But punitive measures, no. Sure. This is the time for us to activate our diplomatic channels and see how we can work around this issue.
Very well. Engineer, I'll come back to you. You mentioned the assemblies leading the charge on this. And as I mentioned earlier, this would not be the first time such an operation is being done. The arguments about the cost implications, because after such operations, we never hear how much it costs the Immigration Service to do it.
Well, costs, yes, because if we do not maintain control from the onset, where we control our borders properly, naturally there are cost implications to this. in the name of transparency, some of these things have to be brought. But I want to believe that through the process of parliamentary oversight, some of these things are explained in the Auditor General's reports and all that. I want to believe that these things are explained. They don't necessarily have to come out on a daily basis. This is how much it costs us as an immigration service to have done this. But when it comes to the issue of law, we must also be careful about issues of international diplomacy and versus our own laws. I do not think that you can go into another country simply and begin to break laws in the name of that, simply based on the fact that you are a refugee or you have fled from a conflict. So we need to be firm when it comes to some of these things. But again, the African situation is a tough one, where, like I say, you have people who are living by themselves, and then through the stroke of a pen, somebody decides that you are no longer a Ghanaian, you are now a Togolese, you are now a Nigerian, you are now somebody from Ivory Coast. So those are the dynamics we need to look at. But we have always used the excuse of diplomacy not to enforce laws in this country. And I think that is what hurts us. There are many laws on our books that we do not enforce as a country. And I think that we need to be up and doing when it comes to those things. So we keep on saying, oh, let's make new laws, but there are already so many laws that we don't enforce in this country, and that is what worries. So in as much as we can be diplomatic about issues, we also need to ensure that no one takes us for granted as a people, because we have elected to run a nation state, and we must ensure that the laws are enforced.
Dennis, for the citizens, the Ghanaians, how important is it that we do not give when these beggars ask? And how to what extent will it make it unattractive for these persons to come engage in such?
I don't know how much that will work. I mean, even there are places, even downtown New York, that you have people hounding you and chasing you for money. It's all over the world. It's quite difficult. These are places where, I mean, naturally, when people even see you, they want to run away from you and move out. But people are still there begging, because by the end of the day, he would get some $1, $2 to move around. And for people like that who probably have nothing else, or in their mind are not willing to do anything else, they don't mind. They would hedge their chances and just come on the street. So I don't think that's really is a strategy. My view is that if the message should go out there that Ghana is deporting, people who are coming, and I hear the years have done quite well. I hear they've sent a lot of the numbers they arrested. If people should know that when you come, you are likely to come back, it will begin to slow things down. I remember, there are a couple of countries even in Ghana that we used to hear that, oh, as for this place, when you go, once you enter, you are good. Once you enter, you are fine. But as for this country, they could just see you and stop you and ask you for your papers. So all those things are some deterrent, and I think that's the kind of message we should send, back there, that Ghana, when you enter without proper documentation and then you are just on the streets, you'll be found and then you'll be sent back. That is a major deterrent. But most importantly, it brings us back to our border situation, because these guys are not flying.
True.
They are not flying. They are coming by the road. And it's something that we've never really addressed, but we don't even have borders. We have it on paper. There are, if you get to our entry and exit point with Togo, I hear they are close to 40, 50, and I was watching some news items where some people wash in Ghana and pour the water in Togo. They work. In fact,
Ghana and Bafo.
Yes. And I hear there are some kids who live in Togo, Togolese who school in Ghana,
yes.
And those who
And
vice versa. Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso. So it's a bit funny. And once you have a situation like that, these things are likely to happen. So we must also look at the situation and take a decision that if we cannot invest to really secure our borders, then influx is something we cannot do away with. And if we cannot do away with influx, then what is our strategy? Because you basically have an open border. It's just that small columns and beam that they have welcome to Ghana on, at one point. And there are like 40 other entries. People are going to farm and crossing. People are, all manner of, people are basically smuggling things in and out of Ghana every day. And there's nothing you can do about it, because, the person is even telling you, I'm going home. He gets to his house and then he enters to go. So I think we need to take a decision. If we can't build strong, robust borders, then what is the other strategy that we're going to put in place, knowing that the people are going to come anyway? Because this is Africa. We are almost the same. Looking at, even Niger, we have a lot of people in Ghana who look more Nigerians than even the Nigerians themselves. And as for Togo and Ivory Coast and Nigeria, it's worse. Because intermarriages, it's easy for a Nigerian to tell you that I'm Ghanaian, or a Togolese to tell you that I'm Ghanaian. There's nothing you can do about it. He says and the Togolese, you all tell they are from Aplao. So I think we need to take a stand and do something about this.
Let's go into the matter of decongesting our cities. It's as though the mayors, when they are given the position, their first move is to decongest. I'll start with you, the engineer, on this, because I'm sure you have some interest in development and planning and the importance of it. But we sit back and allow these things to fester. It grows into a community, and now we spend taxpayers' money to embark on such exercises. I am worried about this. I don't know about you.
There's this funny saying that Ghana is a crime scene. And we all laugh about it.
Right.
But seriously, if you sit back and look at it, Ghana is a crime scene. And almost all government institutions have become the crime bosses. When this topic was moved, I deliberately went for this building regulations, 2022, LI 2465. What I see the MCs doing or the district assemblies doing is simply covering up for their failures. Because if you look at this law carefully, it determines how permits should be given, how things should be regulated to prevent flooding. But a lot of people don't recognize this. So when the floods happen and things happen, then on an annual basis we come out. Let's look at LI 57. It says site coverage of building. And then it says that a developer shall not erect a dwelling house on a site of an area smaller than 50 square meters in accordance with section 5.57 of part 5 of Ghana Standards 1207 on sizes of plots of land of dwelling houses. So one, it tells you that within a certain space, you cannot put up a structure there. If it's 50 square meters, you cannot put up a structure in that space. Then two goes on to say, a dwelling house together with the outbuilding of the dwelling house shall not cover an area of the plot greater than the following. Which states that if you have a plot of 100 by 100, it says that you cannot cover all of it. So now it gives you specifics. It says that you cannot cover 50% of the plot for a single-story detached building. So if you have a building which is a single-story detached, you cannot cover more than 50% of the land area. Why is the law proposing this? It states that you must allow rainwater, which is going to come off your roof, to go into the ground. Then it goes on to say 40% of the plot for a 2- and 3-story detached building. 40%. So it gives the percentages for every kind of building that you can think about. Now let's go to East Legon. Let's go to Airport Residential. Let's go to all these posh places first and find out whether they are complying with this law. But we find it easy to deal with people who are poor people. Let's go and drive them out. The people who have built kiosks, let's drive them out. But the people who are putting up these huge structures, where you go and 100% of the place is paved, where does that runoff water go? So these are the real questions that we need to be asking of the municipal assemblies. So when my friend says that they do not have capacity, that is the opportunity we should use to create jobs. Because if you look into this law again, it talks about building inspectors and the capacity they must have to do a certain work to enforce these laws. How much effort have we put into ensuring that we have proper building inspectors in this country to ensure that this law is enforced? We don't. We come into office and we go and create a year employment for young people. All manner of fancy things that are not sustainable. But if you look in this law, again, let me tell process of application. Let's look at it specifically. It says building inspectors. It says that one, let me just give you a typical example. It says database of built environment professionals, the regulation 29. It says a district assembly shall create a database of accredited built environment professionals who wish to operate within the jurisdiction of the district assembly. Have any of the assemblies created this? No. So a government comes in and all we do is run around and say, we must create jobs for them. Look, when this government came, what did they do? Quickly, we are going to have a team, a committee to walk around and check that there will be no flooding. What have we asked, demands have we made on the district chief executives in terms of enforcing these regulations so that there's a permanent solution to what we see? But we don't. Then it says that the district assembly shall publish the database specified in sub-regulation 1. When you have created a list of professionals, publish it. And then they are the people who assist you to enforce part of this law and the building regulation. But we don't do this. So for me, there are existing laws in Ghana to regulate and prevent largely the issue of flooding. But we don't enforce any laws. And then we make a show of law enforcement when floods happen. For me, that is not the way to approach it. Recently, there's been some clip circulating of a 1960 newspaper where the same heading, Accra floods. This is all there. So 60-something years on, Accra still floods because Accra's topography is known from an engineering point. Accra is largely flat. Accra is largely flat. So if you don't enforce major building regulations, you cannot improve your situation or you cannot manage it. So we know that people are building waterways. Lands where people should not be built, people have occupied it. And yet we look on. The assemblies grant permits. And when people build, then they come back and say, we are going to do. Look, when it has to deal with political people and people with influence within our society, nobody touches them. Go to Achimota School, the Achimota Forest. Who are the people who are taking the land there? Against regulations. And yet nobody deals with them. But we find it easy to deal with the poor people on the streets and go and chase them out. I have no problem if we deal with the people who are of influence within the society. Then we can begin to instill discipline among other people. But when we allow everybody else to go haywire, and then we are only being selective in the application of law, it doesn't help this country. Because, like I said earlier on, the saying that Ghana is a crime scene is evident everywhere. Look, we live in a country where the use of motorbikes for commercial activity is prohibited under LI 2180. And yet, you have a party that is campaigning to come into office saying that we will legalize it.
So they will amend the law.
Yeah, no, but the point is, and then the government in power does not enforce the law. You understand? We need to be careful. We have enough laws to govern activities in this country. But we like to make showmanship. That doesn't help us. Look, we are talking about development of estates and properties in this country. One, we need to ensure that if we control development such that things do not go bad. If we don't, this country is going down. The fact that you have a posh building doesn't mean that you have development. Because these are the runoffs that are happening. And it's impacting. Then drains are not being resized. All manner of things. So Accra, for me, we need to look at, and we are exporting this disorderliness round the country. The district assembly don't have capacity, but every year when governments come, they multiply the inefficiencies of district assembly by creating more district assemblies. I mean, what are we doing to ourselves? We create more regions to no benefit. So we need to look at our laws and ensure that the people we appoint as district chief executives are competent and that the districts are being held liable for the things that they don't do right. But if we simply just do this showmanship of every year, when it rains, then we go out there, NADMO, everybody display and say, oh, we are solving the problem. Nothing is going to happen.
Hamza, decongestion.
Nana, unfortunately, it is difficult to disagree with my brother today on this matter. And like you clearly indicated from the onset, you see, for me, I feel that it is always a way for political appointees at the district level to announce their presence. I remember clearly when His Excellency President John Evans Atta Mills was elected, and the then mayor appointed Alfred Oko van der Poel. The first action he initiated had to do with a move to clean the capital city and rid our streets of illegal hawkers. Just after that, His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo became president and also appointed, I think, Henry Kwete as regional minister. And that was how he announced his presence. where he even had confrontations with some of the traders, largely because of the policies he also intended to introduce. Today, we have a new Accra mayor. He has also announced something similar. So for me, it is a way to announce their political presence as far as the national capital is concerned. And that is clearly unacceptable. That notwithstanding, that is not to say that those efforts in a way are not also commendable. They are. They have their importance. But I think we should go beyond just the announcement of political presence. And yesterday I had to say this on another platform. You see, sometimes when you are appointed by a leader, you need to mirror your leader. And I have watched President Mahama closely since his days as vice president. In fact, even before he became vice president. And I know that this is not a man driven by quick fixes. A classical example has to do with the way he dealt with Dumso. In the face of political pressure that was calling for quick fixes, His Excellency President Mahama resisted that invitation and stood his grounds and went for long-term investments in the energy sector. That had political implications. And his political survival, because at the time he was pursuing those long-term investments, the lights were out. Businesses struggled. And I remember where he said that he was ready to do the needful, even if it has a political cost to it. And that was part of the reasons why that infamous statement was made about a dead goat syndrome, which was taken for political reasons. Because for some strange reasons, as citizens, those days we all seem to think that for Ghana to develop and most of the difficult decisions to be taken, we needed a president willing for just a one term at the presidency. Because we knew within ourselves that any president committed to taking the difficult decisions is unlikely to secure a second term. That was the general consensus. And I believe it is still the general consensus in this country. Because we know that the people will rebel, even though these decisions needed to be taken. So if you are appointed by a man with this philosophy and understands that when it comes to national development, the most important thing is to privilege the national objective over partisan considerations, then your actions as an appointee must mirror or reflect these principles. And so that is my caution to the new mayor. Not to say that his steps are not commendable. They are. But how sustainable will they be? That is what we are interested in. Because I've just given you examples of how other mayors and regional ministers have conducted themselves after their appointments. Is Accra still clean?
No.
Absolutely not.
Far from that.
Far from that. We are still in rot. Like my brother indicated, my senior comrade, there are still burdens on our waterways. We do not have the political muscle to be able to act. Even committees that are required for the district assemblies to work are unable to work. So for me, I think that if he wants this thing to be sustainable, the way to handle it is to, as a matter of urgency, engage the Ministry of Transport. It is not for nothing that we have a Ministry of Transport. If we need our roads to be cleared of hawkers, the Ministry of Transport has a responsibility. He must engage them when it comes to the sanitation angle, the silting our gutters, clearing in buildings on waterways. There's the need for him to engage the Ministry of Waterworks and Housing. Sit together with these policy lead persons. Adopt a policy that can be presented to cabinet. And the entire government will meet at cabinet and have a discussion so that we would know the government policy is clear-cut when it comes to decongesting our capital cities. This is being done by 2 metropolitan assemblies. What about the rest? Do we have only 2 metropolitan assemblies in Accra? They are the likes of Ashama that is also densely populated. You get to certain parts of Ashama, you simply cannot drive on the roads. So we are dealing with a serious matter. And I think that the discussion should go beyond the frontiers of the Accra Metropolitan Assembly. It needs a national approach. And for us to have that national approach, you need the intervention of 4 ministers. The minister responsible for local government, the minister responsible for transport, the minister responsible for water resources, works and housing, and the minister of interior, and also responsible for national security. So the mayor, if he wants to at least write his political legacy in a way that we would all celebrate, he must begin to activate the channels of communication by reaching out to these people and ensuring that they present it to Parliament for a holistic decision to be taken so that we can clear our streets. But you see, my brother, it is difficult to disagree with Dennis when he said that the district assemblies don't have capacity. If you look at the evolution of the district assemblies concept, and that is why I belong to the school of thought that we have to get to a stage as a country where we open the system up and allow elections as far as the district assembly portfolios are concerned.
Would this be on partisan lines?
I don't want it to be on partisan lines, to be clear. Because see, sometimes central government is sometimes
The engineers are-
I agree with that.
yes, you see, my brother, sometimes central government, the conduct of central government makes it practically impossible for the district assemblies to live up to the dictates of their mandate because of political considerations. Because even the central government is careful about certain interventions that would clean our streets because of the political costs associated with same. But if you have a district assembly or district chief executive who is elected by the people, has no political loyalties, and the people know that at the end of the tenure, they go back to the polls to vote for him or against him, government or political parties are insulated. And in fact, the true essence of local government would have been felt by the people. And they would have complemented government effectively. But I think that we have failed to expand the frontiers of our local government system since its adoption. Because what the NDC did was simply to introduce a system. But successive governments have been quite dormant in terms of any commitment to truly giving meaning to the local government system. That is why we have many of these things on our law books that are not implemented. But again, I know my brother will agree that under them, he knows where I'm going to. I know you agree because you are the district chief executive. Unfortunately, even funds meant for the development.
You know, nationalistic presentation. I mean, for once.
He doesn't even know what I'm coming to say.
It's okay.
No, see, I'm talking about your economic situation.
It's okay.
End on that. No, let me. You see, he knows where I'm going because he was a district chief executive. We had a situation where even their hands were tied because for the first time in our republic, funds that were meant to go directly to them as DCEs to be able to effectively perform their functions were being controlled at the district assemblies common fund level. Even petty procurements like vehicles for the functioning of the assemblies, those things were procured at the district by Nato Shadow. But you know it's the truth. You had no funds to operate. So their leadership, in fact, mortgaged the local government system and rendered them ineffective. Because even common resources to be able to run their districts, they were denied those resources. You see, Nana, finally, today, thankfully, last week I listened to His Excellency President Mahama. He has indicated that 80% of these allocations would once again be given back directly to the district assemblies to determine their priorities and spend so accordingly. That is progressive. That is what progressive leadership is about. That is how you empower the district assemblies common concept. But unfortunately, under my brother and his government,
Thank you. Dennis, you have been there before. What goes into some?
It will be nationalistic. You agree? Nationalistic. You agree?
I want to first of all find out if
When
he has the blessing.
Honorable Alassa
of the
Suyini was
president.
going to be a minister, one of the things I told myself is that finally we are getting one major propagandist off the screens. Then he introduces to come and take over from him. I mean, fantastic presentation until the last part where he started introducing propaganda.
Of which you agree?
No, I don't. So I mean, I am an advocate for decentralization. I mean, major advocate. I mean, when it comes to decentralization, I refuse to do partisanship. Yes. Because I feel that this country, until we go full decentralized, we are not going to get to where we are seeking to get to. We won't. And you can go and check and read around. Each of the countries that we aspire to be like are countries that are fully decentralized. And their development are not anchored on central government. These countries' development are anchored on their counties and the municipalities and whatever you. That is how the democracy that we are practicing is actually structured to be. And that's why when you look at our 1992 constitution, it's clear, it's there. It says, we will become full, we would attain full democracy when we are fully decentralized. Right. And so until we are fully decentralized, we cannot even say that we have arrived. Yeah. But it's as if we're beginning to see elections as the only measure of what democracy is. And that's what we are seeing, what we are seeing. You don't expect that when it comes to issues of street vendors, issues of where market women will stay, issues of how buildings will be done, and the codes, enforcement of the codes and all of that should be done or even guided by central government. It would never work. And I mean, I have had the opportunity to learn a few lessons because I've been a local government practitioner. Right. I tell you what, this country, we are only being hypocritical with our decentralization. And has nothing to do with NDC and MPP. We are pretending. The central government never want to get the district assemblies fully functional.
Why?
It is only when they are there that they want it functional until they come to the center. I have seen it severally. I've had situations where I've seen ministers who were once DCs complaining and crying about these things that Council Sweeney talks about in terms of giving resources to this assembly, only for them to become deputy ministers and also want to hold on to it. Go to our ministries and you'll be amazed. Resources that are being brought into the country, even with our development partners, for projects at the district level, drainage systems, markets and all of that, social, are being implemented from Accra. And $100 million will be brought into the country for, let's say, a drainage system, and you see them commit 60 million of it to feasibility and consultancies. And then it's in Accra. Then the real value, the real money that will go to the district is about 800,000, 700,000. And then when you put it together, the actual money that went into implementation is like 20%. So we are really pretending. And until we admit that the real, you see, it's not for nothing that our constitution is structured in that way. Our constitution is structured in a way that when you get the money at the center, if it's 1 billion, we have 261 districts. Let everybody receive their share. It's equity, not equal. So use an equity system, population, size, need to distribute. I mean, I disagree with council even if he applauds President Mahama for the 80%. It should be 100%. Districts should receive what the law says they should receive. When you get your taxes, the percentage that the law says give to them, as you have passed in parliament, give it all to them.
That means you don't like the concept of the common fund?
No, it's not like I don't. I mean, somebody must administer the fund. You understand? Finance ministry receives all the taxes.
Yeah.
And they say a certain percentage should go to the district. Of course, it's not bad when somebody receives that percentage to the district and does the disbursement. What I don't like is the idea that central government can still decide that I'm holding on to 20%, 30%, 40%, and that it goes to parliament for a certain formula. Which formula? Parliament doesn't have to approve any formula for the district. The district are supposed to receive their money, as the law says, give them 5%, 5.5% of total revenue. Distribute it to them based on a certain equity, population, size, need, and what have you. When it gets to the district is its own government. They have their own assembly, which is supposed to be their own legislature. They have their own presiding member, which is supposed to be their speaker. They pass their own budget. They develop their own annual action plans. They have their own medium-term development plans. We are not allowing them. So when I see the mayors, and I've been there before.
Yeah.
I pity them because what they are doing is nothing. It won't get anywhere. How many days can you be on the street watching over these women?
This mayor says it's not an idea.
Oh, but he's not the first person saying it. He doesn't even have the resources to even keep people on the street and keep moving the women away. You don't have that resource.
Yeah.
You don't even have it. You don't have it. How much money are you receiving?
Right.
See, let me tell you, Accra Metropolitan Assembly, 90% of their resource goes into waste management. 90%.
There's this thing I've been preaching every morning on the show, monetizing the indiscipline. So maybe he can generate the resources from there.
But all these things can be done when you allow the district to be the district. See, there was a time I had a situation, and I'll tell you, where telecom companies come to the district. I'm trying to not give pointers. So
Right.
telecom companies come into the district. They are coming to lay fiber optic cables.
Right.
Then you know what they do? They go to the ministries, finance, local government, go and do their own skirmishes there, drop some money there, and then when they come to the district, they bring a letter and say that we have waivers from the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Local Government to come and lay.
Yeah.
They did that to every district. When they go to my district in UK, I said, no, you can't pass. As for my district, our district assembly has passed the fees and charges for these things. This is how much you are supposed to pay. So I have a waiver. I said, well, the Ministry of Finance or Local Government is not Equiapem North.
Right.
Equiapem North has passed its laws. I have to go to the assembly back to go and get some waiver from the assembly. Otherwise, I have a responsibility as the district chief executive to take it from you. It took 4 months. They were not willing to pay. Until finally they come, I go and seize their things. They will call the minister will call me and say, Minister, this thing their own work. Back and forth before they came to pay. The amount of money they paid managed to build a school in Adoso. And so, but for this insistence, this money would have gone, to whatever. So the district assembly concept as we're supposed to have it, we don't. And one of the reasons is appointment from central government. Because the only way the ministers can pick a phone and call us and tell us what to do is because they sit with cabinet.
Exactly.
And they sit with the president. And if you don't listen, they will go and gossip. They will go and gossip. The next day,
you're asked to go.
And you see they are closer to the president. You are far away in Bongo district. They are saying something about you in Accra. And you know that one of the things about being an MC or DCA is that if you don't have ears in Accra, you don't sleep.
Yeah.
Because you don't know what is coming. I think that we need to all admit as a country that since 1992, what the Constitution says we should do with our local governance system, we haven't really done it. It is time for us to sit down, non-partisan, build consensus and do it. Let's elect MMDCs. Let the presidents get their hands off these appointments. Let MMDCs be accountable to their people. Let them be afraid not to live up to expectation of their people. See, if I'm a friend to the president, I can go to sleep without doing anything in my district. Because no matter what you do, no matter the noise, you can't do anything to me. But when I know that I need to account to the people, they would have to vote for me. I would have to go back to them and all of that. I will set up. I think that election of MMDCs is long overdue. I think that fiscal decentralization is long overdue. What are we afraid of? See, there's a bill that has been pending, the local governance finance bill, that is going to allow local government district assemblies and MMDCs to be able to go out there and raise resources based on their capacity and develop their district. And everybody is afraid. Go to the Ministry of Finance, they are afraid. When it comes, they say, no, this one is going to throw, it can cause problem for central government. For Christ's sake, when a district assembly has a financial relationship with a third party, it has nothing to do with central government. Because the law is clear. They are semi-autonomous institutions. They can get properties and assets on their own, dispose it off on their own. You can sue them. They can sue you. They go into an agreement with you and the liabilities are on them. So if you are supposed to give me, the district assembly, a denta a loan, and the law is clear that when you give me a loan, it is me and it's not central government, what are you afraid of? If I run into debt, my people should hold me responsible. That is why the district assembly is there. You understand what I'm saying? So we need to, until then, flooding, congestion in our markets is getting nowhere. The issues that you see, local government minister, Greater Accra regional minister, that's why regional ministry, it's time for us to even disband it. Yes, it's one of the reasons why we are not allowing the district assemblies to function. The district is autonomous.
You should do away with
No, but what can a regional
ministers.
minister do to the district chief executive, even in the current situation, but for political persuasion? Nothing. There is nowhere in the law, nothing. It only says coordinate and supervise. Supervise what? When the district assembly sits and make laws, the regional minister cannot unmake the law, the bylaws. You cannot unmake it. You and your DCE cannot unmake those bylaws by the district assembly. So what are you doing? It is just a political bottleneck to create more confusion at the local level. And that is why we have the situation. Yeah. Somebody will call you and say, you know, this house that you are telling them to not build, you know, it belongs to, you know, Hamza. And, you know, Hamza is one of our own. The way things are going, you have to be careful. You know, Hamza is very connected, you know, and all that. Hey, is it Hamza Suyini? Hey, the minister's brother. No. I beg you. The next time, the DC is the one protecting them to build. Go and see what's happening on the Bree Mountains.
Yeah. Engineer, I mean, on the decongestion and the congestion itself, if you do a cash relook, most of our markets are not built; they are formed. Right. So one person puts a store here, another, and then before you know, there's an entire market community. Yeah. So how do we deal with that?
So again, everything is connected. Coincidentally, a few weeks ago, I had an engagement with the Ghana National Fire Service when they were celebrating the Firefighters Day. Why is the fire service not able to respond and deal with fires in Ghana? Because
lack of access.
Lack of access. We don't plan. The fire service has a hydrant. Somebody builds on it, and everybody looks on. So they are all this. Everything is connected. Everything that we do is connected from the point of planning to development. If we don't do these things properly, we can do these rituals every year, and nothing will change. And I'm happy he's raised the issue of buildings on the Bree area. Look, when you study the plains of Accra, if we continue to allow the kind of development that is going on along the mountain, Accra is going to get more flooded. You see, these are things that are known. And this is why the point about district assemblies, it's even more important. The district assemblies need to act. And I'm saying that irrespective of the deficiencies at the moment, where they are being controlled by central government on issues, there are still things within their control that they can do. But they are not doing any of these things. So until we begin to look at these things closely and do them, if the more buildings up on that mountain, the quicker Accra gets flooded. This is a known fact. From all the hydrology studies and everything, it's a known thing. So why are we continuing? You see, it is nice if you have your money, you want to build on a mountain. It's fine. I mean, if I had the money, maybe I also want to build there. No problem. But the issue is that when the district assembly determines that, yes, this is prime area, you can own the land, but this is the zone. It is for residential. And for this kind of area, you can only put up one house for every maybe 100 square meters. It's the story. You control it. But when we allow, you say, oh, government doesn't own land, that is, no. Government doesn't own land, but government determines land use through zoning laws. So when our district chief executives and our politicians and all make excuses that, oh, because government doesn't own land, that is why we are unable to control development, it is wrong. Because government controls land use through zoning laws. So when you say this place is a residential area, it is residential. When you say this place is commercial, it is this. When you say these are the things that, and the law has also defined what coverage you can do. So these are not things that are missing. So I'm saying that the 1992 Constitution, a lot of us are saying, oh, we need to change it. Yes, the Constitution is not perfect, and there's no perfect Constitution. But are we implementing the Constitution even as it is, in terms of spirit and word? We are not. So there are violations even of the Constitution for which people walk free. So I'm saying that our biggest problem in this country is law enforcement. Law enforcement, and not making new laws or revising existing laws. The biggest problem we have is enforcement of laws. So let's begin to look at those things very closely. And then these issues of ritual events of people coming out and say, oh, we need to do this. So the markets need to be built properly. They need to be planned. Everything needs to be zoned. And when we keep on changing zoning laws as if they were underwears, unfortunately, it doesn't help us. Because somebody thinks that, oh, I want to build this here. So he lobbies and then we change the zoning laws and make it. It doesn't help us in all of these efforts. No, I mean, no developing country does that. You see, and that is why I keep saying that the district assemblies, why do we multiply inefficiencies? When you have created a region, you have 10 regions. that region and the districts within that region must plan for land use.
Yeah.
They must plan where we are going to dispose of waste for the next 50, 100 years.
Yeah.
Where are we going to have our streets? Where are we going to get fresh water from? Where are we going to, what is the power requirement? I mean, these things have to be planned long term. They are not like clothes that we wear every day, you change them. No. So when we are creating more districts, what we are doing is that we are destroying plans that other districts have made for the next 10 years. Because the same land space, then you cut it up and say this is a new district. So how does that allow for long-term planning and development? And these are the things that our politicians must stop doing. In the name of getting more votes. We cannot run away from these fundamentals. The land hasn't changed. The land size hasn't changed. Why do we keep multiplying efficiency by creating more districts, more regions? And therefore, it does not allow the districts to do long-term planning. So I like Miracle's examples where he says that, look, he insisted that these are the laws we have made. And therefore, we cannot allow people to come in and override them. District chief executives need to begin to stamp their authority. So you see, the point where we say that they are influenced because they are appointed, I agree with that. But at the same time, if you have a good president, nothing in these laws prevents the district assembly from doing what they need to do. So yes, we want elections ultimately, but the same constitution that not on partisan basis. I reject that. But I'm saying that you see, when we say that because the president appoints these DCEs, that is why we can't move forward. I also say that the same way that the president appoints this, it also gives him a good chance to change this country very quickly.
Very well. Very well. Engineer, thank you. We'll take a bite from Hamza and then Dennis on this matter before we move on to other matters. But I need to take a quick break at this point. When we come back, we'll give them the opportunity to speak to these matters. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel One TV. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Life can get hectic, and sometimes we forget to prioritize our well-being. That's where Vernon Mineral Water steps in. A refreshing solution packed with essential minerals, Vernon Mineral Water keeps you hydrated and balanced. Whether you're at home or work, Vernon Mineral Water is there to keep you going. Don't let a busy schedule hinder your health. Make Vernon Mineral Water a part of your daily routine. Share the love with Vernon Mineral Water, the choice for a healthy, vibrant you.
This advert is FDA approved.
In Accra, every year, we have about 18,000 people dying because of air pollution. So we are looking at how do you make sure the citizens of Accra are getting clean air.
It's imperative that we tackle air pollution. Central Accra is where a lot of burning takes place. The main source of pollution in Accra is poor waste collection practices. You have people burning their trash left and right. And then also vehicular emissions because of the dense traffic. The goal of the Bridge Cities initiative in Accra is to influence air quality planning policy decisions. We are deploying air quality sensors in schools, in bus terminals, in residential areas and market centers to generate hyperlocal air quality data in Accra.
Once we know locally what is happening, we are able to tailor-make decisions and plans and policies towards it. We believe at the end of the day, it's going to help us save a lot more lives.
Imagine a place where technology and compassion meet. A sanctuary of health, precision, and trust. At Olive Health Diagnostics and Imaging, we redefine excellence. From advanced ultrasound, X-ray, and CT scan services to accurate laboratory, cardiology, and dentistry, our mission is clear: to provide the care you deserve with accuracy, precision, and speed. Your trusted healthcare partner, Olive Health Diagnostics, always ready whenever you need us. Olive Health Diagnostics and Imaging, redefining excellence in medical diagnostics.
Introducing Betway's Bet Influencer, a groundbreaking feature where you can make money by just sharing codes. He just needs to share his codes and make money. The more his codes are used, the more money he makes. Oh yes, so what are you waiting for? Anyone can be a bet influencer. Share your codes and make money. Bet Influencer, another world first from Betway.
This advert has been approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Betway, get way more.
Hi friend, where are we going today?
Just use your imagination.
Go, go, go!
My family is the only thing that matters to me right now.
This is the stuff that Monique dreamed about.
These guys are the best.
GoTV's ready to take you from your hometown to roaring stadiums and even on international adventures. So let's go together, from home or on the go with GoTV Stream.
Sounds like a great idea.
Woohoo! GoTV. Love it.
Grateful that you stayed on with us. This is Breakfast Daily. We're having the news review segment. I'm moving to Hamza Suhini next on calls for some of these traders to be given some, if you like, arrangements where they can come back to trade on specific days, but not every day as we have had it. I don't know what you make of this.
I think that it is something that we can explore, because I know, as a matter of fact, that even in the United Kingdom, we have Saturday markets.
Right.
Where certain major streets are closed and specifically used for market activities the whole day. And I heard the mayor, I think that I heard him making reference to something similar, where certain streets on specific days, in actual sense, can be closed for the traders to take advantage of and trade on those specific days. So it's something that we can explore as a country and see how we can take advantage of it. But I know that it mostly happens on weekends.
Right.
So they can look at the dynamics of every particular area and explore that possibility. But I must concede that I'm beginning to have second thoughts on my earlier call for DCs to be elected on non-partisan basis, based on the engagements I've had off-air with Miracles, my brother. I think that it's a discussion we can have, but I am easily convinced, largely because of the experience he has had there in that sector. As district chief executive, and listening to some of the experiences and the potential threat it actually even poses to our multi-party democracy. I think that I would succumb to that argument that there's a need for us to have further discussion and possibly explore the possibility of doing it on partisan lines. I am convinced on the basis of his experience and the little information I also seem to share, because if we are not careful, we would have in the pursuit of making it non-partisan, would have been eroding confidence even in the whole idea of multi-party democracy and the partisanship that is central to it, especially when you cannot have some measured control and accountability at the top when it comes to influence on the grounds. It's something that we should be careful. I think the concern has always been the likelihood of abuse. And our laws can be fashioned out in such a way that we curb the likelihood of abuse. So it's something that is still open. I'm open to any superior argument, but for now, I think that I agree with him that there's the need for us to do it on partisan basis. Having said so, on the same spirit of, if you like, seeking for a common ground for, say, the National Democratic Congress and the MPP, it is important to also appreciate that one fundamental importance or pillar of democracy is holding our leaders to account and naming and shaming where we feel that the laws are not working. And when I go on that tangent, I'm not trying to be a propagandist, my brother. I'm simply pointing it as it should be so that other leaders can take a cue from and not to repeat same. When he made reference to the fact that when it comes to sanitation, most of the funds are held in Accra. And the district assemblies are not able to secure them. It is true. But you see, how do we prevent subsequent governments from doing so? Is the only way is to make it public and begin to ask for accountability and to name and shame officials, especially at the national level, who seem to be engaged in such policies or driving such policies simply because of their benefit. And we saw it in the case of Cecilia Dapa when she was Minister of Sanitation. $43 million World Bank funds meant for sanitation, intended to empower our district assemblies, never got there. Again, about $150 million Garrett project funds made available was also not disbursed.
It was.
To the district assemblies, it was handled at her office.
But it was
so are you?
It wasn't disbursed.
No, but at least I'm making the communication. I'm making the statement in relation to your complaints in terms of the centralization.
So it was centralized.
It was centralized. Yeah, it was disbursed, but it was centralized, but not to district assemblies. And that's the point I'm making. I'm saying that it was disbursed to the district assemblies. Yeah. So were we surprised when we woke up on a beautiful morning, only to hear that millions of dollars and pounds and Ghanaian cedis could not find its way to the banks, rather under the bed of the said minister? So if we do not...
You cannot say if it was the same money.
No. I'm not making an accusation. I'm just making a point that were we surprised?
when politics and lawyers...
Let's keep it neat. Let's keep it clean.
I'm keeping it clean. But that is why I made a reference that, look, there's a need for us. I agreed with him on the election of the DC.
You will say this in the law.
That one was not propaganda. Now that I'm agreeing with him on the need for us to ensure that we name and shame public officials who are pursuing an agenda to centralize funds at the top, intended to deny district assemblies the needed resources to be able to effect change. He says I'm doing propaganda. But we have seen it in this country. The motivation mostly is corruption. Because those officials at the national level are only interested in the kickbacks they are likely to get from the centralization of these funds and the control they would exert when it comes to the determination of who executes contract A or B. That is how corruption is difficult. That is the reason why corruption is difficult to tackle in this country, because we centralize it. There is the need for us to let our laws work. So that, like he indicated, at the district assemblies level, there are assembly members. When the funds are sent to them, the assembly members will be interested in how those funds are disbursed. And if he fails to deliver, the law empowers them to be able to to pass a vote of no confidence on him as a district assembly chief executive. Let us allow these processes to work. And so, when I condemn the centralization, it's not propaganda, my brother. It's simply to agree with you and let you understand that we have reached a stage where certain officials, we need to name and shame them, so that this current government, headed by His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, will not repeat similar mistakes. But I am convinced from where I sit, and based on the experience of His Excellency JDM, that many of these things will be rectified. Again, the 80% allocation. I also agree with you that it should be 100%.
Right.
We must find a way of getting the district assemblies common fund to disburse directly
to the assemblies
without any so-called formula emanating from central government. We can do a needs assessment of the district assemblies and begin to go ahead with the disbursement in accordance with that needs assessment.
Right.
When it comes to parliament, the MPs have their interests. So even in determining the allocation formula,
let's keep it.
It's skewed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's the need for us to take it away from the parliament, the legislature, and ensure that we allow 100% allocation. But undoubtedly, 80% allocation commitment by His Excellency President Mahama is commendable.
Commendable. Very well.
It's commendable. Well. But maybe in the future, there should be the possibility of us making it 100%. They did not even commit to 80%, unfortunately. They decided to centralize everything.
Per our current, the structures that we have, are we really ready for a fully decentralized system? Do the assemblies have the capacity to generate the funds internally? I mean, of course, this is plus the 5% that will be allocated.
So first of all, Madam Cecilia Dapa never took any state money to go and put under her bed. And the lawyer knows that.
Never reject an invitation.
No, I won't. And the lawyer knows that. You know, but the lawyer is doing politics, so he should just, but he knows that. And he even knows he's not supposed to say that.
Right.
But when you ask him, you say that was him doing politics. The fact is that the assemblies have the capacity. We have just decapacitated them, but they have the capacity. The systems are there, the structures are there. We have only decapacitated them. and it's something that has deliberately been done by Parliament and by members of the central government. That is simply the truth. I mean, so somebody is a DC, you say he doesn't have the sense to manage his district. Then 6 months later, he gets an elevation for the president, then he's taking decisions for all the districts. I don't know if you are listening to me. The DCs, they are the ones who are becoming MPs and coming to Parliament and becoming ministers.
Yeah.
So there's a certain hypocrisy on our part. So the capacity is there, the systems are there, the structures are there. We have deliberately decapacitated them. We should go full devolution. Let the districts be independent and run their affairs. That would allow for micro view of the issues. So as we solve them in small spaces, it would have the bigger effect and bigger feel. Because if you go to the district right now, see, I wake up one morning, I get to the office, then my engineer that I've been working on will be mapping and planning for the last 2 years. I receive a yellow letter that he's been transferred by the local government service. Nobody is calling you. Nobody is having a discussion with you. Nobody is telling you anything. Once you receive it, he must go. Why? Why is somebody sitting in Accra recruiting people for me and they expect him to function? Which chief executive functions like that? Right. Imagine you being a head of organization and you just receive anybody at all without your input. And the most painful thing is that when you come to the local government service, there are unions and groups and that are influencing so many things and all manner of things. So these are things that have nothing to do with the systems. Yeah. It is just a deliberate structure. That is not decentralization. Decentralization means that give the district their resource, that is the fiscal. Let them have control over the administrative stuff. That is administrative decentralization. The political decentralization is where they are going to the legislature, assembly meetings, take decisions, look at their issues. They have technical staff. The engineer read the law where it talks about putting together technical people in the district. They have the capacity. We just have to be confident enough and say that the same people who get elevated to Accra to come and take the national decisions, they are the same people at the district level.
So they can take
decisions at the district level. Then we'll be good to go. Because you see, and let me make this final point. This idea that we can just get onto the street and tell market women to go, the reason why it's not working is because where did you plan for them to go?
Exactly. Yeah.
Before any mayor can succeed, it is after the mayor has first of all done some sensitization, done a census. Do you even know the number of women who are selling jeans trousers? And the number who are selling tomatoes? And the number who are selling all these things?
Yeah.
For you to even now say that, okay, I have 3,000 women on this stretch towards Kantamanto. What is the alternative? Ask yourself, why do you think these women come to the road? It is probably because there is a certain bus stop or lorry park where all the people who are coming to the central Accra are lights. And so once they are lights, we want to show them what we have. How do we ensure? Because you see, the traders will go to where the human beings are.
Exactly.
So you can't keep the terminal here and go and put the market there. They will still come. So is it the case that when you move the terminal from here, if you want to move the market women, then be sure that you are moving the terminal to follow them. You understand? So those are all things that you need to think about and give yourself time and plan and make sure that the alternative is ready and functional before you come and sack them. Otherwise...
Yeah, true. Because it looks like that's a problem we're dealing with. Henry Cotton moved the onion markets to Ajay-Kotoku.
Yes.
And now the scrap dealers are taking over the Agbogbloshie space.
And even the Ajay-Kotoku people, eventually they will come back. Because when nobody is coming there, you see, when you are moving them to Ajay-Kotoku, you must ask yourself, who are their customers?
Yeah.
You need to send your customers to them. Otherwise, they won't have anything to do there.
Yeah.
And they will come. So those are things that we need to, in reality, that's why we build lorry parks and build markets, and sometimes you go, it's empty. It is not empty because the people don't want to go there. When you talk to the women, they will tell that nobody is coming to buy. Why are they not coming? As part of your local economic development strategy, you must ask yourself, how do I get these people to go there so that their customers and their target market would also be there? And that is expensive. That is an investment that needs to be made. And like Council said, it's going to be a collaboration between Transport Ministry, who are going to be responsible for GPRTU and make sure that, okay, let's move a terminal here. Let's move this terminal from Rollins Park or rolling cycle to this area.
Yeah.
That will be a transport business, an urban roads business. Okay, what else can we do to ensure? Okay, Ministry of Finance, we need to get some 20 million to build a market and a terminal so that we can move all these people there. Then they will go, because the women, if there is no buyer by the roadside, they will not come.
They will not come.
They will go to where the buyers are. But we are not making any provision for them, for the buyers to go to them. We just think that we can just move them into a certain place and lock them up, and then they will stay there when their target markets are moving, across the street. I mean, I'm passing and I see a jeans. See the way they do it? They then they'll put it around their neck. It attracts you.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why they are by the roadside. So I think that we need to be strategic about it. It must be deliberate.
Yeah.
This shouldn't be political. I see the mayors all the time, and not just this mayor, all the mayors. And then they will hack people, take pictures, and then they will bring it to us and say, mayor is working. That is how the mayors feel. Because when you do this, and 6 months down the line, the people are there, you are feeling.
That's the experience.
Yeah, that's how they feel. Because now you are setting your own measure.
Yeah.
Nobody has sent you.
Yeah.
Nobody sent you to come and put a camera on yourself and show people. 6 months down the line, when the people are back on the street, they will call you useless.
Yeah.
Because you came to say, I'm coming to put a red line. I'm coming to run 24-hour guard here and take. You are just causing problems for yourself. Because you and I know that what you are intending to do, you are not ready for it.
Right. Let me take a few quick messages.
Before you do, just
in a few seconds.
Yes, in a few seconds. I think that I agree with Dennis largely. But my advice to him is to more or less develop his expertise in the area of local government. I'm sure that maybe in the future he will be very useful in that regard. I only hope that after this useful experience, he will not be given the opportunity to be in charge of our local government sector, only to behave like his boss. Propound all the beautiful theories of opposition, only to go to government and is missing. Oh, yes, I'm listening to him. I admire the depth in terms of kind of depth.
I mean, that's his space.
That's his space. I admire the depth. But you see, propaganda. I think that it's not propaganda, but that's the truth. It has always been with implementation.
Yeah.
And that is why those of us, especially those of us who are young, myself and him, I think that we must lead the charge.
Yeah.
We must go beyond the rhetorics when given the opportunity and actually begin to implement some of these measures. I don't know why he had to be reassigned, but I'm sure, pretty much sure, that because he was committed to these ideals at the district assemblies level, that didn't find favor with many of his party people.
Why are you fighting the system?
No, be fair.
That's why I use the word reassigned.
I was still reassigned within the local government space.
Yes, but that is the point I'm making. But at least you were more useful. I'm sure you were more useful. You would have been more useful based on what you are propounding today. But clearly, the political limitations, there's the need for us to find a way of taking that out of the system. It's important. I think that these are some of the challenges that if we're able to confront head on, it should be possible for us to have the true impact of decentralization. But like he indicated about the markets in London and most parts of the United States, they have found a way of making it possible to run shops along these designated bus stops or train stops. You walk out of a train station and you see shops lined on the streets. But in no way obstructing traffic.
You should have shops.
You should have shops. So there's a need for us to begin to explore that.
Respecting their
yes, there's a need for us to begin to explore that, because you cannot move onion sellers who have strategically placed themselves to a place that nobody goes to. It's not going to be feasible. Is it not possible for us to find a way of actually still running these designated spots at shops in a way that it doesn't obstruct traffic? It is possible.
It's a failure to plan our development.
That is the whole problem.
It could be done.
It is possible.
We could have markets for specific things. There could be a market outside of town where we break bulk for onward transportation into smaller markets in town for sale to customers. But we are doing everything, lumping everything together.
Do you know in Accra they have a market they call Kwasi Ejuaso?
Yes. There's a similar one.
You know why they call it Kwasi Ejuaso? The real market people are inside though. Okay. So when you get there, those you are buying from they are there, you are there.
Let me take a few messages.
And those inside are
greetings to your panel. I strongly agree with Dennis that our borders are very porous. There's no way we can completely eradicate the menace. I think what we need is strengthening the internal mechanism to identify these immigrants and deport them. Nelson in Sydney, Australia sent that. This one says, hello, shalom. I was sad when I heard that items and wares of traders were seized during the decongestion exercise in Accra Central. Those wares seized represent a good chunk of their trading capital. Can't the decongestion be done without preying on their wares or capital? Enforcing discipline should not lead to impoverishment of the people. Jackson from Akwetia says, hey, so Miracle can talk like this? Wow. And then he sends a follow-up. He says, please tell Hamza to drop a shirt for me in the studio because I like it. Okay.
Thank you.
I am D. Bella Jr.
Oh no, this is in cities. It's in dollars. This is in cities.
I am D. Bella Jr. Good morning, and I'm enjoying the show today. All your topics today is a national security issue, and in my view, when it comes to national issues, I like that of the floods. The politicians should stay away from the conversations because most of the times they come on platforms with their usual politics. Not to disagree to the fact that the two politicians on the show today are for once speaking as citizens. Engineer Koside Day is a real professional and a true nationalist. He's really speaking on the issues. This is a true mark of an expert, and I hope our leaders truly listen. Thanks for the education this morning. Thank you too for sending your messages in. Our time is fast spent. We're almost running out of time, but I'm going to do a 1 minute each on Boko being in the news again. This time around, we hear an NHIA director has been killed. The MP for the area has condemned the action. The NHIA itself has condemned the action. Engineer, there's ongoing mediation, but it looks like the flames are still burning.
Yeah, this issue came up the last time when I think Otumfuo had been asked to lead the mediation.
Yeah.
And I said that the issue continues because it's been there for over 50, 60 years because political leaders have failed to be decisive in enforcing laws. And now that it's students, let Otumfuo handle the issue. I think that we should move away from this issue where politicians, when it suits them, will say, we should relegate it to chiefs to solve. When there are clear laws that are being broken and people are being killed. I mean, for somebody, an officer or somebody who's just lost his life, that is clearly unacceptable.
Yeah.
So we should sit up and look at the issues dispassionately and then make sure that the law works. That is the only way we can run this country safely.
Hamza, 1 minute on Boko. Dastardly act. Condemnable.
Very. Are we not even tired?
Yeah.
Are we not tired?
It gets frustrating at the
It is frustrating. And you see, Nana, sometimes there's the need for us to understand that our criminal code is not in our legal system to be admired or to be shelved when it suits political players. Those laws cannot be suspended. Murder is a serious offense in this country. So even if you have intra-community conflicts, and there are cases of murder, and there are ongoing arbitration or negotiations trying to resolve the issue, those cases of murder should not go unpunished. It is the reason why we continue to have some of these conflicts, because people know that they can always get away with criminal acts like murder under the guise of intra-conflict or intra-community conflicts, of which the state is interested in resolving peacefully or amicably. We must begin to send strong signals. I remember when the Yana was killed, we were not successful in punishing people responsible for that murder. We may have secured some semblance of peace, but it still remains a bad example for many other communities who are also engulfed in conflicts, because they know that irrespective of the havoc that they cause and the murders recorded in the name of intra-community conflicts, they are likely to go unpunished. Because the state is afraid to take the needed action to ensure that crime is punished. So yes, the matter has been referred to the Otumfuo to handle. But these criminal acts of murder must not go unpunished. We are sending very troubling signals to our citizens.
Thank you, Hamza.
That seems to suggest that it is okay in intra-conflict situations, community conflicts, to kill and go unpunished. We cannot suspend our criminal laws like this in this country. Somebody must be held responsible for this murder.
Thank you.
So that other communities will begin to learn from this kind of acts.
Hamza. Dennis, 1 minute on Boko.
If we don't take care, this Boko thing may swallow all of us.
Yeah.
And, you know, I made a submission the last time, but I refused to make the same submission this time around. I think I've made that point.
Yeah.
About the politics and all. I think it's needless at this point. I have been to that area before.
Okay.
And I heard with my ears how they are firing at night as if it's a war zone. Pa, 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 pa. I don't think we even spent the night there. We ran back to Bolga. And this was in 2023, late 2023. And when I went there, I saw how on people's phones they have WhatsApp platforms and they trade with voice notes to the extent that at some point they were even telling their people in Accra to go hunting for, you know, there are two groups. So Kusasis are telling their Kusasis in Accra to go hunting for particular people, particular Mampusis in Accra. And Mampusis are telling their people to go hunt for particular Kusasis in Accra and go on a manhunt. And when you hear and see some of the weapons they have, ask yourself, how can we be so heartless? Because when you see the people holding those weapons, you know they can't afford it. Where did they get them from? Why are they killing people? I mean, why are they killing themselves? Why? Because even I that come from far away, Ikuapem, and Council Hamza that comes all the way from Tamale. Even the two of us are not fighting. Let alone the two of you who have lived in the same geographical area. And I hear some of them have intermarried, and some are even Mampusis and Kusasis. The mother is Mampusi, the father is Kusasi.
For example.
So why?
The MP for the
Yes, the MP.
Yeah.
So why? My final point is, why are they not afraid?
In some 10 seconds.
To be doing what they are doing?
Overrunning.
I think the police, you know those times we used to wake up in the morning and they say that the police have entered an area and swooped everybody. I think the police and the military has been in Bema camp for years. Some of them are retired without ever going to war. Because Ghana is a peaceful country. I think that we should move all the military at Bema camp, move all the police at the headquarters and take them to Boku. Whether you are innocent or not, they should bring all of them to. I don't think Boku are plenty like that. If they have to bring all of them into one location and those. It's serious.
Yeah. Thank you, Dennis. Points well made. Thank you, gentlemen. This has been good. Hopefully, we'll get another opportunity to do this again. I am Nana Tufo, and this has been the news review segment on Breakfast Daily. Don't go away. The show continues after this.
The Ghana Traditional Council, on behalf of the entire Ghana state, announces the annual ban on drumming and noise making as part of the sacred rites leading to the Homo Festival.
Ghana mamu, Timfe anali, Adesin, Imlai Niko, Woma Dumo, Wongmeni, Wakusuni, Wakabachuni.
The ban across the Ghana state will take effect from Monday, May 12th to Thursday, June 12th, 2025. However, Osu, La, Teshi, Nungwa, Tema, Boom, Pram Pram, and Ningo traditional areas will observe their bans separately, with dates to be announced by their various councils. During this period, all visitors are required to comply with the following regulations. Religious activities to be confined within premises without the use of external loudspeakers, no drumming, clapping, or use of musical instruments in public places, no roadside evangelism or street preaching with loudspeakers. There will be no funeral or burial ceremonies within this period up until the 20th of June 2025. This practice is not only a cultural tradition, but also protected under the 1992 Constitution of Ghana, ensuring the preservation of our customs and identity. A dedicated task force, in collaboration with the Regional Security Council, Metropolitan, Municipal and District Assemblies, as well as the Ghana Police Service, will strictly enforce compliance. We urge all residents, institutions and visitors to respect this sacred tradition as we uphold our cultural heritage and foster social harmony. Nyacha, Nyo Manyaba.
Is it the luxurious rooms? Or the serene green surroundings? Is it the tempting swimming pool? Or the classy conference room? Or the cute gift shop? Maybe it's our chef's array of cooking delights. Whichever way, it's all about Cactus Creek. A most respected hotel. 055 039 5007.
So much love in the air. What are we looking at?
Thank you guys for joining us for this unforgettable night.
Paw Patrol is on a roll.
It's Max Verstappen in the lead. The megastar is here. Absolutely sensational.
Let's go!
Just taking a trip down memory lane.
Get unbelievable entertainment that is unbelievably easy to own. Get and stay connected to DSTV.
Bold patterns, bolder women, celebrating the gift of womanhood.
GTV, life styled.
Some movies change the world, and you'll find them elsewhere. Mnet Movies 4 is just in it to change your mood. Great.
Yes, I can.
Oh, I'm so excited.
They turn an ordinary night into something
Awesome.
make you laugh louder, smile bigger, and feel like a kid all over again.
Yay! This is gonna be so much fun.
The only thing our movies are seriously serious about is making you happy. All month long. On Mnet Movies 4 for the easy, cheesy, silly, funny, snort laugh classic movies of your life.
Many thanks for still staying with us here on Breakfast Daily. My name is Philip Nielate. I'm here with, of course, we bring you nothing but the best on the show from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. You would want to stay with us here because we have a lot for you from our communities, what is trending, issues with or within the entertainment space, among others. But we will be going to the Accra area, that is a central business district, to bring you what the Accra Mayor is doing. It's day 2, and you'd want to get all the updates on this network. Agri-Fair is still on. It's happening on June 20 to 22nd of June 2025. Make sure that you are part of this event because we are bringing the farmers closer to you.
Right, and you do not want to miss it for anything, so don't forget to save up, come through and come and get everything that you would need. You would be seeing all different sorts of vegetables and also different produces that animal produces that you might actually need. So do well to come by. In fact, pick up your phone right now and save it as your on your reminder that the Agri-Fair will be on the 20th to the 22nd of June 2025, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. And if you are a farmer and want to be part of it, all you need to do is call the number 0205 973 973 for further information. This is actually going to be the biggest exhibition and sale for fresh farm produce. Don't miss it for anything. It's going to be at the Ifwa Sutherland Children's Park. And apart from the sale of, fresh farm produce, there's also going to be forums that will help you if you want to be part of the agriculture industry and you want to know how to get into it. You want to know how it's done. You want to know how you can make money from it. It's going to be happening on those days. So do well to be part of this. And we also have the City Business Festival. The City Business Festival is coming to you from the 1st to the 30th of June 2025. And this is brought to you by Channel 1 TV, City 97.3 FM, and also APSA. Our sponsors are APSA Bank and MTN.
So it tells you that the month of June is really packed.
Yeah.
On City 97.3 FM and also on Channel 1 TV. Here we are bringing you nothing but the best, the Agri Fair and also the City Business Festival. Chris, we have a lot of things trending. Yesterday, Kojo Sheldon and Shatawale still trending because of the flood that happened in Kojo Sheldon's apartment or his house around Pantine, and Shatawale just says that he's going to help Kojo Sheldon to get a place of abode. Kojo didn't accept that and all that. Shatta has gone a step further to get a track or a song for Kojo Sheldon for what is happening on the X Space. It's just an interesting one there. We wouldn't want to go into details with what the song is, but you can see on your screens what happened to Kojo Sheldon when it rained on Sunday. It got his entire place flooded and he became a victim of the floods that happened on Sunday. So Shatawale has gone ahead to just bring out a diss track.
Yeah.
Yes.
And before he actually brought out the diss track, Kojo himself actually went on his YouTube page or YouTube vlog that he does to actually clarify what happens. It's like, in case you're wondering why I refused help from him and you're wondering why I got so angry with him just, trying to help me. Well, the truth is that Shatawale actually had blocked me on social media, but somehow still comes on social media to say, you know what, DM me if you need any help. How does he actually DM him when he has blocked him? So he's like, here, you know what, there's no fake love here. If we're going to keep it real, let's keep it real. We're not friends. Don't reach out to me and don't use me to shine and so on. So yeah.
Well, so it's just interesting on the X space or on X. And also, Tottenham Hotspur is trending. Also, Manchester United is trending. One may ask, why are these two teams trending? Because today is the final for the UEFA League or the finals, and it's a match between Tottenham Hotspurs and also Manchester United. When you go to the Premier League, I think Manchester United is 16th and Tottenham is 17th. But Tottenham in the last 17 years hasn't won any trophy or any match that's come to the final. So some of the fans are hoping that Tottenham Hotspur will do its best this time around to win something it hasn't won in about 17 years. So that is how come Spurs and also Man U is trending. Some of the messages or the messages that we are getting is the Europa League final match day. Let's do this together. And that is what Hotspace is tweeting. Also, fans from other places are saying that I speak for everyone when I say we are all Tottenham tonight. If Newcastle did it, the Palace did it, why can't Spurs do it? It looks like a lot of people are rooting for Spurs this time around.
Yeah.
I really don't know, because Spurs hasn't won it in 17 years. So that's what is trending. Match on X, Shatawale, Kojo Sheldon, Tottenham Hotspurs, and also Man United. Let's bring you the video of the day.
Right.
The more you see, the less you understand. Imagine you having a bottle of Coke by you and somebody is holding a similar one, thinking it's yours, and you go fighting the person just to realize that it's not yours, just to turn around and see that what you have is not around. Will you go chasing the game, or you just leave it at that? And that is the video of the day, just to put some smiles on your face as we go deep into the communities and try to bring you issues within our communities.
Right. So, but before we get into our communities, let us just get some music break to start up the mood for the day. So we have Bethel Revival Choir, who's going to be, gearing us up for the journey into our communities with some good music. Enjoy.
Thank you, Jesus. You are worthy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Oh, Lord, you are worthy because He is good. worship Yahweh. Yahweh. For seeing us in this new month, we came to worship Him.
And that is a Bethel Revival taking us to church so that we just prepare ourselves for what we are going to see in our communities. But mind you, you can join us 0204447033. Let's get it interactive. Let's cross to our colleague Fauzu Masawudu, who is monitoring the phase 2 or the second day of the decongestion exercise in Accra, led by the Accra mayor, that is Michael Bakpo Alute. Fauzu, good morning.
Hello.
Fauzu, good morning.
Hello.
So, Fauzu, good morning.
Hello.
Okay, so we can hear Fauzu from the studio. We are just still working around the lines to get a connection with him so that he can bring us update or what is happening on the grounds. Fauzu, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
I trust you are doing well.
Hello.
Fauzu, what can you tell us? What is happening currently concerning the decongestion exercise? Okay, so we are still working around the lines to bring our colleague, Fauzu Masawudu, on live so that he can tell us what is happening at the Central Business District concerning the decongestion exercise that the Accra Metropolitan Assembly is embarking on, led by its mayor, Michael Bakpo Alute. The exercise started yesterday. They visited some places around the UTC, went to the railway line area, came around to Circle to Adabraka area, but we don't know where they are today. Let's find out again from our colleague Fauzu Masawudu, who is joining us live. Fauzu, good morning. Hello, Fauzu. Okay.
Hi, hello.
Yeah. So, I want to find out from you what is happening at where you are now, and if you can tell us where you are as at now. Okay, unfortunately, the lines aren't helping us so that we can connect to Fauzu Masawudu. But the exercise happened yesterday. It started yesterday, and the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, that is the mayor, has stated that, you know what, they are going to ensure that it's sustainable. Yesterday, there was a backlash from the traders saying that if you are sacking us, where do you want us to go to? But the MCE for Kotekole later came to say that, well, they will allow some of the traders to do their work for 2 days within a week. We are just to get feedback on that particular issue concerning what the traders are saying or what they are pleading for. According to what we have here from the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, the places they visited or did the decongestion exercise around the AMA headquarters, went on to the Kimbo Road to railway line, also the ECG junction around Tema Station to railway line, that is the Kentucky Statue, also did Kentucky Statue to Zongo Lane, and Oprah Square stretch to the Coral Paint area, and that is within Adabraka. All these places, the mayor gave cautions that he doesn't want the place to be congested again, but we are also looking at the sustainability of this exercise. Let's go again to Fauzu Masawudu. Fauzu, what can you tell us about the exercise as day 2?
Philip, it's day 2 of the decongestion exercise by the Accra Metropolitan Assembly in collaboration with the Korle Klottey Municipal Assembly. But today we are back here, even though the AMA and its partner Korle Klottey are still embarking the exercise. We're essentially back here to assess the level of compliance. Yesterday, we will speak to some traders, but if the camera can come around, yesterday all this pedestrian walkway was cleared, but this morning we see that they are back here again, and it's business as usual for them. Earlier we spoke to a number of them off camera, and they mentioned that, well, they know that they are kind of not complying with the directive, but they do not have anywhere else to go and trade. And you can count a number of them, a good number of them for that matter, who are back here. On my right side is the Accra City Hotel, and if you go a bit further is the Mervyn Peak Hotel, Ambassador Hotel as well. The frontage of all these places were cleared yesterday, and a number of the traders who are here are saying that they do not know why they have been affected, because per the directive that was earlier communicated by the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, they didn't tell them that those places were also going to be part of the decongestion exercise. So I would want to engage a number of them here currently. And please, good morning. You are live on Channel 1 TV. Please, your name?
My name is Seshi Angela.
Seshi Angela. Angela, what's happening today?
Today, with the people who are selling in Novotel, in front of Accra City Hotel, they said we will not put markets here. But this is where we put markets before we have voted the new government in, the sitting government in. This is where we were before we voted him. Now they said, let us all live here. They will plant, bring grass here.
No, but the assembly also have to do their work. They have to ensure that the city is clean. They have to ensure that the city is beautified and what have you.
Yes, I know that the assembly have every right to make the place beautiful. Like if they know that they'll make the place beautiful, they shouldn't have released it out first. Now that we are getting our daily bread here, now that the assemblyman knows that you will beautify here, now that assemblyman, they know that they will beautify here. Once we are here, this is where we get our daily bread to feed our children.
So what do you want them to do now?
I want them that if they want to take here, if truly they want to take, they should find a place for us. They should find a place. We are not standing on their rights. We are not stopping them for their rights. Just that they should find a place for us so that we can manage and sell and feed our children. We'll be paying school fees and we have loans to pay. They should give us space. They should find a place for us.
But who gave you this place in the first place to come and trade? Who granted you that permission?
It's the Good Samaritan of the former government.
Who exactly in the former government? I'm sure is it from the Accra Metropolitan Assembly?
Please, yes. They are many. So if you want it, also you want to sell, you want to do business, then they'll put you here so that you can make your daily bread.
So they gave you this place to come and trade. At what cost?
They've not taken any cost from us. They said, oh, because yes, here there's ventilation here, so there's no space in the to-do for us to sell. So with the market women, that's why if you go to them, so you are market women and you want to sell, come and manage here, so that you will get your daily bread. There's no vacancy in Tudu, and now they want to start us and grow wheat here, grass.
No, but it is also part, what they are communicating, they need to beautify the city like I mentioned earlier. But your concern is that even if they are evicting you people from here, they should give you an alternative resettlement,
They should give us a place that customers can see us and buy. And moreover, we don't know when, how many days or how many months you will stay home. So we want something to be done immediately.
Okay.
We pay.
All right, thank you so much. So I want to speak to a number of them, but in your shot, you can also see that there's been some form of barricade here, and it is to bar some of these traders who hitherto, called this place their trading point. This is to bar them from returning to the place. But a number of them, like I stated earlier, are back here not to particularly trade, but to drum home their message. I want to speak to another. Please, your name?
Comfort Asante.
Comfort Asante. Marco for special ton adia haya na udidwa.
Me pacho haya na mididwa. Na hana ye didwa no. Aban dada ne no de ye ba ha se. Ase ye metena ha se ye kohu wom no so ye mekre ha. Na ye ntwan de kaka se do bi ansa anu be ye den e be kona no. Ampa so ye tete ha. Ye tete ha ye wa ha ni enabi. Ana bran so bran ye piesie mahama. Ye bran no ye bran papa brother. I catch say yen change of owner. Na ye metu aban fem mano. Na ye tu aban mano. Onya by baby I think I better and better brand fano.
Na say mpacho se bia hanya marketplace ana.
Ono na ka so be hu yen. Ono ba ha be campaign so be tu yo be hu yen. Sa ya no ba so be hu yen. Oya campaign ya so ba so be hu yen. Eti say na yi ni bosha no shay na da ma yesre no. Ona ye ompega no na manu o matie enya sa ba bia wo shebiala e manu nala ya be hwe bra mahama ni aba ne so bi maye
pacho na sisi ano ye kas ye mamu baby sisi ano mu de na mu ya say ye mamu baby foforo
ba bia nhwe twa eto afa haye maye afa haye maye
there be higher there e me for ne some more plans for higher as part of omu city development no mo ye no nti e bia na ha de mu nse nya bio
eno amaye baby ntina amaye baby eno amaye baby
eno no dey ntina ma back to this place ntina ma
so ye pe baby asedwa si enya baby sedwa eno yakwaji loan nso ba be bru am ye de akwapo agu ye nsa de a eno ye nso ye mpre yakwafa load mebre etu anu nso nsi from no meka bi
na mpacho mu ko market no ma anya yi ana
market 8 billion, 7 billion, billion, 1K, you need 1K. You're busy can you address 1K, 2K, 3K, 5K, and you did be until Madame, Bojo, Yadama. Yes, Ren, a panacho, we are Mabonomi, baby, yes, Rano.
It's a dinner, me who say, AM in Penufoni being any task force, Phony be was say, and come by no moon.
I want to say, you're not tre a mouth. Now I'm trying assemblyman, by Babacano. Fana, yes, you're trying assembly.
Rubenia Sabusena train say, because AM for now, some more plans and mamma for to relocate you people.
You know, I catch assemblyman. Assemblyman, so I catch into your chance assemblyman. Into your chance assemblyman.
Every week, you child loan. And say it's not, or say 2 months now, assemblyman, but you just, I could see 2 months. Every week, you are a loan. And then, if I never say you are talking to a loan. And now, we can echo them one son. Or have a baby say and turn to a loan. And if I ban join in Temaye.
Okay. Thank you, Mpachomeba. Let's go in there. I'll try and speak to some of them. I'll try and speak to some of them. There, I see some members of the task force here. Let me get closer and engage them. Say, good morning. Yes, my name is Fauzu. I'm from Channel 1 TV. You are live on Breakfast. Yes, but I want to, this is for Breakfast Daily, our morning show. I just want to also pick your thoughts on your level of assessment, compliance so far. You are a member of the task force. I understand you are from Korle Klottey Municipal Assembly. What will be your assessment of the level of compliance a day after you commence this decongestion exercise?
Well, these are women, they are very stubborn. That one is a must. Some of them are complying, some of them too are very stubborn. But in average, I can say that about 70% of them have complied.
So what will be the way forward?
Well, we are not going to leave them alone. If you are sitting at a place where it's not good, we will move you from there. The municipal assembly will sit down and look for appropriate place for them to sit.
What could be this alternative appropriate place?
By the side, there are places around that we can give them. No, we don't want them to come to the road and also block where the pedestrians to pass. So it's going to be a 50-50. We look for, the municipal will sit down with the team and look for appropriate place for them. We are not going to leave them alone. That one is a must. We are going to do it.
Okay, so for those who have returned to the pedestrian walkway, clearly you are seeing them. What happens to them? Are you going to leave them to trade for today?
No. We will still move them. You can see that we are still moving them. Some of them, they are not selling, but they are just standing. And you can't ask the person to move away. Because you say you should not sell. So the person is not selling. But you can see some of them are not selling. They are just sitting down quietly, waiting for what the municipal will say to them. But we are still going around. When we see you there, we still move you from where you are standing.
But when you go inside, earlier I engaged you, inside around the Kimbu school, and you realize that a good number of them have returned, and it looks like there's not been any decongestion exercise at all. That's troubling for you, isn't it?
That's what I said earlier on, that you are dealing with women.
Okay.
You see, you talk to them, they are very stubborn, which all of them, they know. The women, they are very stubborn. You ask the person to move, in just a minute, you see the person is back. So as I told you earlier on, now we are going to add visibility to it. The moment we move them, we will station some of our boys around so that when you are coming, they can just move you from where you are standing. So we'll go back and still do the correction.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
My
My name is Abdulaziz Al Hassan, Clotte College constituency.
Okay. So Abdulaziz, as you heard from him rightly.
Anything here. We are pleading for the government. We are only pleading for the government. The government knew that all the women in Ghana, we are the people taking care of our homes. We supported our husband, we support our children. Now we want to work, and the government promised us that is coming to open a women bank for us so that we can get access to the loan, so that we can work and help our children and our husbands. You promised us. We knew so far as the government. Wait, after the election, just a few months, and we started crying.
Why?
A lot of us have. Yes, because look at the situation we are in now.
No, but they said you are not trading at an authorized spot.
This place, since I didn't see anything develop here.
No, but it doesn't make it right. The fact that you've been here.
And then they even deserted this place.
No, but don't you also agree that the fact that the place has been left ajar for.
We are in problem.
So what do you want? What do you want?
We want we are pleading to the government.